Section 9 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, Part 6, The Scapegoat, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 5, On Scapegoats in General. General Remarks. The foregoing survey of the custom of publicly expelling the accumulated evils of a village or town or country suggests a few general observations. First, the immediate and immediate expulsions of evil are identical in intention. In the first place, it will not be disputed that what I have called the immediate and the mediate expulsions of evil are identical in intention. In other words, that whether the evils are conceived of as invisible or as embodied in a material form, is a circumstance entirely subordinate to the main object of the ceremony, which is simply to effect a total clearance of all the ills that have been infesting a people. If any link were wanting to connect the two kinds of expulsion, it would be furnished by such a practice as that of sending the evils away in a litter or a boat. For here, on the one hand, the evils are invisible and intangible, and, on the other hand, there is a visible and tangible vehicle to convey them away. And a scapegoat is nothing more than such a vehicle. Second, the annual expulsion of evil generally coincides with some well-marked change of season, such as the beginning or end of winter, the beginning or end of the rainy season, etc. In the second place, when a general clearance of evils is resorted to periodically, the interval between the celebrations of the ceremony is commonly a year, and the time of year when the ceremony takes place usually coincides with some well-marked change of season, such as the beginning or end of winter in the Arctic and temperate zones, and the beginning or end of the rainy season in the tropics. The increased mortality which such climatic changes are apt to produce, especially amongst ill-fed, ill-clothed, and ill-housed savages, is set down by primitive man to the agency of demons, who must accordingly be expelled. Hence in the tropical regions of New Britain and Peru, the devils are or were driven out at the beginning of the rainy season. Hence on the dreary coasts of Baffin Land they are banished at the approach of the bitter Arctic winter. When a tribe is taken to husbandry, the time for the general expulsion of devils is naturally made to agree with one of the great epochs of the agricultural year, as sowing or harvest, but as these epochs themselves naturally coincide with changes of season, it does not follow that the transition from the hunting or pastoral to the agricultural life involves any alteration in the time of celebrating this great annual rite. Some of the agricultural communities of India and the Hindu Kush, as we have seen, hold their general clearance of demons at harvest, others at sowing time. But, at whatever season of the year it is held, the general expulsion of devils commonly marks the beginning of the new year. For, before entering on a new year, people are anxious to rid themselves of the troubles that have harassed them in the past. Hence it comes about that in so many communities the beginning of the new year is inaugurated with the solemn and public banishment of evil spirits. Third, the annual expulsion of evil is commonly preceded or followed by a period of general license. In the third place, it is to be observed that the public and periodic expulsion of devils is commonly preceded or followed by a period of general license, during which the ordinary restraints of society are thrown aside, and all offences, short of the gravest, are allowed to pass unpunished. In Guinea and Tonquin, the period of license precedes the public expulsion of demons, and the suspense of the ordinary government of Lhasa previous to the expulsion of the scapegoat is perhaps a relic of a similar period of universal license. Amongst the Hos of India, the period of license follows the expulsion of the devil. Amongst Iroquois, it hardly appears whether it preceded or followed the banishment of evils. In any case, the extraordinary relaxation of all ordinary rules of conduct on such occasions is doubtless to be explained by the general clearance of evils which precedes or follows it. On the one hand, when a general riddance of evil and absolution from all sin is in immediate prospect, men are encouraged to give the rein to their passions, trusting that the coming ceremony will wipe out the score which they are running up so fast. On the other hand, when the ceremony has just taken place, men's minds are freed from the oppressive sense, under which they generally labour, of an atmosphere surcharged with devils, and the first revulsion of joy they overleap the limits commonly imposed by custom and morality. When the ceremony takes place at harvest time, the elation of feeling which it excites is further stimulated by the state of physical well-being produced by an abundant supply of food. Fourth, the use of a divine man or animal as a scapegoat is remarkable. Fourthly, the employment of a divine man or animal as a scapegoat is especially to be noted. Indeed, we are here directly concerned with the custom of banishing evils only in so far as these evils are believed to be transferred to a god who is afterwards slain. It may be suspected that the custom of employing a divine man or animal as a public scapegoat is much more widely diffused than appears from the examples cited. For, as has already been pointed out, the custom of killing a god dates from so early a period of human history that in later ages, even when the custom continues to be practiced, is liable to be misinterpreted. The divine character of the animal or man is forgotten, and he comes to be regarded merely as an ordinary victim. This is especially likely to be the case when it is a divine man who is killed. For when a nation becomes civilized, if it does not drop human sacrifices altogether, it at least selects, as victims only, such wretches as would be put to death at any rate. Thus the killing of a god may sometimes come to be confounded with the execution of a criminal. Why a dying god should serve as a scapegoat. If we ask why a dying god should be chosen to take upon himself and carry away the sins and sorrows of the people, it may be suggested that in the practice of using the divinity as a scapegoat, we have a combination of two customs, which were at one time distinct and independent. On the one hand, we have seen that it has been customary to kill the human or animal god in order to save his divine life from being weakened by the inroads of age. On the other hand, we have seen that it has been customary to have a general expulsion of evils and sins once a year. Now it occurred to people to combine these two customs. The result would be the employment of the dying god as a scapegoat. He was killed, not originally to take away sin, but to save the divine life from the degeneracy of old age. But since he had to be killed at any rate, people may have thought that he might as well seize the opportunity to lay upon him the burden of their sufferings and sins, in order that he might bear it away with him to the unknown world beyond the grave. The use of a divinity as scapegoat explains an ambiguity in the ceremony of carrying out death. The use of the divinity as a scapegoat clears up the ambiguity which, as we saw, appears to hang about the European folk custom of carrying out death. Grounds have been shown for believing that in this ceremony the so-called death was originally the spirit of vegetation, who was annually slain in spring, in order that he might come to life again with all the vigor of youth. But as I pointed out, there are certain features in the ceremony which are not explicable on this hypothesis alone. Such are the marks of joy with which the effigy of death is carried out to be buried or burnt, and the fear and abhorrence of it is manifested by the bearers. But these features become at once intelligible if we suppose that the death was not merely the dying god of vegetation, but also a public scapegoat, upon whom were laid all the evils that had afflicted the people during the past year. Joy on such an occasion is natural and appropriate, and if the dying god appears to be the object of that fear and abhorrence, which are properly due not to himself, but to the sins and misfortunes with which he is laden, this arises merely from the difficulty of distinguishing, or at least of marking the distinction, between the bearer and the burden. When the burden is of a baleful character, the bearer of it will be feared and shunned just as much as if he were himself instinct, with those dangerous properties of which, as it happens, he is only the vehicle. Similarly, we have seen that disease-laden and sin-laden boats are dreaded and shunned by East Indian peoples. Again, the view that in these popular customs the death is a scapegoat as well as representative of the divine spirit of vegetation derives some support from the circumstance that its expulsion is always celebrated in spring and chiefly by Slavonic peoples. For the Slavonic year began in spring, and thus in one of its aspects the ceremony of carrying out death would be an example of the widespread custom of expelling the accumulated evils of the old year before entering on a new one. End of section 9. Section 10 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, Part 6, The Scapegoat, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Harvey. Chapter 6. Human Scapegoats in Classical Antiquity. Part 1. 1. The Human Scapegoat in Ancient Rome. Annual expulsion of the old Mars in the month of March in ancient Rome. We are now prepared to notice the use of the human scapegoat in classical antiquity. Every year on the 14th of March, a man clad in skins was led in procession through the streets of Rome, beaten with long white rods, and driven out of the city. He was called Mamurius Veturius, that is, the Old Mars. And as the ceremony took place on the same day preceding the first full moon of the old Roman year, which began on the 1st of March, the skin-clad man must have represented the Mars of the past year, who was driven out at the beginning of the new one. Now Mars was originally not a god of war, but of vegetation. For it was to Mars that the Roman husbandman prayed for the prosperity of his corn and his vines, his fruit trees and his corpses. It was to Mars that the priestly college of the Arval brothers, whose business it was to sacrifice for the growth of the crops, addressed their petitions almost exclusively, and it was to Mars, as we saw, that a horse was sacrificed in October to secure an abundant harvest. Moreover, it was to Mars, under his title of Mars of the Woods, Mars Silvanus, that farmers offered sacrifice for the welfare of their cattle. We have already seen that cattle are commonly supposed to be under the special patronage of tree gods. Once more, the consecration of the vernal month of March to Mars seems to point him out as the deity of the sprouting vegetation. Thus the Roman custom of expelling the old Mars at the beginning of the new year in spring is identical with the Slavonic custom of carrying out death, if the view here taken of the latter custom is correct. The similarity of the Roman and Slavonic customs has been already remarked by scholars, who appear, however, to have taken Mamurius Veturius and the corresponding figures in the Slavonic ceremonies to be representatives of the old year rather than of the old god of vegetation. It is possible that ceremonies of this kind may have come to be thus interpreted in later times even by the people who practiced them. But the personification of a period of time is too abstract an idea to be primitive. However, in the Roman, as in the Slavonic ceremony, the representative of the god appears to have been treated not only as a deity of vegetation, but also as a scapegoat. His expulsion implies this, for there is no reason why the god of vegetation as such should be expelled the city. But it is otherwise if he is also a scapegoat, then it becomes necessary to drive him beyond the boundaries, that he may carry his sorrowful burden away to other lands, and, in fact, Mamurius Veturius appears to have driven away to the land of the Oscans, the enemies of Rome. The old Mars seems to have been beaten by the Salii, the dancing priests of Mars. The blows with which the old Mars was expelled the city seem to have been administered by the dancing priests of Mars, the Salii. At least we know that in their songs these priests made mention of Mamurius Veturius, and we are told that on a day dedicated to him they beat a hide with rods. It is therefore highly probable that the hide which they drubbed on that day was the one worn by the representative of the deity whose name they simultaneously chanted. Thus on the 14th of March every year, Rome witnessed the curious spectacle of the human incarnation of a god, chased by the god's own priests with blows from the city. The rite becomes at least intelligible on the theory that the man so beaten and expelled stood for the outworn deity of vegetation, who had to be replaced by a fresh and vigorous young divinity at the beginning of a new year, when everywhere around in field and meadow, in wood and thicket, the vernal flowers, the sprouting grass, and the opening buds and blossoms testified to the stirring of new life in nature after the long torpor and stagnation of winter. The dancing priests of the god derived their name of Salii from the leaps or dances which they were bound to execute as a solemn religious ceremony every year in the Comitium, the centre of Roman political life. The dances of the Salii in spring and autumn were perhaps intended to quicken the growth of the corn sown at these seasons. Twice a year in the spring month of March and the autumn month of October, they discharged this sacred duty, and as they did so, they invoked Saturn, the Roman god of sowing. As the Romans sowed the corn both in spring and autumn, and as down to the present time in Europe, superstitious rustics are wont to dance and leap high in spring, for the purpose of making the crops grow high. We may conjecture that the leaps and dances performed by the Sali, the priests of the old Italian god of vegetation, were similarly supposed to quicken the growth of the corn by homeopathic or imitative magic. The Sali were not limited to Rome. Similar colleges of dancing priests are known to have existed in many towns of ancient Italy. Everywhere, we may conjecture, they were supposed to contribute to the fertility of the earth by their leaps and dances. At Rome, they were divided into 2 colleges, each composed of 12 members, and it is not impossible that the number 12 was fixed with reference to the 12 months of the old lunar year. The Fratres Arvers, or Brethren of the Ploughed Fields, another Roman college of priests, whose functions were purely agricultural, and who wore as a badge of their office a wreath of corn ears, were also 12 in number, perhaps for a similar reason. The armed processions of the Soli may have been intended to rout out and expel the demons lurking in the city. Nor was the martial equipment of the Soli so alien to this peaceful function as a modern reader might naturally suppose. Each of them wore on his head a peaked helmet of bronze, and at his side a sword. On his left arm he carried a shield of a peculiar shape, and in his right hand he wielded a staff with which he smote on the shield till it rang again. Such weapons in priestly hands may be turned against spiritual foes. In the preceding pages we have met with many examples of the use of material arms to rout the host of demons who oppress the imagination of primitive man, and we have seen that the clash and clangor of metal is often deemed particularly effective in putting these baleful beings to flight. May it not have been so with the martial priests of Mars? We know that they paraded the city for days together in a regular order, taking up their quarters for the night at a different place each day, and as they went they danced in triple time, singing and clashing on their shields and taking their time from a fugleman, who skipped and postured at their head. We may conjecture that in doing so they were supposed to be expelling the powers of evil which had accumulated during the preceding year or 6 months, and which the people pictured to themselves in the form of demons lurking in the houses, temples, and the other edifices of the city. In savage communities, such tumultuous and noisy processions often paraded the villages for a similar purpose. Similarly, we have seen that among the Iroquois, men in fantastic costume used to go about collecting the sins of the people as a preliminary to transferring them to the scapegoat dogs, and we have met with many examples of armed men rushing about the streets and houses to drive out demons and evils of all kinds. Why should it not have been so also in ancient Rome? The religion of the old Romans is full of relics of savagery. The demons expelled by the Sali may have been, above all, the demons of blight and infertility. This conjecture is supported by analogous ceremonies performed by savages for the purpose of driving off the demons that would harm the crops. If there is any truth in this conjecture, we may suppose that as priests of a god who manifested his power in the vegetation of spring, the Sali turned their attention above all to the demons of blight and infertility, who might be thought by their maleficent activity to counteract the genial influence of the kindly god, and to endanger the farmer's prospects in the coming summer or winter. The conjecture may be supported by analogies drawn from the customs of modern European peasants as well as of savages. Thus, to begin with savages, we have seen that at the time of sowing the cons drive out the evil spirits, spoilers of the seed, from every house in the village, the expulsion being effected by young men who beat each other and strike the air violently with long sticks. If I am right in connecting the vernal and the autumnal processions of the Sali with the vernal and the autumnal sowing, the analogy between the Cond and the Roman customs would be very close. In West Africa, the fields of the king of Waida, according to an old French traveller, are hoed and sowed before any of his subjects has leave to hoe and sow a foot of his own lands. These labours are performed thrice a year. The chiefs lead their people before the king's palace at daybreak, and there they sing and dance for a full quarter of an hour. Half of these people are armed, as in a day of battle, the other half have only their farm tools. They go all together singing and dancing to the scene of their labours, and there, keeping time to the sound of the instruments, they work with such speed and neatness that it is a pleasure to behold. At the end of the day they return and dance before the king's palace. This exercise refreshes them and does them more good than all the repose they could take. From this account we might infer that the dancing was merely a recreation of the field labourers, and that the music of the band had no other object than to animate them in their work by enabling them to ply their mattocks in time to its stirring strains. But this inference, though it seems to have been drawn by the traveller who has furnished the account, would probably be erroneous. For if half of the men were armed as for war, what were they doing in the fields all the time that the others were digging? A clue to unravel the mystery is furnished by the description which a later French traveller gives of a similar scene witnessed by him near Timbo in French Guinea. He saw some natives at work preparing the ground for sowing. It is a very curious spectacle. 50 or 60 blacks in a line, with bent backs, are smiting the earth simultaneously with their little iron tools, which gleam in the sun. 10 paces in front of them, marching backwards, the women sing a well-marked air, clapping their hands as for a dance, and the hosts keep time to the song. Between the workers and the singers a man runs and dances, crouching on his hams like a clown, while he whirls about his musket and performs other manoeuvres with it. 2 others dance, also pirouetting and smiting the earth here and there with their little hoe. All that is necessary for exercising the spirits and causing the grain to sprout. Here, while the song of the women gives the time to the strokes of the hoes, the dances and other antics of the armed man and his colleagues are intended to exercise or ward off the spirits who might interfere with the diggers and so prevent the grain from sprouting. Dances of masked men in India, Borneo, and South America to promote the growth of the crops. Again, an old traveller in southern India tells us that the men of Calicut, when they wish to sow rice, observe this practice. First they plough the land with oxen, as we do, and when they sow the rice in the field, they have all the instruments of the city continually sounding and making merry. They also have 10 or 12 men clothed like devils, and these unite in making great rejoicing with the players on the instruments, in order that the devil may make the rice very productive. We may suspect that the noisy music is played and the mummers cut their capers for the purpose rather of repelling demons than of inducing them to favour the growth of the rice. However, when our information is so scanty, it would be rash to dogmatize. Perhaps the old traveller was right in thinking that the mummers personate devils. Among the Kayans of central Borneo, men disguised in wooden masks and great masses of green foliage certainly ply the part of demons for the purpose of promoting the growth of the rice just before the seed is committed to the ground, and it's notable that among the performances which they give on this occasion are war dances. Again, among the Coa and Coboya Indians of northwestern Brazil, masked men who represent spirits or demons of fertility perform dances or rather pantomimes for the purpose of stimulating the growth of plants, quickening the wombs of women, and promoting the multiplication of animals. Dances in Arakan for the sake of the crops. Further, we are told that the natives of Arakan dance in order to render propitious the spirits whom they believe to preside over the sowing and over the harvest. There are definite times for doing it, and we may say that in their eyes it is, as it were, an act of religion. Dances of the Tarahumara Indians of Mexico to procure rain for their crops. Another people who dance diligently to obtain the good crops are the Tamahuara Indians of Mexico. They subsist by agriculture, and their thoughts accordingly turn much to the supply of rain, which is needed for their fields. According to them, the favour of the gods may be won by what, for want of a better term, may be called dancing, but what in reality is a series of monotonous movements, a kind of rhythmical exercise kept up sometimes for 2 nights. By dint of such hard work, they think to prevail upon the gods to grant their prayers. The dancing is accompanied by a song of the shaman, in which he communicates his wishes to the unseen world, describing the beautiful effect of the rain, the fog, and the mist on the vegetable world. He invokes the aid of all the animals, mentoring each by name, and also calls on them, especially the deer and the rabbit, to multiply that the people may have plenty to eat. As a matter of fact, the Tamahuaras assert that the dances have been taught to them by the animals. Like all primitive people, they are close observers of nature. To them the animals are by no means inferior creatures. They understand magic and are possessed of much knowledge, and may assist the Tarahumaras in making rain. In spring, the singing of the birds, the cooing of the dove, the croaking of the frog, the chirping of the cricket, all the sounds uttered by the denizens of the green sward, are to the Indian appeals to the deities for rain. For what other reason should they sing or call? For the strange behavior of many animals in the early spring of the Tarahumares can find no other explanation but that these creatures too are interested in rain. And as the gods grant the prayers of the deer expressed in its antics and dances, and of the turkey in its curious playing, by sending the rain, they easily infer that to please the gods they too must dance as the deer and play as the turkey. From this it will be understood that dance with these people is a very serious and ceremonious matter, a kind of worship and incantation rather than amusement. Dances of the Tarahumara Indians to cause rain to fall, corn to sprout, grass to grow, and animals to multiply. The two principal dances of these Indians, the Rutuburi and the Yumari, are supposed to have been taught them by the turkey and the deer respectively. They are danced by numbers of men and women, the two sexes keeping apart from each other in the dance, while the shaman sings and shakes his rattle. But a large gathering is not necessary in order to pray to the gods by dancing. Sometimes the family dances alone, the father teaching the boys. While doing agricultural work, the Indians often depute one man to dance Yumari near the house, while the others attend to the work in the fields. It is a curious sight to see a lone man taking his devotional exercise to the tune of his rattle in front of an apparently deserted dwelling. The lonely worshipper is doing his share of the general work by bringing down the fructifying rain and by warding off disaster, while the rest of the family and their friends plant, hoe, weed, or harvest. In the evening when they return from the field, they may join him for a little while he often goes on alone, dancing all night, and singing himself hoarse. And the Indians told me that this is the very hardest kind of work, and exhausting even to them. Solitary worship is also observed by men who go out hunting deer or squirrels for a communal feast. Every one of them dances Yumari alone in front of his house for 2 hours to ensure success on the hunt, and when putting corn to sprout for the making of tesvino, the owner of the house dances for a while, and the corn may sprout well. Another dance is thought to cause the grass and funguses to grow, and the deer and rabbits to multiply, and another is supposed to draw the clouds together from the north and south so that they clash and descend in rain. Dance of the Cora Indians at the Sowing Festival. The Cora Indians of Mexico celebrate a festival of sowing shortly before they commit the seed of the maize to the ground. The festival falls in June, because that is the month when the rainy season sets in, supplying the moisture needed for the growth of the maize. At the festival, 2 old women who represent the goddesses of sowing dance side by side and imitate the process of sowing by digging holes in the earth, with long sticks and inserting the seed of the maize in the holes, whereupon a man who represents the morning star pours water on the buried seeds. This solemn dance is accompanied by the singing of an appropriate hymn, which may be compared to the song of the Arval brothers in ancient Rome. Dances and leaps of European peasants to make the corn grow tall. We have seen that in many parts of Germany, Austria, and France, the peasants are still, or were till lately, accustomed to dance and leap high in order that the crops may grow tall. Such leaps and dances are sometimes performed by the sower immediately before or after he sows the seed, but often they are executed by the people on a fixed day of the year, which in some places is Twelfth Night, the 6th of January, or Candlemas, the 2nd of February, or Walpurgis Night, that is, the Eve of May Day. But appropriately the favourite season for these performances is the last day of the carnival, namely Shrove Tuesday. In such cases the leaps and dances are performed by every man for his own behoof. He skips and jumps merely in order that his own corn, or flax, or hemp may spring up and thrive. But sometimes in modern Europe, as, if I am right, in ancient Rome, the duty of dancing for the crops was committed to bands or troops of men who cut their capers for the benefit of the whole community. For example, at Grub, in the Swiss canton of the Grisons, Graubünden, the practice used to be as follows. The peasants of Grub, we are informed, have still some hereditary customs, in that they assembled in some years, mostly at the time of the summer solstice, disguise themselves as maskers, so as to be unrecognizable, arm themselves with weapons defensive and offensive, took every man a great club or cudgel, marched in a troop together from one village to another, and executed high leaps and strange antics. They ran full tilt at each other, struck every man his fellow with all his might, so that the blow resounded, and clashed their great staves and cudgels. Hence they were called by the country folk the stopfair. These foolish pranks they played from a superstitious notion that their own corn would thrive the better. But now they've left off, and these stopfair are no longer in any repute. Another authority, after describing the custom, remarks, "With this custom was formerly connected with the belief that its observance brought a fruitful year." Dances of mummers called Perchden in Austria for the good of the crops. In the Austrian provinces of Salzburg and Tyrol, bands of mummers wearing grotesque masks with bells jingling on their persons and carrying long sticks or poles in their hands used formerly to run the leap about on certain days of the year for the purpose of procuring good crops. They were called Perchden, a name derived from Perchta, or Perched, a mythical old woman, whether goddess or elf, who is well known all over South Germany. Miss Perchta, Frau Perchta as they call her, is to be met with in Alsace, Swabia, Bavaria, Austria, and Switzerland, but nowhere perhaps so commonly as in Salzburg and the Tyrol. The mythical old woman called Perchta. In the Tyrol she appears as a little old woman with a very wrinkled face, bright lovely eyes, and a long hooked nose. Her hair is dishevelled, her garments tattered and torn. Hence they say to a slantery wench, "You are a regular Perchta." She goes about especially during the 12th days, from Christmas to Twelfth Night, Epiphany, above all on the eve of Twelfth Night, which is often called Perchta's Day. Many precautions must be observed during these mystic days in order not to incur her displeasure, for she is mischievous to man and beast. If she appears in the byre, a distemper breaks out among the cows. That is why during these days the byres must be kept very clean and store laid on the threshold. Otherwise you will find bald patches on your sheep and goats next morning. And next summer the hair which has been filched from the animals will descend in hailstones from the sky. Old Mrs. Perchta also keeps a very sharp eye on spinners during the 12 days. She inspects all distaffs and spinning wheels in the houses, and if she finds any flax or tow unspun on them, she tears it to bits, and she does not spare the lazy spinner, for she scratches her and smacks her fingers so that they bear the marks of it for the rest of her life. Indeed, she sometimes does much more, for she rips up the belly of the sluggard and stuffs it with flax. That is the punishment with which a Bavarian mother will threaten an idle jade of a girl who has some flax on her distaff on New Year's Eve. However, they say in Bavaria that if you only eat plenty of the rich juicy cakes which are baked for Mrs. Perchta on her day, the old woman's knife will glance off your body without making any impression on it. Perchta often comes not alone, but attended by many little children, who follow her as chickens waddle after the mother hen. And if you should see any little child lagging behind the rest and blubbering, you may be quite sure that the child has been baptized. On the eve of Twelfth Night, everybody should eat pancakes baked of meal and milk or water. If anybody should not do so, old Mrs. Perchta comes and slits up his stomach, takes out the other food, fills up the vacuity so created with a tangled skein of bricks, and then sews up the orifice neatly, using singly enough a ploughshare for a needle and an iron chain for thread. In other or the same places, she does the same thing to anybody who does not eat herrings and dumplings on Twelfth Night. Some say that she rides on the storm like the wild huntsman, followed by a boisterous noisy pack and carrying off people into far countries. Yet withal, old Mrs. Perchta has her redeeming qualities. Good children who spin diligently and learn their lessons she rewards with nuts and sugar plums. It has even been affirmed that she makes the ploughed land fruitful and causes the cattle to thrive. When a mist floats over the fields, the peasants see her figure gliding along in a white mantle. On the eve of Twelfth Night, good people leave the remains of their supper for her on the table, and when they have gone to bed, and all is quiet in the house, she comes in the likeness of an old wizened little woman, with all the children about her, and partakes of the broken victuals. But woe to the prying wight who peeps at her through the keyhole. Many a man has been blinded by her for a whole year as a punishment for his ill-timed curiosity. The running and leaping of the Perchden mummers on Twelfth Night. The processions of maskers who took their names of Perchden from this quaint creation of the popular fancy were known as perch-den running or perch-den leaping, from the runs and leaps which the men took in their wild headlong course through the streets and over the fields. They appear to have been held in all the alpine regions of Germany, but are best known to us in the Tyrol and Salzburg. The appropriate season for the celebration of the rite was Bechte's Day, that is, 12th night or Epiphany, the 6th of January, but in some places it was held on Shrove Tuesday, the last day of the carnival, the very day when many farmers of Central Europe jumped to make the crops grow tall. The beautiful perch-den and the ugly perch-den. Corresponding to the double character of perchta as a power for good and evil, the maskers are divided into two sets known respectively as the beautiful and the ugly perch-den. At Lienz in the Tyrol, when the maskers made their appearance on Shrove Tuesday, the beautiful perch-den were decked with ribbons, galloons, and so forth, while the ugly perch-den made themselves as hideous as they could by hanging rats and mice, chains and bells about their persons. All wore on their heads tall pointed caps with bells attached to them. Their faces were concealed by masks, and in their hands they all carried long sticks. The sticks of the beautiful perch-den were adorned with ribbons, those of the ugly perch-den ended with the heads of devils. Thus equipped, they leaped and ran about the streets and went into the houses. Among them was a clown who blew ashes and soot in people's faces through a blowpipe. It was all very merry and frolicsome, except when the wild perchta herself came, invisible to ordinary eyes, upon the scene. Then her namesakes, the perch-den, grew wild and furious too. They scattered and fled for their lives to the nearest house, for as soon as they got under the gutter of a roof, they were safe. But if she caught them, she tore them in pieces. To this day you may see the graves where the mangled bodies of her victims lie buried. When no such interruption took place, the noisy rout of maskers rushed madly about, with jingling bells and resounding cracks of whips, entering the houses, dancing here, drinking there, teasing wayfarers, or racing from village to village like the wild hunt itself in the sky, till at the close of the winter day the church bells rang the Ave Maria. Then at last the wild uproar died away into silence. Such tumultuous masquerades were thought to be very beneficial to the crops. A bad harvest would be sent down to the emission of the perch-den to skip and jump about in their usual fashion. The ugly perch-den in Salzburg. In the province of Salzburg, the perch-den mummers are also divided into two sets, the beautiful perch-den and the ugly perch-den. The ugly perch-den are, properly speaking, 12 young men in black sheepskins and wearing hoods of badger skins and grotesque wooden masks which represent either coarse human features with long teeth and horns, or else the features of fabulous animals with beaks and bristles or movable jaws. They all carry bells, both large and small, fastened to broad leathern girdles. The procession was headed by a man with a big drum, and after him came lads bearing huge torches and lanterns fastened to tall poles. For in Salzburg, or some parts of it, these mummers played their pranks by night. Behind the torch-bearers came two fools, a male and a female, the latter acted by a lad in women's clothes. The male fool carried a sausage-like roll, with which he struck at all the women or girls of his acquaintance when they showed themselves at the open doors or windows. Along with the perch-den themselves went a train of young fellows cracking whips, blowing horns, or jingling bells. The ways might be murky, and the night pitch dark, but with flaring lights the procession swept rapidly by, the men leaping along with the help of their long sticks and waking the echoes of the slumbering valley with their loud uproar. From time to time they stopped at a farm, danced and cut their capers before the house, which they were rewarded by presents of food and strong drink. To offer them money would have been an insult. By midnight the performance came to an end, and the tired maskers dispersed to their homes. The beautiful perch-den in Salzburg. The beautiful perch-den in Salzburg are attired very differently from the ugly perch-den, but their costume varies with the district. Thus, in the Pongau district, the distinctive feature of the costume is a tall and heavy framework covered with bright red cloth and decorated with a profusion of silver jewellery and filigree work. This framework is sometimes 9 or 10 feet high and 40 or 50 pounds in weight. The performer carries it above his head by means of iron supports resting on his shoulders or his back. To run or jump under the weight of such an encumbrance is impossible, The dancer had to content himself with turning round and round slowly and clumsily. Very different is the headdress of the beautiful Perchten in the Pinzgau district of Salzburg. There the performers are dressed in scarlet and wear straw hats, from which bunches of white feathers arranged like fans nod and flutter in the wind. Red shoes and white stockings complete their attire. Thus slightly equipped they hop and jump and stamp briskly in the dance. Unlike their ugly namesakes, who seem now to be extinct, the beautiful Perchten still parade from time to time among the peasantry of the Salzburg highlands, but the intervals between their appearance are irregular, varying from 4 to 7 years or more. Unlike the ugly Perchten, they wear no masks and appear in full daylight always on Perchter's Day, 12th night, the 6th of January, and the 2 following Sundays. They are attended by a train of followers who make a great din with bells, whips, pipes, horns, rattles, and chains. Amongst them, 1 or 2 clowns, clothed in white and wearing tall pointed hats of white felt with many jingling bells attached to them, play a conspicuous part. They carry each a sausage-shaped roll stuffed with tow, and with the instrument they strike lightly such women and girls among the spectators as they desire particularly to favour. Another attendant carries the effigy of a baby in swaddling bands made of linen rags, and fastened to a string. This effigy he throws at women and girls and then pulls back again, but he does this only to women and girls whom he respects and to whom he wishes well. And St. Johann, the Perchten, carried drawn swords, each attended by a lad dressed as a woman, and they are followed by men clad in black sheepskins, wearing the masks of devils and holding chains in their hands. Mrs. Andreasen on the Perchten. According to her, the processions of Perchten are intended to promote fertility by banishing the demons that would thwart it. What is the meaning of the quaint performances still enacted by the Perchten and their attendants in the Austrian highlands? The subject has been carefully investigated by a highly competent inquirer, Mrs. Andreasen. She has visited the districts, witnessed the performances, collected information, and studied the costumes. It may be well to quote her conclusion. If we inquire into the inner meaning which underlies the Perchten race and kindred processions, we must confess that it is not at first sight obvious, and that the original meaning appears blurred and indistinct. Nevertheless, from many features which they present in common, it can be demonstrated that the processions were held for the purpose of driving away demons, and had for their object to promote fertility. In favour of this view, it may be urged, first of all, that their appearance is everywhere greeted with joy, because it promises fertility and a good harvest. It is a good year, they say in Salzburg, if the processions are prevented from taking place. Dearth and a bad harvest are to be apprehended. The peasants of the Tyrol still believe that the more Perchten run about, the better will the year be, and therefore they treat them to brandy and cakes. In Lienz, when the harvest turns out ill, they say that they omitted to let the Perchten run over the fields, and for that reason the peasant in the Sarn Valley gets the Perchten to leap about on his fields, for then there will be a good year. If fertility and blessing are to be poured out on field, house, and homestead, it is obvious that everything that could hinder or harm must be averted and driven away. When we consider how even at the present time, and still more in times gone by, much that is harmful is attributed to the malevolence of invisible powers, we can readily understand why people should resort to measures which they deem effective for the purpose of disarming those malevolent beings. Now it is a common belief that certain masks possess the virtue of banning demons, and that loud noise and din are a means of keeping off evil spirits or hindering their activity. In the procession of the Perchten we see the principle of the banishment of evil carried out in practice. The people attack the evil spirits and seek to chase them away by putting on frightful masks with which they confront the demon. For one sort of malevolent spirits, one kind of mask appears suitable, and, for another, another. This spirit is daunted by his mask, and that spirit by that, and so they came to discriminate. Originally, particular masks may have been used against particular evil spirits, but in course of time they were confused. The individual taste of the maker of the mask counted for something, and so gradually it resulted in carving all kinds of horrible, fantastic, and hideous masks which had nothing in common but the general tendency to frighten away all evil spirits. The bells worn by the Perchten mummers may be intended to ban demons. In support of her view that the procession of the perch den aims chiefly at banishing demons who might otherwise blight the crops, Mrs. Andre Eisen lays stress on the bells which figure so prominently in the costume of these maskers, for the sound of bells, as she reminds us, is commonly believed to be a potent means of driving evil spirits away. The notion is too familiar to call for proof, but a single case from Central Africa may be cited as an illustration. The Tiso people who inhabit the land of rolling plains between Mount Elgon and Lake Kyoga make use of bells to exorcise a storm fiend. A person who has been injured by a flash or in the resulting fire wears bells around his ankles for weeks afterwards. Whenever rain threatens, and rain in Uganda almost always comes in company with thunder and lightning, this person will parade the village for an hour, with the jingling bells upon his legs and a wand of papyrus in his hand, and tended by as many of his family as may happen to be at hand and not employed in necessary duties. The resemblance of such men with their bells and wands to the Austrian perch den with their bells and wands is, on the theory in question, fairly close. Both of them go about to dispel demons by the sound of their bells and probably also by the blows of their rods. Bells rung to make the grass grow in spring. Whatever may be thought of their efficiency in banning fiends, certain it is that in the Tyrol, where the perch den play their pranks, the chime of bells is used for the express purpose of causing the grass to grow in spring. Thus in the lower valley of the Inn, especially in Schwaz, on the 24th of April, there reckoned St. George's Day, troops of young fellows go about ringing bells, some of which they hold in their hands, while others are attached to their persons, and the peasants say, whenever the grass ringers come, there the grass grows well, and the corn bears abundant fruit. Hence the bell ringers are welcomed and treated wherever they go. Formerly, it is said, they wore masks like the perch den, but afterwards they contented themselves with blackening their faces with soot. In other parts of the Tyrol, the bell-ringing processions take place at the carnival, but their object is the same, for it is believed that by this noisy procession, growth in general, but especially the growth of the meadows, is promoted. Again at Burgel in the Swiss canton of the Grisons, children go in procession on the 1st of March, ringing bells in order that the grass may grow. Bells rung to make the flax grow. So in Heidelsheim, on the afternoon of Ascension Day, young girls ascend the church tower and ring all the church bells in order that they may get a good harvest of flax. The girl who, hanging on the bell rope, is swung highest by the swing of the bell will get the longest flax. Here the sound of the bells as a means of promoting the growth of the flax is reinforced by the upward swing of the bell, which, carrying with it the bell ringer at the end of the rope, naturally causes the flax in like manner to rise high in the air. It is a simple piece of imitative magic, like the leaps and bounds which the peasants of Central Europe often execute for precisely the same purpose. Whips cracked to make the flax grow. Once more in various parts of the Tyrol, on Senseless Thursday, which is the last Thursday in a carnival, young men in motley attire, with whips and brooms, run about cracking their whips and making believe to sweep away the onlookers with their brooms. They are called Hutler or Hudler. The people say that if these fellows do not run about, the flax will not thrive, and that on the contrary, the more of them run about, the better will the flax grow. And where there are many of them, there will be much maize. In this custom, the cracking of the whips may be supposed to serve the same purpose as the ringing of the bells by frightening and banishing the demons of infertility and dearth. About Hall in the northern Tyrol, the ceremony of the Hudel running, as it is called, is or used to be as follows. A peasant farmer, generally well-to-do and respected, rigs himself out in motley and hides his face under a mask. Round his waist he wears a girdle crammed with rolls, while in his hands he wields a long whip from which more than 50 cracknels dangled with a string. Thus arrayed, he suddenly bursts from the alehouse door into the public view, solicited thereto by the cries of the street urchins who have been anxiously waiting for his appearance. He throws amongst them the string of cracknels, and while they are scrambling for these dainties, he lays on them most liberally with his whip. Having faithfully discharged this public duty, he marches down between rows of peasants, who have meantime taken up their positions in a long street. Amongst them he picks out one who is to run before him. The man selected for the honour accordingly takes to his heels, hotly pursued by the other with the whip, who lashes the feet of the fugitive till he comes up with him. Having run him down, he leads him back to the alehouse, where he treats him to a roll and a glass of wine. After that the masker runs a similar race with another man, and so it goes on, one race after another till the sun sets. Then the mummer doffs his mask and leads a dance in the alehouse. The object of these races is said to be to ensure a good crop of flax and maize. Certain features in these processions, or races of mummers, seem to show that the mummers represent beneficent spirits of fertility who quicken the seed in the ground and offspring in the wombs of women. In these races of mummers, whether known as Perchten or Huttler, there are certain features which it is difficult to explain on the theory that the aim of the performers is simply to drive away demons, and that the hideous masks which they assume have no other intention than that of frightening these uncanny beings. For observe that in the last example, the blows of the whip fall not on the airy swarms of invisible spirits, but on the solid persons of street urchins and sturdy yokels, who can hardly be supposed to receive the chastisement vicariously for the demons. Again, what are we to make of the rules and cracknels with which, in this case, the mummer is laden, and which he distributes among his victims, as if to console them in one part of their person for the pain which he has inflicted on another? Surely this bounty seems to invest him with something more than the purely negative character of an exerciser of evil. It appears to raise him to the positive character of a dispenser of good. The same remark applies to the action of the Perchten, who strike women lightly as a mark of friendship and regard, with the sausage-like rolls which they carry in their hands, or throw them as a mark of favour, the effigy of a baby. The only probable explanation of these practices, as Mrs. Andre Eisen rightly points out, is that the mummers thereby intend to fertilize the women whom they honour by these attentions. Here again, therefore, the maskers appear as actual dispensers of good, the bestowers of fruitfulness, not merely the averters of evil. If that is so, we seem bound to infer that these masked men represent or embody the spirits who quicken the seed both in the earth and the wombs of women. The view of W. Manhart. That was the view of W. Manhart, the highest authority on the agricultural superstitions of European peasantry. After reviewing these and many more similar processions, he concludes that if the comparison which he has instituted between them holds good, all these various mummers were intended by the original founders of the processions to represent demons of vegetation, who by their mere appearance and cries drove away the powers that hinder growth and woke to new life the slumbering spirits of the grasses and cornstalks. Thus Manhart admitted that these noisy processions of masked men are really supposed to dispel the evil spirits of blight and infertility, but at the same time he held that the men themselves originally personated vegetation spirits, and he thought it probable that the original significance of these performances was in later times misunderstood and interpreted as a simple expulsion of witches and other uncanny beings that haunt the fields. Confirmations of this view. On the whole, this conclusion of an inquirer, remarkable for a rare combination of learning, sobriety, and insight, is perhaps the most probable that can now be reached with the evidence at our disposal. It is confirmed by some of the savage masquerades, in which the maskers definitely represent spirits of fertility in order to promote the fruitfulness of the earth and of women, and it is supported by the evidence of many other rustic mummeries in Europe. For example, by the English rites of Plough Monday, in which the dancers, or rather jumpers, who wore branches of corn in their hats as they leaped into the air, are most naturally interpreted as agents or representatives of the corn spirit. It is therefore worth observing that in some places the dancers of Plough Monday, who attended the plough in its peregrinations through the streets and fields, are described as Morris dancers. The use of bells in these ceremonies. If the description is correct, it implies that they had bells attached to their costume, which would further assimilate them to the Perchten and other masqueraders of Central Europe. For the chief characteristic of the Morris dance is that the performers wear bells fastened to their legs which jingle at every step. We may suppose that if the men who ran and capered beside the plough on Plough Monday really wore bells, the original intention of this appendage to their costume was either to dispel the demons who might hinder the growth of the corn, or to waken the spirits of vegetation from their long winter sleep. The use of swords in these ceremonies. In favour of the view which sees in all these dances and mummeries rather the banishment of what is evil than the direct promotion of what is good, it may be urged that some of the dancers wear swords, a weapon which certainly seems better fitted to combat demons than to prune fruit trees or turn up the sod. Further, it deserves to be noted that many of the performances take place either on 12th day or, like the celebration of Plough Monday, very shortly after it, and that in the Lord of Misrule, who reigned from Christmas to 12th day, we have a clear trace of one of those periods of general license and suspension of ordinary government, which so commonly occur at the end of the old year, or the beginning of the new one in connection with the general expulsion of evils. These masquerades originally tended both to stimulate vegetation in spring and to expel demons. Surveying these masquerades and processions, as they have been or still are celebrated in modern Europe, we may say in general that they appear to have been originally intended both to stimulate the growth of vegetation in spring and to expel the demonic or other evil influences which were thought to have accumulated during the preceding wintral year, and that these two motives of stimulation and expulsion, blended and perhaps confused together, appear to explain the quaint costumes of the mummers, the multitudinous noises which they make, and the blows which they direct either at invisible foes or at the visible and tangible persons of their fellows. In the latter case, the beating may be supposed to serve as a means of forcibly freeing the sufferers from the demons or other evil things that cling to them unseen. Application of these conclusions to the expulsion of the old Mars in ancient Rome. To apply these conclusions to the Roman custom of expelling Mamurius Veturius, or the old Mars, every year in spring, we may say that they lend some support to the theory which sees in the old Mars the outworn deity of vegetation driven away to make room, either for a younger and more vigorous personification of vernal life, or perhaps for the return of the same deity refreshed and renovated by the treatment to which he had been subjected, and particularly by the vigorous application of the rod to his sacred person. For, as we shall see presently, King Solomon was by no means singular in his opinion of the refreshing influence of a sound thrashing. So far as the old Mars was supposed to carry away with him the accumulated weaknesses and other evils of the past year, so far would he serve as a public scapegoat, like the effigy in the Slavonic custom of carrying out death, which appears not only to represent the vegetation spirit of the past year, but also to act as a scapegoat, carrying away with it a heavy load of suffering, misfortune, and death. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, Part 6, The Scapegoat, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 6. Human Scapegoats in Classical Antiquity, Part 2. 2. The Human Scapegoat in Ancient Greece. Human scapegoats in ancient Greece, the expulsion of hunger at Cheironia. The ancient Greeks were also familiar with the use of a human scapegoat. In Plutarch's native town of Cheironia, a ceremony of this kind was performed by the chief magistrate of the town hall, and by each householder at his own home. It was called the expulsion of hunger. A slave was beaten with rods of the agnus castas, and turned out of doors with the words, "Out with hunger, and in with wealth and health." When Plutarch held the office of chief magistrate of his native town, he performed this ceremony at the town hall, and he has recorded the discussion to which the custom afterwards gave rise. The ceremony closely resembles the Japanese, Hindu, and Highland customs already described. Human scapegoats at Marseilles. But in civilized Greece, the custom of the scapegoat took darker forms than the innocent rite of which the amiable and pious Plutarch presided. Whenever Marseilles, one of the busiest and most brilliant of Greek colonies, was ravaged by a plague, a man of the poorer classes who used to offer himself as a scapegoat. For a whole year he was maintained at the public expense, being fed on choice and pure food. At the expiry of the year he was dressed in sacred garments, decked with holy branches, and led through the whole city, while prayers were uttered that all the evils of the people might fall on his head. He was then cast out of the city or stoned to death by the people outside of the walls. Human scapegoats put to death at Athens. The Athenians regularly maintained a number of degraded and useless beings at the public expense, and when any calamity such as plague, drought, or famine befell the city, they sacrificed 2 of these outcasts as scapegoats. One of the victims was sacrificed for the men and the other for the women. The former wore round his neck a string of black, the latter a string of white figs. Sometimes, it seems, the victim slain on behalf of the women was a woman. They were led about the city and then sacrificed, apparently by being stoned to death outside the city. But the sacrifices were not confined to extraordinary occasions of public calamity. It appears that every year at the festival of the Thargelia in May, 2 victims, one for the men and one for the women, were led out of Athens and stoned to death. Human scapegoats annually stoned to death at Abdera. The city of Abdera in Thrace was publicly purified once a year, and one of the burghers, set apart for the purpose, was stoned to death as a scapegoat, or vicarious sacrifice for the life of all the others. 6 days before his execution he was excommunicated, in order that he alone might bear the sins of all the people. Annual human scapegoats in Leucadia. From the Lover's Leap, a white bluff at the southern end of their island, the Leucadians used annually to hurl a criminal into the sea as a scapegoat. But to lighten his fall, they fastened live birds and feathers to him, and a flotilla of small boats waited below to catch him and convey him beyond the boundary. Probably these humane precautions were a mitigation of an earlier custom of flinging the scapegoat into the sea to drown, just as in Kuamon, the custom of letting a man slide down a rope from the top of a cliff appears to be a modification of an older practice of putting him to death. The Leucadian ceremony took place at the time of a sacrifice to Apollo, who had a temple or sanctuary on the spot. Elsewhere it was customary to cast a young man every year into the sea with a prayer, "Be thou our offscouring." The ceremony was supposed to rid the people of the evils by which they were beset, or according to a somewhat different interpretation, it redeemed them by paying the debt they owed to the sea god. Human scapegoats annually put to death at the festival of the Thargelia in Asia Minor. As practiced by the Greeks of Asia Minor in the 6th century before our era, the custom of the scapegoat was as follows. When a city suffered from plague, famine, or other public calamity, an ugly or deformed person was chosen to take upon himself all the evils which afflicted the community. He was brought to a suitable place, where dried figs, a barley loaf, and cheese were put into his hand. These he ate. Then he was beaten 7 times upon his genital organs with squills and branches of the wild fig and other wild trees, while the flutes played a particular tune. Afterwards he was burned on a pyre built of the wood of forest trees, and his ashes were cast into the sea. A similar custom appears to have been annually celebrated by the Asiatic Greeks at the harvest festival of Thargelia. Mannhardt's interpretation of the custom of beating the human scapegoat on the genitals, it was intended to free his reproductive energies from any restraint laid on them by demoniacal or other malignant agency. In the ritual just described, the scourging of the victim with squills, branches of the wild fig, and so forth, cannot have been intended to aggravate his sufferings. Otherwise, any stick would have been good enough to beat him with. The true meaning of this part of the ceremony has been explained by W. Mannhardt. He points out that the ancients attributed to squills a magical power of averting evil influences, and that accordingly they hung them up at the doors of their houses and made use of them in purificatory rites. Hence the Arcadian custom of whipping the image of Pan with squills at a festival or whenever the hunters returned empty-handed must have been meant not to punish the god, but to purify him from the harmful influences which were impeding him in the exercise of his divine functions as a god who should supply the hunter with game. Similarly, the object of beating the human scapegoat on the genital organs with squills and so on must have been to release his reproductive energies from any restraint or spell under which they might be laid by demoniacal or other malignant agency. And as the Thargelia at which he was annually sacrificed was an early harvest festival celebrated in May, we must recognize in him a representative of the creative and fertilizing god of vegetation. The representative of the god was annually slain for the purpose I have indicated, that of maintaining the divine life in perpetual vigor, untainted by the weakness of age, and before he was put to death it was not unnatural to stimulate his reproductive powers in order that these might be transmitted in full activity to his successor, the new god or new embodiment of the old god, who was doubtless supposed immediately to take the place of the one slain. Similar reasoning would lead to a similar treatment of the scapegoat on special occasions, such as drought or famine. If the crops did not answer to the expectation of the husbandman, this would be attributed to some failure in the generative powers of the god whose function was to produce the fruits of the earth. It might be thought that he was under a spell or was growing old and feeble. Accordingly, he was slain in the person of his representative with all the ceremonies already described, in order that, born young again, he might infuse his own youthful vigor into the stagnant energies of nature. On the same principle we can understand why Mamurius Veturius was beaten with rods, why the slave at the Charonian ceremony was beaten with the Agnus Custus, a tree to which magical properties were ascribed, why the effigy of death in some parts of Europe is assailed with sticks and stones, and why Babylon the criminal who played the god was scourged before he was crucified. The purpose of the scourging was not to intensify the agony of the divine sufferer, but on the contrary to dispel any malignant influences by which at the supreme moment he might conceivably be beset. W. R. Patron's view that the human scapegoats at the Thargelia personated the spirits of fig trees, and that the ceremony was a magical rite for the fertilization of fig trees, being copied from the process of caprification. Thus far, I have assumed that the human victims at the Thargelia represented the spirits of vegetation in general, but it has been well remarked by Mr. W. R. Patton that these poor wretches seem to have masqueraded as the spirits of fig trees in particular. He points out that the process of caprification, as it is called, that is, the artificial fertilization of the cultivated fig trees by hanging strings of wild figs among the boughs, takes place in Greece and Asia Minor in June about a month after the date of the Thargelia, and he suggests that the hanging of the black and white figs round the necks of the two human victims, one of whom represented the men and the other the women, may have been a direct imitation of the process of caprification designed, on the principle of imitative magic, to assist the fertilization of the fig trees. And since caprification is in fact a marriage of the male fig tree with the female fig tree, Mr. Patton further supposes that the loves of the trees may, the same principle of imitative magic, have been stimulated by a mock or even real marriage between the two human victims, one of whom appears sometimes to have been a woman. On this view, the practice of beating the human victims on their genitals with branches of wild fig trees and with squills was a charm intended to simulate the generative powers of the man and woman who for the time being personated the male and the female fig trees respectively, and who by their union in marriage, whether real or pretended, were believed to help the trees to bear fruit. This theory is confirmed by a comparison with the Roman rites of the Nonnae Capertinae. The theory is ingenious and attractive, and to some extent it is borne out by the Roman celebration of the Nonnae Capertinae, which I have described in the earlier part of this work. For on the Nonnae Capertinae, the 7th of July, the female slaves in the attire of free women feasted under a wild fig tree, cut a rod from the tree, beat each other, perhaps with a rod, and offered the milky juice of the tree to the goddess Juno Caprotina, whose surname seems to point her out as the goddess of the wild figs, Caprifucus. Here are the rites performed in July by women under the wild fig tree, which the ancients rightly regarded as a male and employed to fertilize the cultivated female fig tree, can hardly be disassociated from the caprification or artificial marriage of the fig trees, which according to Columella was best performed in July, and the blows which the women gave each other on this occasion were administered, as seems highly probable, by the rod which they cut from the wild fig tree. The parallel between the Roman and the Greek ceremony would be still closer, since the Greeks, as we saw, beat the genitals of the human victims with branches of wild fig trees. It is true that the human sacrifices which formed so prominent a feature in the Greek celebration of the Thargelia did not figure in the Roman celebration of the Nonne Capitone within historical times. Yet a trace of them may perhaps be detected in the tradition that Romulus himself mysteriously disappeared on that very day in the midst of a tremendous thunderstorm, while he was reviewing his army outside the walls of Rome at the Goat's Marsh, ad Capre Palentem. The name which suggests that the place was not far distant from the wild fig tree or the goat fig, Caprificus, as the Romans called it, where the slave women performed their curious ceremonies. The legend that he was cut in pieces by the patricians who carried away the morsels of his body under their robes and buried them in the earth exactly describes the treatment which the cons used to accord to the bodies of the human victims for the purpose of fertilizing their fields. Can the king have played at Rome the same fatal part in the fertilization of fig trees which, if Mr. Patton is right, was played in Greece by the male victim? The traditionary time, place and manner of his death all suggest it. So many coincidences between the Greek and Roman ceremonies and traditions can hardly be wholly accidental, and accordingly I incline to think that there may well be an element of truth in Mr. Patton's theory, though it must be confessed that the ancient writers who describe the Greek custom appear to regard it merely as a purification of the city and not at all as a mode of fertilizing fig trees. In similar ceremonies which combine the elements of purification and fertilization, the notion of purification apparently tends gradually to overshadow the notion of fertilization in the minds of those who practice the rites. It seems to have been so in the case of the annual expulsion of Mamurius Veturius from ancient Rome, and in the parallel procession of the Bridgeton in modern Europe. It may have been so also in the case of the human sacrifices at the Thargelia. Baiting is a mode of dispelling evil influences. The interpretation which I have adopted of the custom of baiting the human scapegoat with certain plants is supported by many analogies. We have already met with examples of a practice of baiting sick people with the leaves of certain plants or with branches in order to rid them of noxious influences. Some of the Dravidian tribes of northern India, who attribute epilepsy, hysteria, and similar maladies to demoniacal possession, endeavour to cure the sufferer by thrashing him soundly with a sacred iron chain, which is believed to have the effect of immediately expelling the demon. When a herd of camels refuses to drink, the Arabs will sometimes beat the male beasts on the back to drive away the jinn who are riding them and frightening the females. In Bicol, the southwestern part of Luzon, it was generally believed that if the evil spirit Aswang were not properly exorcised, he took possession of the bodies of the dead and tormented them. Hence, to deliver a corpse from his clutches, the native priestesses used to beat it with a brush or whisk made of the leaves of the aromatic China orange, while they chanted a certain song, throwing their bodies into contortions and uttering shrill cries, as if the evil spirit had entered into themselves. The soul of the deceased, thus delivered from the cruel tyranny of Aswang, was then free to roam at pleasure along the charming lanes or in the thick shade of the forest. Beating people to rid them of clinging ghosts. Sometimes it appears that a beating is administered for the purpose of ridding people of a ghost who may be clinging too closely to their persons. In such cases the blows, though they descend on the bodies of the living, are really aimed at the spirit of the dead, and have no other object than to drive it away, just as a coachman will flick the back of a horse with his whip to rid the beast of a fly. At a funeral in the island of Halmahera, before the coffin is lowered into the grave, all the relations whip themselves on the head and shoulders with wands made of plants, which are believed to possess the power of keeping off evil spirits. The intention of the custom is said to be to bring back their own spectres of souls and to prevent them from following the ghost. But this may fairly be interpreted to mean that the blows are directed to brushing off the ghost, who would otherwise abstract the soul of the person on whose body he was allowed to settle. The interpretation is strongly confirmed by the practice, observed by the same people on the same occasion, of throwing the trunk of a banana tree into the grave, and telling the dead man that it is a companion for him, for this practice is expressly intended to prevent the deceased from feeling lonely, and so coming back to fetch away a friend. When Mr. Batchelor returned to a hut after visiting the grave of an old Aino woman, her relations brought him a bowl of water to the door and requested him to wash his face and hands. While he did so, the woman beat him and brushed him down with sacred whittled sticks. Inayol. On inquiring into the meaning of this treatment, he discovered that it was intended to purify him from all uncleanness contracted at the grave through contact with the ghost of the deceased, and that the beating and brushing with the whittled sticks had for its object to drive away all evil influences and disease with which the ghost of the old woman might have attempted to infect him out of spite for his trespassing on her domain. The Banmanas of Senegambia think that the soul of a dead infant becomes for a time a wandering and maleficent spirit. Accordingly, when a baby dies, all the uncircumcised children of the same sex in the village run about the streets in a band, each armed with 3 or 4 supple rods. Some of them enter every house to beg, and while they are doing so, one of the troop, propping himself against the wall with his hands, is lashed by another of the children on his back or legs till the blood flows. Each of the children takes it, in turn, to be thus whipped. The object of the whipping, we are told, appears to be to preserve the uncircumcised child from being carried off by its comrade, who has just died. The severe scourgings inflicted on each other by some South American Indians at ceremonies connected with the dead may be similarly intended to chase away the dangerous ghost, who is conceived as sticking like a leech or a burr to the skin of the living. Exorcism of ghosts by means of leaves and pig's blood. The ancient Greeks employed the laurel very commonly as an instrument of ceremonial purification, and from the monuments which represent the purgation of Orestes from the guilt of matricide, it seems probable that the regular rite of cleansing a homicide consisted essentially in sprinkling him with pig's blood and beating him with a laurel bough, for the purpose, as we may conjecture, of whisking away the wrathful ghost of his victim, who was thought to buzz about him like an angry wasp in summer. If that was so, the Greek ritual of purification singularly resembles the Nicobarese ceremony of exorcism. For when a man is supposed to be possessed by devils, the Nicobarese rub him all over with pig's blood and beat him with branches of certain leaves, to which a special power of exorcising demons is attributed. As fast as each devil is thus disengaged from his person, it is carefully folded up in leaves, to be afterwards thrown into the sea by daybreak. Beating practiced by South American Indians and others as a mode of conveying good qualities. At the autumn festival in Peru, people used to strike each other with torches, saying, "Let all harm go away." Every year, when the Pleiades reappeared in the sky, the Guaycurus, an Indian nation of the Grand Chaco, held a festival of rejoicing, at which men, women, and children all thrashed each other, expecting thereby to procure health, abundance, and victory over their enemies. Indians of the Quixoes in South America, before they set out on a long hunting expedition, cause their wives to whip them with nettles, believing that this renders them fleeter and helps them to overtake the Picaris. They resort to the same proceeding as a cure for sickness. The Roucuyen Indians of French Guiana train up young people in the way they should go by causing them to be stung by ants and wasps, and at the ceremony held for this purpose, the grown-up people improve the occasion by allowing themselves to be whacked by the chief with a stick over the arms, the legs, and the chest. They appear to labour under an impression that this conveys to them all sorts of moral and physical excellences. One of the tribe, ambitious of acquiring the European virtues, begged a French traveller to be so kind as to give him a good hiding. The traveller obligingly did his best to gratify him, and the face of the Indian beamed with gratitude as the blows fell on his naked back. The Delaware Indians had 2 sovereign remedies for sin. One was an emetic, the other a thrashing. In the latter case, the remedy was administered by means of 12 different sticks, with which the sinner was belaboured from the soles of his feet up to his neck. In both cases, the sins were supposed to be expelled from the body and to pass out through the throat. At the inauguration of a king in ancient India, it was customary for the priest to strike him lightly on the back with sticks. By beating him with sticks, it was said, they guide him safely over judicial punishment. Whence the king is exempt from punishment, because they guide him safely over judicial punishment. On the 13th of December, the heathen of Haran used to receive 3, 5, or 7 blows apiece from a priest with a tamarisk branch. After the beating had been duly administered, the priests, on behalf of the whole community, prayed for long life, much offspring, power and glory over all people, and the restoration of their ancient kingdom. Beating people with instruments which possess and impart special virtues. Sometimes, in the opinion of those who resort to it, the effect of a beating is not merely the negative one of dispelling demoniac or other baleful influences. It confers positive benefits by virtue of certain useful properties supposed to inhere in the instrument with which the beating is administered. Thus, among the Kai of German New Guinea, when a man wishes to make his banana shoots bear fruit quickly, he beats them with a stick cut from a banana tree which has already borne fruit. Here it is obvious that fruitfulness is believed to inhere in a stick cut from a fruitful tree and to be imparted by contact with the young banana plants. Similarly, in New Caledonia, a man will beat his taro plant slightly with a branch, saying as he does so, "I beat this taro that it may grow," after which he plants the branch in the ground at the end of the field. Among the Indians of Brazil, at the mouth of the Amazon, when a man wishes to increase the size of his generative organ, he strikes it with the fruit of a white aquatic plant called an aninkara, which grows luxuriantly on the banks of the river. The fruit, which is inedible, resembles a banana, and is clearly chosen for this purpose on account of its shape. The ceremony should be performed 3 days before or after the new moon. In the country of Bex, in Hungary, barren women are fertilized by being struck with a stick which has first been used to separate pairing dogs. Here a fertilizing virtue is clearly supposed to be inherent in the stick and to be conveyed by contact to the women. The Torajas of Central Celebes think that the plant Dracaena terminalis has a strong soul, because when it is lopped it soon grows up again. Hence, when a man is ill, his friends will sometimes beat him on the crown of the head with Dracaena leaves in order to strengthen his weak soul with the strong soul of the plant. At Moat, in British New Guinea, small boys are beaten lightly with sticks during December to make them grow strong and hardy. Custom in Morocco of beating people with the skins of sacrificed sheep or goats. Among the Arabs of Morocco, the Great Feast, which is the annual sacrificial festival of Mohammedan peoples, is the occasion when men go about beating people with the kindly intention of healing or preventing sickness and benefiting the sufferers generally. In some tribes, the operator is muffled in the bloody skins of sacrificed sheep, and he strikes everybody within reach of him with a flap of the skin or a foot of the sheep which dangles loose from his arm. Sick people present themselves to him in order to receive the health-giving blows, and mothers bring their little children to him for the same purpose. Anybody whom he hits on the head will be free from headache, nor does he confine his attention to people. He goes about striking the tents also, in order that they too may receive their share of the blessed influence, baraka, that radiates like sunshine from a bloody sheepskin. From the costume which he wears, the masker is known as the Lion with Sheepskins, and he himself participates in the blessings which he diffuses so liberally around him. Hence, in at least one tribe, he is generally a person who suffers from some illness, because he expects to be healed by the magic virtue or holiness of the bloody skins. Similarly, as we shall see presently, in ancient Mexico, the men who masqueraded in the skins of their human victims were commonly persons who suffered from skin disease, because they thought that the bleeding skin of a man who had been killed in the character of a god must surely possess a sovereign virtue for the healing of disease. In Morocco, the skin-clad mummer sometimes operates with sticks instead of a flap of the skin, and sometimes the skins which he has muffled are those of goats instead of sheep. But in all cases the effect, or at least the intention, is probably the same. European custom of beating cattle with branches to make them healthy to drive away the witches from them. In some parts of Eastern and Central Europe, a similar custom is very commonly observed in spring. On the 1st of March, the Albanians strike men and beasts with cornel branches, believing that this is very good for their health. In March, the Greek peasants of Kos switch their cattle, saying, "It is March, now put with your tail." They think that the ceremony benefits the animals and brings good luck. It is never observed at any other time of the year. In some parts of Mecklenburg, it is customary to beat the cattle before sunrise on the morning of Good Friday with rods of buckthorn. which are afterwards concealed in some secret place where neither sun nor moon can shine on them. The belief is that though the blows light upon the animals, the pain of them is felt by the witches who are riding the beasts. In the neighbourhood of Iserlohn, in Westphalia, the herdsman rises at peep of dawn on May morning, climbs the hill, and cuts down the young rowan tree, which is the first to catch the beams of the rising sun. With this he returns to the farmyard. The heifer, which the farmer desires to quicken, is then led to the dunghill, and the herdsman strikes it over the hind quarters and hunches and the udders with a branch of the rowan tree, saying, "Quick, quick, quick, bring milk into the dugs." The sap is in the birches. The heifer receives a name. Quick, 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 bring milk into the dugs. The sap comes in the beeches. The leaf comes in the oak. Quick, 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 bring milk into the dugs. In the name of the sainted Grita, golden flower shall be thy name. And so on. The intention of the ceremony appears to be to make sure that the heifer shall in due time yield a plentiful supply of milk, and this is perhaps supposed to be brought about by driving away the witches, who are particularly apt, as we have seen, to rob the cows of their milk on the morning of May Day. The rowan tree as a protection against witchcraft. Certainly in the northeast of Scotland, pieces of rowan tree and woodbine used to be placed over the doors of the byres on May Day to keep the witches from the cows. Sometimes a single rod of rowan, covered with notches, was found to answer the purpose. An even more effectual guard against witchcraft was to tie a small cross of rowan wood by a scarlet thread to each beast's tail. Hence people said, "Rowan tree is red thread, pits the witches to their speed." In Germany, also, the rowan tree is a protection against witchcraft, and Norwegian sailors and fishermen carry a piece of it in their boats for good luck. Thus the benefit to young cows of beating them with rowan appears to be not so much the positive one of pouring milk into their udders, as merely the negative one of averting evil influence, and the same may be said of most of the beatings with which we are here concerned. European custom of beating people with branches at Easter to do them good. Easter smacks. On Good Friday and the 2 previous days, people in Croatia and Slavonia take rods with them to church, and when the service is over, they beat each other fresh and healthy. In some parts of Russia, people returning from the church on Palm Sunday beat the children and servants who have stayed at home with palm branches, saying, "Sickness into the forest, health into the bones." A similar custom is widely known under the name of Schmeckerstern, or Easter smacks, in some parts of Germany and Austria. The regions in which the practice prevails are for the most part districts in which the people either are, or once were, predominantly of Slavonic blood, such as East and West Prussia, Voigtland, Silesia, Bohemia, and Moravia. While the German population call the custom Schmeckerstern, the Slavonic inhabitants give it, according to their particular language or dialect, a variety of names which signify to beat or scourge. It is usually observed on Easter Monday, less frequently on Easter Saturday or Easter Sunday. Troops of boys or lads go from house to house on the morning of Easter Monday, beating every girl or woman whom they meet. They even make their way into the bedrooms, and if they find any girls or women still abed, they compel them with blows to get up. Even grown-up men indulge themselves in the pastime of going into the houses of friends and relations to inflict the Easter smacks. In some places, for example, in the Lobschutz district of Silesia, the boys and men further claim and exercise the right of drenching all the girls and women with water on Easter Monday, and for this purpose they generally go about armed with squirts, which are not always charged with eau de cologne. Next day, Easter Tuesday, the women have the right to retaliate on the men. However, they do not as a rule go about the streets but confine their operations to their own houses, beating and chasing from their beds any lads or men they can find lying in them. Children are less discriminating in their Easter smacks, which they bestow impartially on parents and relations, friends and strangers, without observing the subtle distinction of sex. In many places it is only the women who are privileged to receive the smacks. The instrument with which the beating is administered is in some districts such as Lithuania, Samland, and Neumark, a twig or branch of birch on which the fresh green leaves have just sprouted. If the birch trees have not budded in time, it is customary to keep the rods in pickle for days or even weeks, nursing them tenderly in warm water, and if that measure also fails, they are heated in the stovepipe. But more commonly, the instrument of torture is a branch of willow with catkins on it, which has also been nursed in warm water or the chimney so as to be ripe for execution on Easter Monday. A number of these birch or willow twigs are usually tied together into a switch and ornamented with myrtle ribbons and pieces of silk paper so that they present the appearance of a nosegay. Indeed, in northern Bohemia, spring flowers form part of the decoration. In some places, particularly in Silesia and Moravia, pieces of licorice root are substituted for willow twigs, or again in the vine-growing districts of Bohemia, vine branches are used for the same purpose. Sometimes a scourge made of leather straps of various colours take the place of a green bough. The blows are commonly inflicted on the hands and feet, and in some places, particularly in Bohemia, the victims are expected to reward their tormentors with a present of red Easter eggs. Nay, sometimes a woman is bound to give an egg for every blow she receives. In the afternoon, the lads carry their eggs to high ground and let them roll down the slope. He whose egg reaches the bottom first wins all the rest. The beating is supposed to bring good luck to the beaten, or to warrant them against flies and vermin during the summer, or to save them from pains in their back throughout the whole year. At Gilgenberg, in Masuren, the rods or bundles of twigs are afterwards laid by and used to drive the cattle out to pasture for the first time after their winter confinement. European custom of beating people with branches in their Christmas holidays, Holy Innocents' Day, etc., to do them good. In some parts of Germany and Austria, a custom like that of Easter smacks is observed at the Christmas holidays, especially on Holy Innocents' Day, the 28th of December. Young men and women beat each other mutually, but on different days with branches of fresh green, whether birch, willow, or fir. Thus, for example, among the Germans of Western Bohemia, it is customary on St. Barbara's Day, the 4th of December, to cut twigs or branches of birch and to steep them in water in order that they may put out leaves or buds. They are afterwards used by each sex to beat the other on subsequent days of the Christmas holidays. In some villages, branches of willow or cherry trees or rosemary are employed for the same purpose. With these green boughs, sometimes tied in bundles with red or green ribbons, the young men go about beating the young women on the morning of St. Stephen's Day, the 26th of December, and also on Holy Innocents' Day, the 28th of December. The beating is inflicted on the hands, feet, and face, and in New Grammaton it is said that she who is not thus beaten with fresh green will not herself be fresh and green. As the blows descend, the young men recite verses importing that the beating is administered as a compliment and in order to benefit the health of the victim. For the service which they thus render the damsels, they are rewarded by them with cakes, brandy, or money. Early in the morning of New Year's Day, the lasses pay off the lads in the same kind. A similar custom is also observed in central and southwest Germany, especially in Voigtland. Thus in Voigtland and the whole of the Saxon Erzgebirge, the lads beat the lasses and women on the second day of the Christmas holidays with something green, such as rosemary or juniper, and if possible, the beating is inflicted on the women as they lie in bed. As they beat them, the lads say, "Fresh and green, pretty and fine, gingerbread and brandy wine." The last words refer to the present of gingerbread and brandy which the lads expect to receive from the lasses for the trouble of threshing them. Next day the lasses and women retaliate on the lads and men. In Thuringen on Holy Innocents' Day, the 28th of December, children armed with rods and green boughs go about the streets beating passers-by and demanding a present in return. They even make their way into the houses and beat the maid servants. In Orlengau the custom is called whipping with fresh green. On the second day of the Christmas holidays, the girls go to their parents, godparents, relations, and friends, and beat them with fresh green branches of fir. Next day the boys and lads do the same. The words spoken while the beating has been administered are, "Good morning, fresh green, long life, you must give us a bright thallow," and so on. The intention of beating people with fresh green leaves is to renew their life and vigour. In these European customs, the intention of beating persons, especially of the other sex, with fresh green leaves appears unquestionably to be the beneficent one of renewing their life and vigour. Whether the purpose is supposed to be accomplished directly or positively by imparting the vital energy of the fresh green to the persons, or negatively and indirectly by dispelling any injurious influences, such as the machinations of witches and demons by which the persons may be supposed to be beset. The application of the blows by the one sex to the other, especially by young men to young women, suggests that the beating is or was originally intended above all to stimulate the reproductive powers of the men or women who received it, and the pains taken to ensure that the branches with which the strokes are given should have budded or blossomed out just before their services are wanted, speaks strongly in favour of the view that in these customs we have a deliberate attempt to transfuse a store of vital energy from the vegetable to the animal world. Hence the custom of beating the human victims at the Thargelia with the branches and squills was probably a charm to increase their reproductive energies. These analogies, accordingly, support the interpretation which followed my predecessors W. Manhart and Mr. W. R. Patton. I have given of the beating inflicted on the human victims at the Greek harvest festival of the Thargelia. That beating being administered to the generative organs of the victims by fresh green plants and branches is most naturally explained as a charm to increase the reproductive energies of the men or women, either by communicating to them the fruitfulness of the plants and branches, or by ridding them of maleficent influences, and this interpretation is confirmed by the observation that the two victims represented the two sexes, one of them standing for the men in general and the other for the women. The season of the year when the ceremony was performed, namely the time of the corn harvest, tallies well with the theory that the rite had an agricultural significance. Further, that it was above all intended to fertilize the fig trees is strongly suggested by the string of black and white figs which were hung round the necks of the victims, as well as by the blows which were given their genital organs with the branches of a wild fig tree. Since this procedure closely resembles the procedure which ancient and modern husbandmen in Greek lands have regularly resorted to for the purpose of actually fertilizing their fig trees. When we remember what an important part of the artificial fertilization of the date palm tree appears to have played of old, and not only in the husbandry but in the religion of Mesopotamia, there seems no reason to doubt that the artificial fertilization of the fig tree may in like manner have vindicated for itself a place in the solemn ritual of Greek religion. Hence the human victims at the Thargelia may have primarily represented spirits of vegetation. If these considerations are just, we must apparently conclude that while the human victims at the Thargelia certainly appear in later classical times to have figured chiefly as public scapegoats, who carried away with them the sins, misfortunes, and sorrows of the whole people, at an earlier time they may have been looked on as embodiments of vegetation, perhaps of the corn, but particularly of the fig trees, and that the beating with which they received and the death which they died was intended primarily to brace and refresh the powers of vegetation, then beginning to droop and languish under the torrid heat of the Greek summer. Parallel between the human sacrifices and the Thargelia and the bloody ritual of the Arician Grove. The view here taken of the Greek scapegoat, if it is correct, obviates some objection which might otherwise be brought against the main argument of this book. To the theory that the priest of Aricia was slain as a representative of the spirit of the grove, it might have been objected that such a custom has no analogy in classical antiquity. But reasons are now being given for believing that the human being periodically and occasionally slain by the Asiatic Greeks was regularly treated as an embodiment of a divinity of vegetation. Probably the persons whom the Athenians kept to be sacrificed were similarly treated as divine. That they were social outcasts did not matter. On the primitive view, a man is not chosen to be the mouthpiece or embodiment of a god on account of his high moral qualities or social rank. The divine afflatus descends equally on the good and the bad, the lofty and the lowly. If then the civilized Greeks of Asia and Athens habitually sacrificed men whom they regarded as incarnate gods, there can be no inherent improbability in the supposition that at the dawn of history a similar custom was observed by the semi-barbarous Latins in the Arician Grove. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Golden Bough, a study in magic and religion. Part 6, The Scapegoat, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 7, Killing the God in Mexico. The custom of sacrificing human representatives of the gods among the Aztecs of Mexico. By no people does the custom of sacrificing the human representative of a god appear to have been observed so commonly, as with so much solemnity, as by the Aztecs of ancient Mexico. With the ritual of these remarkable sacrifices we are well acquainted, for it has been fully described by the Spaniards who conquered Mexico in the 16th century, and whose curiosity was naturally excited by the discovery in this distant region of a barbarous and cruel religion which presented many curious points of analogy to the doctrine and ritual of their own church. They took her captive, says the Jesuit Acosta, such as they thought good, and afore they did sacrifice him unto their idols, they gave him the name of the idol to whom he should be sacrificed, and apparelled him with the same ornaments like their idol, saying that he did represent the same idol. And during the time that this representation lasted, which was for a year in some feasts, in others 6 months, and in others less, they reverenced and worshipped him in the same manner as the proper idol, and in the meantime he did eat, drink, and was merry. When he went through the streets, the people came forth to worship him, and every one brought him an alms, with children and sick folks, that he might cure them, and bless them, suffering him to do all things at his pleasure, only he was accompanied with 10 or 12 men, lest he should fly. And he, to the end he might be reverenced as he passed, sometimes sounded upon a small flute, that the people might be prepared to worship him. The feast being come, and he grown fat, they killed him, opened him, and ate him, making a solemn sacrifice of him. Sacrifice of a man in the character of the great god Tezcatlipoca, at the festival of Toxcatl, in the 5th Aztec month. This general description of the custom may now be illustrated by particular examples. Thus at the festival called Toxcatl, the greatest festival of the Mexican year, a young man was annually sacrificed in the character of Tezcatlipoca, the god of gods, after having been maintained and worshipped as a great deity in person for a whole year. According to the old Franciscan monk Sayagan, our best authority on the Aztec religion, the sacrifice of the human god fell at Easter, or a few days later, so that, if he is right, it would correspond in date as well as in character to the Christian festival of the death and resurrection of the Redeemer. More exactly he tells us that the sacrifice took place on the 5th day of the 5th Aztec month, which according to him began on the 23rd or 27th day of April. However, according to other Spanish authorities of the 16th century, the festival lasted from the 9th to the 19th of May, and the sacrifice of the human victim in the character of the god was performed on the last of these days. An eminent modern authority, Professor E. Siller, is of opinion that the festival originally celebrated the beginning of the year, and that it fell on the day when the sun, on his passage northward to the Tropic of Cancer, stood in the zenith over the city of Mexico, which in the early part of the 16th century would be the 9th or 10th day of May, Old Style, or the 19th or 20th day of May, New Style. Whatever the exact date of the celebration may have been, we are told that the feast was not made to any other end, but to demand rain. In the same manner that we solemnize the rogations, and this feast was always in May, which is the time when they have most need of rain in those countries. The training and equipment of the human god. At this festival the great god died in the person of one human representative, and came to life again in the person of another, who was destined to enjoy the fatal honour of divinity for a year, and to perish, like all his predecessors, at the end of it. The young man singled out for this high dignity was carefully chosen from among the captives on the ground of his personal beauty. He had to be of unblemished body, slim as a reed and straight as a pillar, neither too tall nor too short. If through high living he grew too fat, he was obliged to reduce himself by drinking salt water, and in order that he might behave in his lofty station with becoming grace and dignity, he was carefully trained to comport himself like a gentleman of the first quality, to speak correctly and elegantly, to play the flute, to smoke cigars, and to snuff at flowers with a dandified air. He was honourably lodged in the temple, where the nobles waited on him and paid him homage, bringing him meat and serving like a prince. The king himself saw to it that he was apparelled in gorgeous attire, for already he esteemed him as a god. Eagle down was gummed to his head, and white cock's feathers were stuck in his hair, which drooped to his girdle. A wreath of flowers like roasted maize crowned his brows, and a garland of the same flowers passed over his shoulders and under his armpits. Golden ornaments hung from his nose, golden armlets adorned his arms, golden bells jingled on his legs at every step he took, earrings of turquoise dangled from his ears, bracelets of turquoise bedecked his wrists, necklaces of shells encircled his neck and depended on his breast. He wore a mantle of network, and round his middle a rich waistcloth. When this bejewelled exquisite lounged through the streets, playing on his flute, puffing at a cigar, and smelling at a nosegay, the people whom he met threw themselves on the earth before him, and prayed to him with sighs and tears, taking up the dust in their hands and putting it in their mouths in token of the deepest humiliation and subjection. Women came forth with children in their arms and presented them to him, saluting him as a god. For he passed for our Lord God, the people acknowledged him as the Lord. All who thus worshipped him on his passage, he saluted gravely and courteously. Lest he should flee, he was everywhere attended by a guard of 8 pages in the royal livery, 4 of them with shaven crowns like the palace slaves, and 4 of them with the flowing locks of warriors. And if he contrived to escape, the captain of the guard had to take his place as a representative of the god, and to die in his stead. 20 days before he was to die, his costume was changed, and 4 damsels, delicately nurtured and bearing the names of 4 goddesses, the goddess of flowers, the goddess of the young maize, the goddess, our mother among the water, and the goddess of salt, were given him to be his brides, and with them he consorted. During the last 5 days, divine honours were showered on the destined victim. The king remained in his place while the whole court went after the human god. Solemn banquets and dances followed each other in regular succession at their appointed places. The manner of the sacrifice. On the last day, the young man, attended by his wives and pages, embarked in a canoe covered with a royal canopy, and was ferried across the lake to a spot where a little hill rose from the edge of the water. It was called the Mountain of Parting, because here his wives bade him a last farewell. Then, accompanied by his pages, he repaired to a small and lonely temple by the wayside. Like the Mexican temples in general, it was built in the form of a pyramid, and as a young man ascended the stairs, he broke at every step one of the flutes on which he had played in the days of his glory. On reaching the summit, he was seized and held down by the priests on his back upon a block of stone, while one of them cut open his breast, thrust his hand into the wound, and reaching out his heart, held it up in sacrifice to the sun. The body of the dead god was not, like the bodies of common victims, sent rolling down the steps of the temple, but was carried down to the foot, where the head was cut off and spitted on a pike. Such was the regular end of the man who personated the greatest god of the Mexican pantheon. Sacrifice of a man in the character of the great Mexican god Huitzilopochtli, in the month of May. But he was not the only man who played the part of a god and was sacrificed as such in the month of May. The great god Huitzilopochtli, or Huitzilopochtli, was also worshipped at the same season. An image of him was made out of dough in human shape, arrayed in all the ornaments of the deity, and set up in his temple. But the god had also his living representative in the person of a young man, who, like the human representative of Tezcatlipoca, personated the divinity for a whole year, and was sacrificed at the end. In the month of May it was the duty of the divine man, destined so soon to die, to lead the dances which formed a conspicuous feature of the festivities. Courtiers and warriors, old and young, danced in winding figures, holding each other by the hand, and with them danced young women, who had taken a vow to dance with roasted maize. On their heads these damsels wore crowns of roasted maize. Festoons of maize hung from their shoulders and crossed on their breasts. Their faces were painted, and their arms and legs were covered with red feathers. Dancing in this attire, the damsels were said to hold the god Huitzilopochtli in their arms, but they conducted themselves with the utmost gravity and decorum. If any man so far forgot himself as to toy with one of these maidens, the elder warriors dealt with him promptly and severely, reproaching him for the sacrilege of which he had been guilty. Sahagun compares these May dances with the dances of peasant men and women in old Castile, and the crowns of maize worn by the girls he compares with the garlands of flowers worn by rustic Castilian maidens in the month of May. So they danced till nightfall. Next morning they danced again, and in the course of the day the man who represented the god Huitzilopochtli was put to death. He had the privilege of choosing the hour when he was to die. When the fatal moment drew near, they clothed him in a curious dress of paper painted all over with black circles. On his head they clapped a paper mitre decked with eagle feathers and nodding plumes, among which was fastened a blood-stained obsidian knife. Thus attired, with golden bells jingling at his ankles, he led the dance at all the balls of the festival, and thus attired he went to his death. The priest seized him, stretched him out, gripped him tight, cut at his heart, and held it up to the sun. His head was severed from the trunk and sparked beside the head of the other human god, who had been sacrificed not long before. Sacrifice of a man in the character of the great Mexican god Quetzalcoatl in the month of February. In Cholula, a wealthy trading city of Mexico, the merchants worshipped a god named Quetzalcoatl. His image, set upon a richly decorated altar or pedestal in a spacious temple, had the body of a man but the head of a bird, with a red beak surmounted by a crest. The face dyed yellow, with a black band running from the eyes to below the beak, and the tongue lolling out. On its head was a paper mitre painted black, white, and red. On its neck a large golden jewel in the shape of butterfly wings. About its body a feather mantle, black, red, and white. Golden socks and golden sandals encased its legs and feet. In the right hand the image wielded a wooden instrument like a sickle, and in the left a buckler covered with the black and white plumage of sea-birds. The festival of this god was celebrated on the 3rd day of February. 40 days before the festival, the merchants bought a slave well proportioned, without any fault or blemish, either of sickness or of hurt, whom they did attire, with the ornaments of the idol, that he might represent it 40 days. Before his clothing they did cleanse him, washing him twice in a lake, which they called the Lake of the Gods. And being purified, they attired him like the idol. During these 40 days he was much respected for his sake whom he represented. By night they did imprison him, as hath been said, lest he should fly, and in the morning they took him out of prison, setting him upon an eminent place, where they served him, giving him exquisite meats to eat. After he had eaten, they put a chain of flowers about his neck, and many nosegays in his hands. He had a well-appointed guard, with much people to accompany him. When he went through the city, he went dancing and singing through all the streets, that he might be known for the resemblance of their god. And when he began to sing, the women and little children came forth of their houses to salute him, and to offer unto him as to their god. 2 old men of the ancients of the temple came unto him 9 days before the feast, and humbling themselves before him, they said with a low and submissive voice, Sir, you must understand that 9 days hence the exercise of dancing and singing doth end, and thou must then die. And then he must answer, In a good hour. They call this ceremony Nihilo Maxilt Alistli, which is to say, the advertisement. And when they did thus advertise him, they took very careful heed whether he were sad, or if he danced as joyfully as he was accustomed. The which, if he did not as cheerfully as they desired, they made a foolish superstition in this manner. They presently took the sacrificing razors. the which they washed and cleansed from the blood of men which remained of the former sacrifices. Of this washing they made a drink mingled with another liquor made of cacao, giving it him to drink. They said that this would make him forget what had been said unto him, and would make him in a manner insensible, returning to his former dancing and mirth. They said, moreover, that he would offer himself cheerfully to death, being enchanted with this drink. The cause why they sought to take from him this heaviness was, for that they held it for an ill augury, and a foretelling of some great harm. The day of the feast being come, after they had done him much honour, sung, and given him incense, the sacrificers took him about midnight, and did sacrifice him, as hath been said, offering his heart unto the moon, the which they did afterwards cast against the idol, letting the body fall to the bottom of the stairs of the temple, where such as had offered him took him up, which were the merchants whose feast it was. Then having carried him into the chiefest man's house amongst them, the body was dressed with divers sauces, to celebrate at the break of day the banquet and dinner of the feast, having first bid the idol good morrow with a small dance, which they made whilst the day did break, and that they prepared the sacrifice. Then did all the merchants assemble at this banquet, especially those which made it a traffic to buy and sell slaves, who were bound every year to offer one for the resemblance of their god. The idol was one of the most honoured in all the land, and therefore the temple where he was of great authority. Sacrifice of a woman in the character of the Mexican goddess of salt in the month of June. The honour of living for a short time in the character of a god and dying a violent death in the same capacity was not restricted to men in Mexico. Women were allowed, or rather compelled, to enjoy the glory and to share the doom as representatives of goddesses. Thus, in the 7th month of their year, which corresponded roughly to June, the Aztecs celebrated a festival in honour of Huixtolquitl, the goddess of salt. She was said to be a sister of the rain gods, but having quarrelled with them, she was banished and driven to take up her abode in the salt water. Being of ingenious turn of mind, she invented the process of extracting salt by means of pans. Hence she was worshipped by all salt makers as their patron goddess. Her garments were yellow. On her head she wore a mitre surmounted by bunches of wavering green plumes, which shone with greenish iridescent hues in the sun. Her robe and petticoats were embroidered with patterns simulating the waves of the sea. Golden earrings in the form of flowers dangled at her ears. Golden bells jingled at her ankles. In one hand she carried a round shield painted with the leaves of a certain plant and adorned with drooping fringes of parrots' feathers. In the other hand she carried a stout baton ending in a knob and bedecked with paper, artificial flowers and feathers. For 10 days before her festival a woman personated the goddess and wore her gorgeous costume. It was her duty during these days to lead the dances which at this season were danced by the women and girls of the salt makers. They danced, young, old, and children, in a ring, all holding a cord, their heads crowned with garlands of a fragrant flower, Artemisia lecinata, and singing airs in a shrill soprano. In the middle of the ring danced the woman who represented the goddess, with her golden bells jingling at every step, brandishing her shield, and marking the time of the dance and song with her baton. On the last day, the eve of the festival, she had to dance all night without resting till break of day, when she was to die. Old women supported her in the weary task, and they all danced together, arm in arm. With her, too, danced the slaves who were to die with her in the morning. When the hour was come, they led her, still personating the goddess, up the steps of the temple of Tlaloc, followed by the doomed captives. Arrived at the summit of the pyramid, the butchery began with the captives, while the woman stood looking on. Her turn being come, they threw her on her back on the block, and while 5 men held her down and 2 others compressed her throat with a billet of wood or the sword of a swordfish to prevent her from screaming, the priest cut open her breast with his knife, and thrusting his hand into the wound, tore out her heart and flung it into a bowl. When all was over, the salt makers who had witnessed the sacrifice went home to drink and make merry. Sacrifice of a woman in the character of the Mexican goddess of the young maize about midsummer. Again in the 8th month of the Mexican year, which answered to the latter end of June and the early part of July, The Aztecs sacrificed a woman who personated Xilolen, the goddess of the young maize cobs, Xilotl. The festival at which the sacrifice took place was held on the 10th day of the month, about the time when the maize is nearly ripe, and when fibers shooting forth from the green ear show that the grain is fully formed. For 8 days before the festival, men and women, clad in rich garments and decked with jewels, danced and sang together in the courts of the temples, which were brilliantly illuminated for the purpose. Rows of tall braziers sent up a flickering blaze, and torch-bearers held aloft huge torches of pine wood. Some of the dancers themselves carried heavy torches, which flared and spluttered as they danced. The dances began at sundown and lasted till about 9 o'clock. None but tried and distinguished warriors might take part in them. The women wore their long hair hanging loose on their back and shoulders, in order that the tassels of the maize might likewise grow long and loose, for the more tassels, the more grain in the ear. Men and women danced holding each other by the hand, with their arms round each other's waists, marking time exactly with their feet to the music of the drums, and moving out and in among the flaming braziers and torches. The dances were strictly decorous. If any man was detected making love to one of the women dancers, he was publicly disgraced, severely punished, and never allowed to dance and sing in public again. On the eve of the festival, the woman who was to die in the character of the goddess of the young maize was arrayed in the rich robes and splendid jewels of the divinity whom she impersonated. The upper part of her face was painted red, and the lower part yellow, probably to assimilate her to the ruddy and orange hues of the ripe maize. Her legs and arms were covered with red feathers. She wore a paper crown decked with a bunch of feathers, necklaces of gems, and gold encircled her neck. Her garments were embroidered with quaint figures. Her shoes were striped with red. On her left hand she held a round shield, in her right a crimson baton. Thus arrayed, she was led by other women to offer incense in 4 different places. All the rest of the night she and they danced and sang in front of the temples of the goddess Xilolen, whose living image she was supposed to be. In the morning the nobles danced a solemn dance by themselves, leaning or making believe to lean on stalks of maize. The women, pranked with garlands and festoons of yellow flowers, danced also by themselves along with the victim. Among the priests, the one who was to act as executioner wore a fine bunch of feathers on his back. Another shook a rattle before the doomed woman as she mounted up the steps to the temple of Xintiotl, the goddess of the maize. On reaching the summit she was seized by a priest, who threw her on his back, while the sacrificer severed her head from her body, tore out her heart, and threw it in a saucer. When this sacrifice had been performed in honor of Xilolen, the goddess of the young maize, the people were free to eat the green ears of maize and the bread that was baked of it. No one would have dared to eat of these things before the sacrifice. Sacrifice of a woman in the character of the Mexican goddess, Our Mother, on Christmas Day. Again in the 17th month of the Mexican year, which corresponded to the latter part of December and the early part of January, the Aztecs sacrificed a woman who personated the goddess Limatecutli, or Tonan, which means Our Mother. Her festival fell on Christmas Day, the 25th of December. The image of the goddess wore a 2-faced mask with large mouths and protruding eyes. The woman who represented her was dressed in white robes and shod with white sandals. Over her white mantle she wore a leathern jerkin, the lower edge of which was cut into a fringe of straps, and to the end of each strap was fastened a small shell. As she walked, the shells clashed together and made a noise which was heard afar off. The upper half of her face was painted yellow and the lower half black, and she wore a wig. In her hand she carried a round whitewashed shield decorated in the middle with a circle of eagle feathers, while white heron plumes ended in eagle feathers drooped from it. Thus arrayed and personating the goddess, the woman danced alone to music played by old men, and as she danced she sighed and wept at the thought of the death that was so near. At noon or a little later the dance ceased, and when the sun was declining in the west, they led her up the long ascent to the summit of Huitzilopochtli's temple. Behind her marched the priests, clad in the trappings of all the gods, with masks on their faces. One of them wore the costume of the mask of the goddess Illimekutli, whom the victim also represented. On reaching the lofty platform which crowned the pyramidal temple, They slew her in the usual fashion, wrenched out her heart, and cut off her head. The drooping head was given to the priest, who wore the costume and mask of the goddess, and waving it up and down, he danced round the platform, followed by all the other priests in the attire and masks of the gods. When the dance had lasted a certain time, the leader gave the signal, and they all trooped down the long flight of stairs to disrobe themselves and deposit the masks and costumes in the chapels where they were usually kept. Next day the people indulged in a certain pastime. Men and boys furnished themselves with little bags or nets stuffed with paper, flowers of gillingale, or green leaves of maize, which they tied to strings, and used them as instruments to strike any girl or woman they might meet in the streets. Sometimes 3 or 4 urchins would gather round one girl, beating her till she cried. But some shrewd wenches went about that day armed with sticks, with which they retaliated smartly on their assailants. It was a penal offence to put stones or anything else that could hurt in the bags. Sacrifice of a woman in the character of the Mexican goddess, the mother of the gods, at the end of August or beginning of September. In the preceding custom, what are we to make of the sacrifice of a woman who personated the goddess by a man who also wore the costume and mask of the goddess, and who immediately after the sacrifice danced with the bleeding head of the victim? Perhaps the intention of the strange rite was to represent the resurrection of the slain goddess in the person of the priest, who wore her costume and mask, and dangled the severed head of her slaughtered representative. If that was so, it would explain another and still ghastlier rite, in which the Mexicans seem to have set forth the doctrine of the divine resurrection. This was to skin the slain woman who had personated the goddess, and then to clothe in the bloody skin a man who pranced about in it, as if he were the dead woman, or rather goddess, come to life again. Thus in the 11th Mexican month, which corresponded to the latter part of August and the early part of September, they celebrated a festival in honor of a goddess called the Mother of the Gods, Teteo Inan, or our ancestress, Tuki, or the Heart of the Earth, and they sacrificed a woman clad in the costume and ornaments of the goddess. She was a slave bought for the purpose by the guilds of physicians, surgeons, bloodletters, midwives, and fortune-tellers, who particularly worshipped this deity. When the poor wretch came forth decked in all the trappings of the goddess, the people, we are told, looked on her as equivalent to the Mother of the Gods herself, and paid her as much honour and reverence as if she had indeed been that great divinity. For 8 days they danced silently in 4 rows, if dance it could be called, in which the dancers scarcely stirred their legs and bodies, but contented themselves in moving their hands, in which they held branches of blossoms, up and down in time to the tuck of drum. These dances began in the afternoon and lasted till the sun went down. No one might speak during their performance. Only some lively youths mimicked, by a booming murmur of the lips, the rub-a-dub of the drums. When the dances were over, the medical women, young and old, divided themselves into 2 parties and engaged in a sham fight before the woman who acted the part of the Mother of the Gods. This they did to divert her and keep her from being sad and shedding tears, for if she wept, they deemed it an omen that many men would die in the battle and many women in childbed. The fight between the women consisted in throwing balls of moss, leaves, and flowers at each other, and she who personated the goddess led one of the parties to the attack. These mock battles lasted 4 days. The farewell to the market. After that they led the woman who was to die to the marketplace, that she might bid it farewell, and by way of doing so she scattered the flour of maize wherever she went. The priests then attended her to a building near the temple in which she was to be sacrificed. The knowledge of her doom was kept from her as far as possible. The medical woman and the midwives comforted her, saying, "Be not cast down, sweetheart. This night thou shalt sleep with the king, therefore rejoice." Then they put on her the ornaments of the goddess, and at midnight led her to the temple where she was to die. On the passage not a word was spoken, not a cough was heard. Crowds were gathered to see her pass, but all kept a profound silence. Arrived at the summit of the temple, she was hoisted on the back of one priest, while another adroitly cut off her head. The skin of the sacrificed woman flayed and worn by a man who personated the goddess. The body, still warm, was skinned, and a tall, robust young man clothed himself in the bleeding skin and so became in turn a living image of the goddess. One of the woman's thighs was flayed separately and the skin carried to another temple, where a young man put it over his face as a mask and so personated the maize goddess Sintiotl, daughter of the mother of the gods. Meantime the other, clad in the rest of the woman's skin, hurried down the steps of the temple. The nobles and warriors fled before him, carrying blood-stained besoms of couch grass, but turned to look back at him from time to time and smote upon their shields as if to bid him come on. He followed hard after them, and all who saw that flight and pursuit quaked with fear. On arriving at the foot of the temple of Huitzilopochtli, the man who wore the skin of the dead woman and personated the mother of the gods lifted up his arms and stood like a cross before the image of the god. This action he repeated 4 times. Then he joined the man who personated the maize goddess Sintuotl, and together they went slowly to the temple of the mother of the gods, where the woman had been sacrificed. All this time it was night. Next morning at break of day, the woman who personated the mother of the gods took up his post on the highest point of the temple. There they decked him in all the gorgeous trappings of the goddess and set a splendid crown on his head. Then the captives were set in a row before him, and arrayed in all the finery, he slaughtered 4 of them with his own hand. The rest he left to be butchered by the priests. A variety of ceremonies and dances followed. Amongst others, the blood of the human victims was collected in a bowl and set before the man who personated the mother of the gods. He dipped his finger into the bowl and then sucked his bloody finger, and when he had sucked it, he bowed his head and uttered a dolorous groan, whereat the Indians believed the earth itself shook and trembled, as did all who heard it. Finally, the skin of the slain woman and the skin of her thigh were carried away and deposited separately at 2 towers, one of which stood at the border of the enemy's country. Young girl chosen to personate the Mexican goddess of the maize, Chicomecohotl. This remarkable festival in honor of the mother of the gods is said to have been immediately preceded by a similar festival in honor of the maize god, Chicomecohotl. The image of this goddess was of wood and represented her as a girl of about 12 years of age wearing feminine ornaments painted in gay colors. On her head was a pasteboard mitre. Her long hair fell on her shoulders. In her ears she had golden earrings. Round her neck she wore a necklace of golden maize cobs strung on a blue ribbon, and in her hands she held the likeness of maize cobs made of feathers and garnished with gold. Her festival, which was observed throughout the whole country with great devotion on the 15th day of September, was preceded by a strict fast of 7 days, during which old and young, sick and whole, ate nothing but broken victuals and dry bread, and drank nothing but water, and did penance by drawing blood from their ears. The blood so drawn was kept in vessels, which were not scoured, so that a dry crust formed over it. On the day before the fast began, the people ate and drank to their heart's content, and they sanctified a woman to present at Tlachtiltan, the goddess of lepers, dressing her up in an appropriate costume. When the fast was over, the high priest of the temple of Tlaloc sacrificed the woman in the usual way by tearing out her heart and holding it up as an offering to the sun. Her body, with all the robes and ornaments she had worn, was cast into a well or vault in the temple, and along with the corpse were thrown in all the plates and dishes out of which the people had eaten, and all the mats which they had sat or slept during the fast, as if, says the historian, they had been infected with the plague of leprosy. After that the people were free to eat bread, salt and tomatoes, and immediately after the sacrifice of the woman who personated the goddess of leprosy, they sanctified a young girl of 12 or 13 years, the prettiest they could find, to represent the maize goddess, Chicomecohotl. They invested her with the ornaments of the goddess, putting the mitre on her head and the maize cobs round her neck and in her hands, and fastening a green feather upright on the crown of her head to imitate an ear of maize. This they did, we are told, in order to signify that the maize was almost ripe at the time of the festival. But but because it was still tender, they chose a girl of tender years to play the part of the maize goddess. The whole long day they led the poor child in all her finery, with a green plume nodding on her head, from house to house, dancing merrily to cheer people after the dullness and privations of the fast. Adoration of the girl who personated the goddess of the maize. In the evening all the people assembled at the temple, the courts of which they lit up by a multitude of lanterns and candles. There they passed the night without sleeping, and at midnight, while the trumpets, flutes, and horns discoursed solemn music, a portable framework, or palanquin, was brought forth, bedecked with festoons of maize cobs and peppers, and filled with seeds of all sorts. This the bearers set down at the door of the chamber in which the wooden image of the goddess stood. Now the chamber was adorned and wreathed, both outside and inside, with wreaths of maize cobs, peppers, pumpkins, roses, and seeds of every kind, a wonder to behold. The whole floor was covered deep with these verdant offerings of the pious. When the music ceased, a solemn procession came forth of priests and dignitaries, with flaring lights and smoking censers, leading in their midst the girl who played the part of the goddess. Then they made her mount the framework, where she stood upright on the maize and peppers and pumpkins with which it was strewed, her hands resting on 2 banisters to keep her from falling. Then the priests swung the smoking censers round her. The music struck up again, and while it played, a great dignitary of the temple suddenly stepped up to her with a razor in his hand, and adroitly shore off the green feather she wore on her head, together with her hair in which it was fastened, snipping the lock off by the root. The feather and her hair he then presented to the wooden image of the goddess with great solemnity and elaborate ceremonies, weeping and giving her thanks for the fruits of the earth and the abundant crops which she had bestowed on the people that year. And as he wept and prayed, all the people standing in the courts of the temple wept and prayed with him. When that ceremony was over, the girl descended from the framework and was escorted to the place where she was to spend the rest of the night. But all the people kept watch at the courts of the temple by the light of torches till break of day. The girl who personated the goddess of the maize carried in procession and worshipped with offerings of human blood. The morning being come, and the courts of the temple being still crowded by the multitude, who would have deemed it sacrilege to quit the precincts, the priests again brought forth the damsel attired in the costume of the goddess, with the mitre on her head and the cobs of maize about her neck. Again she mounted the portable framework, or palanquin, and stood on it, supporting herself by her hands on the banisters. When the elders of the temple lifted it on their shoulders, and while some swung burning censers and others played on instruments or sang, they carried it in procession through the great courtyard to the hall of the god Huitzilopochtli, and then back to the chamber, where stood the wooden image of the maize goddess, whom the girl personated. There they caused the damsel to descend from the palanquin, and to stand on the heaps of corn and vegetables that had been spread in profusion on the floor of the sacred chamber. While she stood there, all the elders and nobles came in a line, one behind the other, carrying the source of dry and clotted blood which they had drawn from their ears, by way of penance during the 7 days' fast. One by one they squatted on their haunches before her, which was the equivalent of falling on their knees with us, and scraping the crust of blood from the saucer, cast it down before her as an offering in return for the benefits which she, as the embodiment of the maize goddess, had conferred upon them. When the men had thus humbly offered their blood to the human representative of the goddess, the women, forming a long line, did so likewise, each of them dropping on her hams before the girl and scraping her blood from the saucer. The ceremony lasted a long time, for great and small, young and old, all without exception, had to pass before the incarnate deity and make their offering. When it was over, the people returned home, with glad hearts to feast on flesh and viands of every sort as merry, we are told, as good Christians at Easter partake of meat and other carnal mercies after the long abstinence of Lent. And when they had eaten and drunk their fill and rested after the night watch, they returned quite refreshed to the temple to see the end of the festival. And the end of the festival was this: the human representative of the maize goddess put to death on a heap of corn, and her skin flayed and worn by a priest. The multitude being assembled, the priest solemnly incensed the girl who personated the goddess. Then they threw her on her back on the heap of corn and seeds, cut off her head, caught the gushing blood in a tub and sprinkled the blood on the wooden image of the goddess, the walls of the chamber, and the offerings of corn, peppers, pumpkins, seeds, and vegetables which cumbered the floor. After that they flayed the headless trunk, and one of the priests made shift to squeeze himself into the bloody skin. Having done so, they clad him in all the robes which the girl had worn. They put the mitra on his head, the necklace of golden maize cobs about his neck, the maize cobs of feathers and gold in his hands, and thus arrayed they led him forth in public, all of them dancing to the tuck of drum, while he acted as fugleman, skipping and posturing at the head of the procession as briskly as he could be expected to do, incommoded as he was by the tight and clammy skin of the girl and by her clothes, which must have been much too small for a grown man. Identification of the human victim with the goddess of maize whom she personated. In the foregoing custom, the identification of the young girl with the maize goddess appears to be complete. The golden maize cobs which she wore round her neck, the artificial maize cobs which she carried in her hands, the green feather which she stuck in her hair in imitation, we are told, of a green ear of maize, all set her forth as a personification of the corn spirit, and we are expressly informed that she was specially chosen as a young girl to represent the young maize, which at the time of the festival had not yet fully ripened. Further, her identification with the corn and the corn goddess was clearly announced by making her stand on the heaps of maize and there receive the homage and blood offerings of the whole people, who thereby returned her thanks for the benefits which no character of a divinity she was supposed to have conferred upon them. Once more, the practice of beheading her on a heap of corn and seeds and sprinkling her blood, not only on the image of the maize goddess, but on the piles of maize, peppers, pumpkins, seeds, and vegetables, can seemingly have had no other object but to quicken and strengthen the crops of corn and fruits of the earth in general by infusing into their representatives the blood of the corn goddess herself. The analogy of this Mexican sacrifice, the meanings of which appears to be indisputable, may be allowed to strengthen the interpretation which I have given of other human sacrifices offered for the crops. If the Mexican girl whose blood was sprinkled on the maize indeed personated the maize goddess, it becomes more than ever probable that the girl whose blood the Bornese similarly sprinkled on the seed corn personated in like manner the female spirit of the corn, and so with the other human beings whom our races have slaughtered for the sake of promoting the growth of the crops. The resurrection of the maize goddess set forth by the wearing of the skin of her human representative. Lastly, the concluding act of the sacred drama, in which the body of the dead maize goddess was flayed and her skin worn, together with all her sacred insignia, by a man who danced before the people in this grim attire, seems to be best explained on the hypothesis that it was intended to ensure that the divine death should be immediately followed by the divine resurrection. If that was so, we may infer with some degree of probability that the practice of killing a human representative of a deity has commonly, perhaps always, been regarded merely as a means of perpetuating the divine energies in the fullness of youthful vigour, untainted by the weakness and fragility of age, from which they must have suffered if the deity had been allowed to die a natural death. Xipe, the flayed god, and the Mexican festival of the flaying of men. This interpretation of the Mexican custom of flaying human beings and permitting or requiring other persons to parade publicly the skins of the victims may perhaps be confirmed by a consideration of the festival at which this strange rite was observed on the largest scale, and which accordingly went by the name of the Festival of the Flaying of Men, Tlacaxtli Pelutzilzi. It was celebrated in the second month of the Aztec year, which corresponded to the last days of February and the early part of March. The exact day of the festival was the 20th of March, according to one pious chronicler, who notes with unction that the bloody rite fell only one day later than the feast which Holy Church solemnizes in honor of the glorious Saint Joseph. The god whom the Aztecs worshipped in this strange fashion was named Xipe, the Flayed One, or Totec, our Lord. On this occasion he also bore the solemn name of Eoluan, he who drinks in the night. His image was of stone and represented him in human form, with his mouth open, as if in the act of speaking. His body was painted yellow on one side and drab on the other. He wore the skin of a flayed man over his own, with the hands of the victim dangling at his wrists. On his head he had a hood of various colours, and about his loins a green petticoat reaching to his knees with a fringe of small shells. In his 2 hands he grasped a rattle like the head of a poppy with the seeds in it, while on his left arm he supported a yellow shield with a red rim. At his festival the Mexicans killed all the prisoners they had taken in war, men, women, and children. The number of the victims was very great. A Spanish historian of the 16th century estimated that in Mexico more people used to be sacrificed on the altar than died a natural death. All who were sacrificed to Xipe, the flayed god, were themselves flayed, and men who had made a special vow to the god put on the skins of the human victims and went about the city in that guise for 20 days, being everywhere welcomed and revered as living images of the deity. 40 days before the festival, according to the historian Duran, they chose a man to personate the god, clothed him in all the insignia of the divinity, and led him about in public, doing him as much reverence all these days as if he had really been what he pretended to be. Moreover, every parish of the capital did the same. Each of them had its own temple and appointed its own human representative for the deity, who received the homage and worship of the parishioners for 40 days. The Human Shambles. On the day of the festival, these mortal gods and all the other prisoners, with the exception of a few who were reserved for a different death, were killed in the usual way. The scene of the slaughter was the platform on the summit of the god Huitzilopochtli's temple. Some of the poor wretches fainted when they came to the foot of the steps and had been dragged up the long staircase by the hair of their heads. Arrived at the summit, they were slaughtered one by one on the sacrificial stone by the high priest, who cut open their breasts, tore out their hearts, and held them up to the sun, in order to feed the great luminary with these bleeding relics. Then the bodies were sent rolling down the staircase, clattering and turning over and over like gourds as they bumped from step to step till they reached the bottom. There they were received by other priests, or rather human butchers, who, with a dexterity acquired by practice, slit the back of each body from the nape of the neck to the heels and peeled off the whole skin in a single piece as neatly as if it had been a sheepskin. The skinless body was then fetched away by its owner, that is, by the man who had captured the prisoner in war. He took it home with him, carved it, sent one of the thighs to the king, and other joints to friends, or invited them to come and feast on the carcass in his house. The holy beggars clad in the skins of the flayed human victims. The skins of the human victims were also a perquisite of their captors, and were lent or hired out by them to men who had made a vow of going about clad in the hides for 20 days. Such men clothed in the reeking skins of the butchered prisoners were called Shishepeme, or Tototectin, after the god Xipe or Totec, whose living image they were esteemed and whose costume they wore. Among the devotees who bound themselves to this pious exercise were persons who suffered from loathsome skin diseases, such as smallpox, abscesses, and the itch, and among them there was a fair sprinkling of debauchees who had drunk themselves nearly blind and hoped to recover the use of their precious eyes by parading for a month in this curious mantle. Thus arrayed, they went from house to house throughout the city, entering everywhere and asking alms for the love of God. On entering a house, each of these revered palmers was made to sit on a heap of leaves. Festoons of maize and wreaths of flowers were placed round his body, and he was given wine to drink and cakes to eat. And when a mother saw one of these filthy but sanctified ruffians passing along the street, she would run to him with her infant and put it in his arms, that he might bless it, which he did with unction, receiving an alms from the happy mother in return. The earnings of these begging friars on their rounds were sometimes considerable, for the rich people rewarded them handsomely. Whatever they were, the collectors paid them into the owners of the skins, who thus made a profit by hiring out these valuable articles of property. Every night the wearers of the skins deposited them in the temple and fetched them again next morning when they set out on their rounds. At the end of the 20 days the skins were dry, hard, shriveled and shrunken, and they smelled so villainously that people held their noses when they met the holy beggars arrayed in their fetid mantles. The time being come to rid themselves of these encumbrances, the devotees walked in solemn procession, wearing the rotten skins and stinking like dead dogs, to the temple called Yopiko, where they stripped themselves of the hides and plunged them into a tub or vat, after which they washed and scrubbed themselves thoroughly, while their friends smacked their bare bodies loudly with wet hands in order to squeeze out the human grease with which they were saturated. Finally the skins were solemnly buried as holy relics in a vault of the temple. The burial service was accompanied by chanting and attended by the whole people, and when it was over, one of the high dignitaries preached a sermon to the assembled congregation in which he dwelt with pathetic eloquence on the meanness and misery of human existence, and exhorted his hearers to lead a sober and quiet life, to cultivate the virtues of reverence, modesty, humility, and obedience, to be kind and charitable to the poor and to strangers. He warned them against the sins of robbery, fornication, adultery, and covetousness, and kindling with the glow of his oratory, he passionately admonished, entreated, and implored all who heard him to choose the good and shun the evil, drawing a dreadful picture of the ills that would overtake the wicked here and hereafter, while he painted in alluring colours the bliss in store for the righteous and the rewards they might expect to receive at the hands of the deity in the life to come. Various Mexican gods personated by the men clad in the skins of the human victims. While most of the men who masqueraded in the skins of the human victims appear to have personated the flayed god Xipe, whose name they bore in the form Xixipeme, others assumed the ornaments and bore the names of other Mexican deities, such as Huitzilopochtli and Quetzalcoatl. The ceremony of investing them with the skins and the insignia of divinity was called Nezcotlicuitzli, which means to think themselves gods. Amongst the gods thus personated was Toltec. His human representative wore, over the skin of the flayed man, all the splendid trappings of the deity. On his head was placed a curious crown decorated with rich feathers, a golden crescent dangled from his nose, golden earrings from his ears, and a necklace of hammered gold encircled his neck. His feet were shod in red shoes decorated with quail's feathers. His loins were begirt with a petticoat of gorgeous plumage, and on his back 3 small paper flags fluttered and rustled in the wind. In his left hand he carried a golden shield, and in his right a rattle, which he shook and rattled as he walked with a majestic dancing step. Seats were always prepared for this human god, and when he sat down they offered him a paste made of uncooked maize flour. Also they presented to him little bunches of cobs of maize, chosen from the seed corn, and he received as offerings the first fruits and the first flowers of the season. Men roasted alive as images of the fire god. In the 18th and last month of the year, which fell in January, the Mexicans held a festival in honor of the god of fire. Every 4th year the festival was celebrated on a grand scale by the sacrifice of a great many men and women, husbands and wives, who were dressed in the trappings of the fire god and regarded as his living images. Bound hand and foot, they were thrown alive into a great furnace, and after roasting it for a little were raked out of the fire before they were dead, in order to allow the priest to cut the hearts out of their scorched, blistered, and still breathing bodies in the usual way. The intention of the sacrifice probably was to maintain the fire god in full vigour, lest he should grow decrepit or even die of old age, and mankind should thus be deprived of his valuable services. This important object was attained by feeding the fire with live men and women, who thus as it were poured a fresh stock of vital energy into the veins of the fire god and perhaps of his wife also. But they had to be raked out of the flames before they were dead, for clearly it would never do to let them die in the fire, else the fire god whom they personated would die also. For the same reason, their hearts had to be torn from their bodies while they were still palpitating. What use could the fire god make of human hearts that were burnt to cinders? Women flayed in honor of the fire god, and their skins worn by men who personated gods. This was the ordinary mode of sacrificing the human representatives of the fire god every 4th year. But in Cuautitlan, a city distant 4 leagues from the city of Mexico, the custom was different. On the eve of the festival, 2 women were beheaded on the altar of the temple and afterwards flayed, faces and all, and their thigh bones extracted. Next morning, 2 men of high rank clothed themselves in the skins, including the skins of the women's faces, which they put over their own, and thus arrayed, and carrying in their hands the thigh bones of the victims, they came down the steps of the temple, roaring like wild beasts. A vast crowd of people had assembled to witness the spectacle, and when they saw the 2 men coming down the steps in the dripping skins, brandishing the bones, and bellowing like beasts, they were filled with fear and said, "There come our gods." Arrived at the foot of the staircase, these human gods engaged in a dance which they kept up for the rest of the day, never divesting themselves of the bloody skins till the festival was over. The personation of a god by a man wearing the skin of a human victim is probably intended to represent and ensure the resurrection of the deity. The theory that the custom of wearing the skin of a flayed man or woman and personating a god in that costume is intended to represent the resurrection of the deity derives some support from the class of persons who made a vow to masquerade in the skins. There were, as we have seen, especially men who suffered from diseases of the skin and the eyes. They hoped, we are told, by wearing the skins to be cured of their ailments, and the old Spanish monk who records the belief adds dryly that some were cured and some were not. The idea of resurrection from the dead is suggested by the observation of snakes and other creatures that cast their skins. We may conjecture that by donning the skins of men who had acted the part of gods, they expected to slough off their own diseased old skins and to acquire new and healthy skins, like those of the deities. The notion may have been suggested to them by the observation of certain animals, such as serpents and lizards, which seem to renew their youth by casting their skins and appear refreshed and renovated in new integuments. That many savages have noticed such transformations in the animal world is proved by the tales which some of them tell to account for their origin of death among mankind. For example, the Arawaks of British Guiana say that man was created by a good being whom they call Kururumani. Once on a time, this kindly creator came to earth to see how his little creature man was getting on, but men were so ungrateful that they tried to kill their maker. Hence he took from them the gift of immortality and bestowed it upon animals that changed their skins, such as snakes, lizards, and beetles. Again, the Tamanachiris, an Indian tribe of the Orinoco, tell how the Creator kindly intended to make men immortal by telling them that they should change their skins. He meant to say that by so doing they should renew their youth like serpents and beetles. But the glad tidings were received with such incredulity by the old woman that the Creator in a huff changed his tune and said very curtly, "Ye shall die." Savage notion that men would have been immortal if only they could have cast their skins like serpents and crabs. In Annam, they say that Ngok Hoang sent a messenger from heaven to inform men that when they reached old age they should change their skins and live forever, but that when serpents grow old they must die. Unfortunately for the human race, the message was perverted in the transmission, so that men do not change their skins and are therefore immortal, whereas serpents do cast their old skins and accordingly live forever. According to the natives of Nias, the personage who was charged by the Creator with the duty of putting the last touches to man broke his fast on bananas instead of on river crabs, as he should have done, for had he only eaten river crabs, men would have changed their skins like crabs, and like crabs would never have died. But the serpents, wiser in their generation than men, ate the crabs, and that is why they too are immortal. Stories of the same sort are current among the Melanesians. Thus the natives of the Gazelle Peninsula in New Britain account for the origin of death by a tale very like that told in Annam. The good spirit, they say, loved men and wished to make them immortal, but he hated serpents and wished to kill them. So he dispatched his brother to mankind with this cheering message: "Go to men and take them the secret of immortality. Tell them to cast their skin every year, so will they be protected from death, for their life will be constantly renewed. But tell the serpents that they must henceforth die." Through the carelessness or treachery of the messenger, this message was reversed, so that now, as we all know, men die and serpents live forever by annually casting their skins. Again, if we can trust the traditions of the Banks Islanders and New Hebrideans, there was a time when the men did really cast their skins and renew their youth. The melancholy change to mortality was brought about by an old woman who must unfortunately resume her old cast-off skin to please an infant, which squalled at seeing her in her new integument. The Gallas of East Africa say that God sent a certain bird, Halawaka, the sheep of God, to tell men that they would not die, but that when they grow old they would slough their skins and so renew their youth. But the bird foolishly or maliciously delivered the message to serpents instead of to men, and that is why, ever since, men have been mortal and serpents immortal. For that evil deed God punished the bird with a painful malady from which it suffers to this day, and it sits on the top of trees and moans and wails perpetually. Hence the Mexicans apparently thought that they could renew their own skins by putting on those of other people. Thus it appears that some people have not only observed the curious transformations which certain animals undergo, but have imagined that by means of such transformations the animals periodically renew their youth and live forever. From such observations and fancies it is an easy step to the conclusion that man might similarly take a fresh lease of life and renew the lease indefinitely, if only he could contrive, like the animals, to get a new skin. This desirable object the Mexicans apparently sought to accomplish by flaying men and wearing their bleeding skins like garments thrown over their own. By so doing, persons who suffered from cutaneous diseases hoped to acquire a new and healthy skin, and by doing so the priests attempted not merely to revive the gods whom they had just slain in the persons of their human representatives, but also to restore to their wasting and decaying frames all the vigour and energy of youth. General conclusion. The conclusion of putting human beings to death in the character of gods has prevailed in many parts of the world. The rites described in the preceding pages suffice to prove that human sacrifices of the sort I suppose to have prevailed at Arisia were, as a matter of fact, systematically offered on a large scale by a people whose level of culture was probably not inferior, if indeed it was not distinctly superior, to that occupied by the Italian races at the early period to which the origin of the Arisian priesthood must be referred. The positive and indubitable evidence of the prevalence of such sacrifices in one part of the world may reasonably be allowed to strengthen the probability of their prevalence in places for which the evidence is less full and trustworthy. Taken altogether, the facts which we have passed in review seem to show that the custom of killing men whom their worshippers regard as divine has prevailed in many parts of the world. But to clinch the argument, it is clearly desirable to prove that the custom of putting to death a human representative of a god was known and practiced in ancient Italy elsewhere than in the Arisian grove. This proof I now propose to adduce. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Golden Bough, A Study of Magic and Religion, Part 6, The Scapegoat, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 8. The Saturnalia and Kindred Festivals, Part 1. 1. The Roman Saturnalia. Annual Periods of License. In an earlier part of this book, we saw that many peoples have been used to observe an annual period of license, when the customary restraints of law and morality are thrown aside, when the whole population give themselves up to extravagant mirth and jollity, and when the darker passions find a vent which would never be allowed them in the more staid and sober course of ordinary life. Such outbursts of the pent-up forces of human nature, too often degenerating into wild orgies of lust and crime, occur most commonly at the end of the year, and are frequently associated, as I have had occasion to point out, with one or other of the agricultural seasons, especially with the time of sowing or of harvest. The Roman Saturnalia. Now, of all these periods of license, the one which is best known, and which in modern languages has given its name to the rest, is the Saturnalia. This famous festival fell in December, the last month of the Roman year, and was popularly supposed to commemorate the merry reign of Saturn, the god of sowing and of husbandry, who lived on earth long ago as a righteous and beneficent king of Italy, drew the rude and scattered dwellers on the mountains together, taught them to till the ground, gave them laws, and ruled in peace. His reign was the fabled Golden Age. The earth brought forth abundantly. No sound of war or discord troubled the happy world. No baleful love of lucre worked like poison in the blood of the industrious and contented peasantry. Slavery and private property were alike unknown. All men had all things in common. At last the good God, the kindly king, vanished suddenly, but his memory was cherished to distant ages. Shrines were reared in his honour, and many hills and high places in Italy bore his name. Yet the bright tradition of his reign was crossed by a dark shadow. His altars are said to have been stained with the blood of human victims, for whom a more merciful age afterwards substituted effigies. Of this gloomy side of the god's religion there is little or no trace in the descriptions which ancient writers have left us of the Saturnalia. Feasting and revelry, and all the mad pursuit of pleasure, are the features that seem to have especially marked this carnival of antiquity, as it went on for 7 days in the streets and public squares and houses of ancient Rome from the 17th to the 23rd of December. The license granted to slaves at the Saturnalia. But no feature of the festival is more remarkable. Nothing in it seems to have struck the ancients themselves more than the license granted to slaves at this time. The distinction between the free and the servile classes was temporarily abolished. The slave might rail at his master, intoxicate himself like his betters, sit down at table with them, and not even a word of reproof would be administered to him for conduct which at any other season might have been punished with stripes, imprisonment, or death. Nay, more masters actually changed places with their slaves and waited on them at the table, and not till the serf had done eating and drinking was the board cleared and dinner set for his master. So far was this inversion of ranks carried, that each household became for a time a mimic republic in which the high officers of state were discharged by the slaves, who gave their orders, and laid down the law as if they were indeed invested with all the dignity of the consulship, the praetorship, and the bench. The mock king of the Saturnalia. Like the pale reflection of power thus accorded to bondsmen at the Saturnalia, was a mock kingship for which freemen cast lots at the same season. The person on whom the lot fell enjoyed the title of king, and issued commands of a playful and ludicrous nature to his temporary subjects. One of them he might order to mix the wine, another to drink, another to sing, another to dance, another to speak in his own dispraise, another to carry a flute girl on his back round the house. Personation of Saturn at the Saturnalia by a soldier who afterwards suffered death. Now, when we remember that the liberty allowed to slaves at this festival season was supposed to be an imitation of the state of society in Saturn's time, and that in general the Saturnalia passed for nothing more or less than a temporary revival or restoration of the reign of that merry monarch, we are tempted to surmise that the mock king who presided over the revels may have originally represented Saturn himself. The conjecture is strongly confirmed, if not established, by a very curious and interesting account of the way in which the Saturnalia was celebrated by the Roman soldiers stationed on the Danube in the reign of Maximian and Diocletian. The account is preserved in a narrative of the martyrdom of Saint Tacius, which was unearthed from a Greek manuscript in the Paris Library and published by Professor Franz Cumont of Ghent. Two briefer descriptions of the event, and of the custom are contained in manuscripts at Milan and Berlin. One of them had already seen the light in an obscure volume printed at Urbino in 1727, but its importance for the history of the Roman religion, both ancient and modern, appears to have been overlooked until Professor Cumont drew the attention of scholars to all three narratives by publishing them together some years ago. According to these narratives, which have all the appearance of being authentic, and of which the logos is probably based on official documents, the Roman soldiers at Durostorum in Lower Moesia celebrated the Saturnalia year by year in the following manner. 30 days before the festival, they chose by lot from amongst themselves a young and handsome man, who was then clothed in royal attire to resemble Saturn. Thus arrayed and attended by a multitude of soldiers, he went about in public with full license to indulge his passions and to taste of every pleasure, however base and shameful. But if his reign was merry, it was short and ended tragically, for when the 30 days were up and the festival of Saturn had come, he cut his own throat on the altar of the god whom he personated. In the year 303 A.D., the lot fell upon the Christian soldier Dacius, but he refused to play the part of the heathen god and soil his last days by debauchery. The threats and arguments of his commanding officer, Bassus, failed to shake his constancy, and accordingly he was beheaded, as the Christian martyrologist records with minute accuracy, at Durostorum by the soldier John on Friday the 20th day of November, being the 24th day of the moon and the 4th hour. The sarcophagus of Saint Dacius, the martyr on whom the lot fell to play the part of Saturn. Since this narrative was published by Professor Cumont, its historical character, which has been doubted or denied, has received strong confirmation from an interesting discovery. In the crypt of the cathedral which crowns the promontory of Ancona, there is preserved, among other remarkable antiquities, a white marble sarcophagus bearing a Greek inscription, in characters of the age of Justinian, to the following effect: "Here lies the holy martyr Dacius, brought from Durostorum." The sarcophagus was transferred to the crypt of the cathedral in 1848 from the church of San Pellegrino, under the high altar of which, as we learn from a Latin inscription let into the masonry, the martyr's bones still repose with those of 2 other saints. How long the sarcophagus was deposited in the church of San Pellegrino we do not know, but it is recorded to have been there in the year 1650. We may suppose that the saint's relics were transferred for safety to Ancona at some time in the troubled centuries which followed his martyrdom, when Moesia was occupied and ravaged by successive hordes of barbarian invaders. At all events, it appears certain from the independent and mutually confirmatory evidence of the martyrology and the monuments that Dacius was no mythical saint, but a real man who suffered death for his faith at Durostorum in one of the early centuries of the Christian era. Finding the narrative of the nameless martyrologist thus established as to the principal fact recorded, namely the martyrdom of St. Dacius, we may reasonably accept his testimony as to the manner and cause of the martyrdom, all the more because his narrative is precise, circumstantial, and entirely free from the miraculous element. Accordingly, I conclude that the account which he gives of the celebration of the Saturnalia among the Roman soldiers is trustworthy. The mock king of the Saturnalia may have been the degenerate successor of a series of temporary kings who personated Saturn at the Saturnalia and were put to death in the character of the god. This account sets in a new and lurid light the office of the king of the Saturnalia, the ancient lord of misrule, who presided over the winter revels at Rome in the time of Horace and of Tacitus. It seems to prove that his business had not always been that of a mere harlequin or merry andrew, whose only care was that the revelry should run high and the fun grow fast and furious, while the fire blazed and crackled on the hearth, while the streets swarmed with festive crowds, and through the clear frosty air, far away to the north, Soracte showed his coronal of snow. When we compare this comic monarch of the gay, the civilized metropolis, with his grim counterpart of the rude camp on the Danube, and when we remember the long array of similar figures, ludicrous yet tragic, who in other ages and in other lands, wearing mock crowns and wrapped in sceptred palls, have played their little pranks for a few brief hours or days, then pass before their time to a violent death, we can hardly doubt that in the king of the Saturnalia at Rome, as he is depicted by classical writers, we see only a feeble emasculated copy of that original, whose strong features have been fortunately preserved for us by the obscure author of the Martyrdom of St. Tarsius. In other words, the martyrologist's account of the Saturnalia agrees so closely with the accounts of similar rites elsewhere, which could not possibly have been known to him, that the substantial accuracy of his description may be regarded as established. And further, since the custom of putting a mock king to death as a representative of a god cannot have grown out of a practice of appointing him to preside over a holiday revel, whereas the reverse may well have happened, we are justified in assuming that in an earlier and more barbarous age it was a universal practice in ancient Italy, wherever the worship of Saturn prevailed, to choose a man who played the part and enjoyed all the traditionary privileges of Saturn for a season, and then died, whether by his own or another's hand, whether by the knife or the fire or on the gallows tree, in the character of the good God who gave his life for the world. In Rome itself and other great towns, the growth of civilization has probably mitigated this cruel custom long before the Augustan age, and transformed it into the innocent shape it wears in the writings of the few classical writers who bestow passing notice on the holiday king of the Saturnalia. But in remoter districts the older and sterner practice may long have survived, and even after the unification of Italy the barbarous usage was suppressed by the Roman government. The memory of it would be handed down by the peasants and would tend from time to time, as still happens with the lowest forms of superstition among ourselves, to lead to a recrudescence of the practice, especially among the rude soldiery on the outskirts of the empire, over whom the once iron hand of Rome was beginning to relax its grasp. The modern carnival, perhaps the equivalent of the ancient Saturnalia. The resemblance between the Saturnalia of ancient and the carnival of modern Italy has often been remarked, but in the light of all the facts that have come before us, we may well ask whether the resemblance does not amount to identity. We have seen that in Italy, Spain, and France, that is, in the countries where the influence of Rome has been deepest and most lasting, a conspicuous feature of the carnival is a burlesque figure personifying the festive season, which after a short career of glory and dissipation is publicly shot, burnt, or otherwise destroyed, to the feigned grief or genuine delight of the populace. If the view here suggested of the carnival is correct, this grotesque personage is no other than a direct successor of the old king of the Saturnalia, the master of the revels, the real man who personated Saturn, and when the revels were over, suffered a real death in his assumed character. The king of the bean on Twelfth Night, and the medieval bishop of fools, abbot of unreason, the lord of misrule, are figures of the same sort, and may perhaps have had a similar origin. We will consider them in the following section. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic Religion, Part 6, The Scapegoat, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 8, The Saturnalia and Kindred Festivals, Part 2. 2. The King of the Bean and the Festival of Fools. The King of the Bean on Twelfth Night. The custom of electing by lot a king and often also a queen of the bean on Twelfth Night, Epiphany, the 6th of January, or on the eve of that festival used to prevail in France, Belgium, Germany, and England, and is still kept up in some parts of France. It may be traced back to the first half of the 16th century at least, and no doubt dates from a very much more remote antiquity. At the French court the kings themselves did not disdain to countenance the mock royalty, and Louis XIV even supported with courtly grace the shadowy dignity in his own person. Every family as a rule elected its own king. On the eve of the festival a great cake was baked with a bean in it. The cake was divided into portions, one for each member of the family, together with one for God, one for the Virgin, and sometimes one also for the poor. The person who obtained the portion containing the bean was proclaimed King of the Bean. Where a Queen of the Bean was elected as well as a King, a second bean was sometimes baked in the cake for the Queen. Thus at Bleckenheim, near Nieuwerburg, in the Eifel, a black and white bean were baked in a cake, and he who drew the piece with the black bean was king, and she who drew the white bean was queen. In Franche-Comté, at the beginning of the 19th century, they used to put as many white haricot beans in a hat as there were persons present, and 2 coloured beans were added. The beans were drawn at haphazard from the hat by a child, and they who got the coloured beans were king and queen. In England and perhaps elsewhere, the practice was to put a bean in the cake for a king and a pea for the queen. But in some places only the king was elected by lot, and after his election he chose his queen for himself. Sometimes a coin was substituted for the bean in the cake. But though this usage was followed in southern Germany as early as the first half of the 16th century, it is probably an innovation of the older custom of employing a bean as the lot. In France, the distribution of the pieces of the cake among the persons present was made in accordance with the directions of a child. The youngest boy present, who was placed under or on the table and addressed by the name of Phoebe or Tibi. He answered in Latin, Domine. The master of the house, holding a piece of the cake in his hand, asked the child to whom he should give it, and the child named any person he pleased. Sometimes the first slice of cake was regularly assigned to the good God and set aside for the poor. In the name Phoebe or Tibi, by which the child was addressed, learned antiquaries have detected a reference to the oracle of Apollo, but more probably the name is a simple corruption of the Latin or French word for bean. Latin faba, French feve. Crosses made by the king of the bean to protect the house against demons and witchcraft. Immediately on his election, the king of the bean was enthroned, saluted by all, and thrice lifted up, while he made crosses with chalk on the beams and rafters of the ceiling. Great virtue is attributed to these white crosses. They were supposed to protect the house for the whole year against all injuries and harms, of cursed devils, sprites and bugs, of conjurings and charms. Then feasting and revelry began, and were kept up merrily without respect of persons. Every time the king or queen drank, the whole company was expected to cry, "The king drinks," or "The queen drinks." Any person who failed to join in the cry was punished by having his face blackened with soot or a burned cork, or smeared with lees of wine. In some parts of Ardennes, the custom was to fasten great horns of paper in the hair of the delinquent, and to put a huge pair of spectacles on his nose, and he had to wear these badges of infamy till the end of the festival. The custom of electing a king and queen of the bean on the 12th day is still kept up all over the north of France. A miniature porcelain figure of a child is sometimes substituted for the bean in the cake. If the lot, whether bean or doll, falls to a boy, he becomes king and chooses his queen. If it falls to a girl, she becomes queen and chooses her king. Serious significance of the king of the bean and Twelfth Night. So far apart from the crosses chalked up to ban hobgoblins, witches and bugs, the king and queen of the bean might seem to be merely playful personages appointed at a season of festivity to lead the revels. However, a more serious significance was sometimes attached to the office and to the ceremonies of 12th day in general. Thus in Lorraine, the height of the hemp crop in the coming year was prognosticated from the height of the king and queen. If the king was taller of the two, it was supposed that the male hemp would be higher than the female, but that the contrary would happen if the queen were taller than the king. Again, in the Vosges Mountains, on the borders of Franche-Comté, it is customary on 12th day for people to dance on the roofs in order to make the hemp grow tall. Further, in many places, the beans used in the cake were carried to the church to be blessed by the clergy, and people drew omens from the cake as to the good or ill that would befall them throughout the year. Divination on 12th night. Moreover, certain forms of divination were resorted to on 12th night for that purpose of ascertaining in which month of the year which would be dearest. Bonfires on the eve of 12th night. In Franche-Comté, particularly in the Montagne du Doms, it is still the custom on the eve of 12th night, the 5th of January, to light bonfires, which appears to have, in the popular mind, some reference to the crops. The whole population takes part in the festivity. In the afternoon, the young folks draw a cart about the street collecting fuel. Some people contribute faggots, others bundles of straw or of dry hemp stalks. Towards evening, the whole of the fuel thus collected is piled up in a little way from the houses and set on fire. While it blazes, the people dance round it crying, "Good year, come back. Bread and wine, come back." In the district of Pontarlier, the young folk carry lighted torches about the fields, shaking sparks over the sowed lands and shouting, "Coele, coele, blancone," words of which the meaning has been forgotten. Fire applied to the fruit trees on the eve of Twelfth Night in Normandy and the Ardennes. A similar custom is commonly observed on the same day, the eve of Twelfth Night, the 5th of January, in the bocage of Normandy, except that it is the fruit trees rather than the sowed fields to which the fire is applied. When the evening shadow has fallen on the landscape, the darkness begins to be illuminated here and there by twinkling points of fire, which multiply as the night grows late, till they appear as numerous on earth as the stars in the sky. About every village in the fields and orchards, on the crests of the hills, wandering lights may be discerned, vanishing and suddenly reappearing, gathering together and then dispersing, pursuing each other capriciously and tracing broken lines, sparkling arabesques of fire in the gloom of night. The peasants are observing the ceremony of the moles and field mice, 12 minutes, and that evening there is not a hamlet, not a farm, hardly a solitary cottage that does not contribute its flame to the general illumination, till the whole horizon seems in a blaze, and houses, woods and hills stand out in dark relief against the glow of the sky. The villagers vie with each other in the number and brilliancy of the fires they can exhibit on this occasion. Woods and hedges are scoured and provide the materials for the blaze. Torches of straw wound about the poles are provided in abundance, and armed with them, men and women, lads and lasses, boys and girls, pour forth from the houses at nightfall into the fields and orchards. There they run about among the trees, waving and lighting torches under the branches, and striking the trunks with them so that the sparks fly out in showers. And as they do so, they sing or scream at the top of their voices certain traditional curses against the animals and insects that injure the fruit trees. They bid the moles and field mice to depart from their orchards, threatening to break their bones and burn their beards if they tarry. The more they do this, the larger they believe will be the crop of fruit in the following autumn. When everybody has rushed about his own orchard, meadow or pasture in this fashion, they will assemble on a height or crest of a hill, where they picnic, each bring his share of provisions, cider, or brandy to the feast. There too they kindle a huge bonfire and dance round it, capering and brandishing their torches in wild enthusiasm. Customs of the same sort used to be observed on the same day, the eve of Epiphany, the 5th of January, in the Ardennes. People ran about with burning torches, commanding the moles and field mice to go forth. Then they threw the torches on the ground, and believed that by this proceeding they purified the earth and made it fruitful. Fires kindled on Twelfth Night or the eve of Twelfth Night in England for the sake of the crops. This ceremony appears to be intended to ensure a good crop of fruit by burning out the animals and insects that harm the fruit trees. In some parts of England it used to be customary to light fires at the same season for the purpose, apparently of procuring a plentiful crop of wheat in the ensuing autumn. Thus, in the parish of Pontley, a village on the borders of the county of Gloucester, next Worcestershire, and in the neighbourhood a custom prevails, which is intended to prevent the smut in wheat. On the eve of Twelfth Day, all the servants of every farmer assemble together in one of the fields that has been sown with wheat. At the end of 12 lands, they make 12 fires in a row with straw, around one of which, much larger than the rest, they drink a cheerful glass of cider to their master's health, and success to the future harvest. Then returning home, they feast on cakes soaked in cider, which they claim as a reward for their past labours in sowing the grain. Similarly, in Herefordshire, on the eve of Twelfth Day, at the approach of evening, the farmers, their friends, servants, etc., all assemble, and near 6 o'clock all walk together to a field where wheat is growing. The highest part of the ground is always chosen, where 12 small fires and one large one are lighted up. The attendants, headed by the master of the family, pledge the company in old cider, which circulates freely on these occasions. A circle is formed round the large fire, when a great shout and hallooing takes place, which you hear answered from all the villages and fields near, as I have myself counted 50 or 60 fires burning at the same time, which are generally placed on some eminence. This being finished, the company all return to the house, where the good housewife and her maids are preparing a good supper, which on this occasion is very plentiful. A large cake is always provided, with a hole in the middle. After supper, the company all attend the bailiff, or head of the oxen, to the wine-house, where the following particulars are observed. The master, at the head of his friends, fills a cup, generally of strong ale, and stands opposite the first or finest of the oxen, 24 of which I have often seen tied up in their stalls together. He then pledges him in a curious toast. The company then follow his example with all the other oxen, addressing each by their name. This being over, the large cake is produced, and is, with much ceremony, put on the horn of the first ox. Through the hole in the cake he is then tickled to make him toss his head. If he throws the cake behind, it is the mistress's perquisite. If before, in what is termed the boozy, the bailiff claims this prize. This ended, the company all return to the house, the doors of which are in the meantime locked, and not opened till some joyous songs are sung. On entering, a scene of mirth and jollity commences, and reigns through the house till a late, or rather an early hour, the next morning. One of the fires on 12th day, said to be intended to burn the old witch. The custom was known as wassailing, and it was believed to have a beneficial effect on the crops. According to one Herefordshire informant, on 12th day they make 12 fires of straw, and one large one to burn the old witch. They sing, drink, and dance round it. Without this festival they think they should have no crop. This explanation of the large fire on 12th day is remarkable, and may supply the key to the whole custom of kindling fires on the fields or in the orchards on that day. We have seen that witches and fiends of various sorts are believed to be let loose during the 12 days, and that in some places they are formally driven away on 12th night. It may well be that the fires lighted on that day were everywhere primarily intended to burn the witches and other maleficent beings swarming and visible in the mischief-laden air, and that the benefit supposed to be conferred by the fires on the crops was not so much the positive one of quickening the growth of vegetation by genial warmth, as a negative one of destroying the baleful influences which would otherwise blast the fruits of the earth and of the trees. Parallel custom observed in Macedonia on the eve of 12th night. This interpretation of the English and French custom of lighting fires in fields and orchards on 12th night is confirmed by a parallel custom observed by Macedonian peasants for the express purpose of burning up certain malicious fiends who are believed to be abroad at this season. These noxious beings are known as Karakansari or Skatsansari. They are thought to be living people, whether men or women, who during the 12 days are transformed into horrible monsters with long nails, red faces, bloodshot eyes, snottering noses, and slobbering mouths. In this hideous guise they roam about by night, haunting houses and making the peasant's life well nigh unbearable. They knock at the doors, and should they be refused admittance, they will scramble down the chimney and pinch, worry, and defile the sleepers in their beds. The only way to escape from these tormentors is to seize and bind them fast with a straw rope. If you have no such rope, or your heart fails you, there is nothing for it but to shut yourself up in the house before dark, fasten the door tight, block up the chimney, and wait for daylight, for it is only at night that the monsters are on the prowl. During the day they resume their ordinary human shape. However, in some places, strenuous efforts are made during the 12 days to destroy these hateful nocturnal goblins by fire. For example, on Christmas Eve, some people burn the Karakansari by lighting faggots of holm oak and throwing them out into the streets at early dawn. In other places, notably at Melenik, they scald the fiends to death on New Year's Eve by means of pancakes frizzling and hissing in a pan. While the good wife is baking the cakes, the good man disguises himself as one of the fiends in a fur coat turned inside out, and in his assumed character dances and sings outside the door while he invites his wife to join him in the dance. In other districts, people collect faggots during the whole of the 12 days and lay them up on the hearth. Then on the eve of Twelfth Night they set fire to the pile in order that the goblins, who are supposed to be lurking under the ashes, may utterly perish. Thus the view that the large fire in Herefordshire on Twelfth Night is intended to burn the old witch is far more probable than the opinion that it represents the Virgin Mary, and that the other 12 fires stand for the 12 apostles. This latter interpretation is in all probability nothing more than a Christian gloss put upon an old heathen custom of which the meaning was forgotten. Other accounts of fires on Twelfth Night in England and Ireland. The Gloucestershire custom was described by the English traveller Thomas Pennant in the latter part of the 18th century. He says, "A common savouring of the Scotch Beltane prevails in Gloucestershire, particularly about Newent and the neighbouring parishes, on the 12th day or on the Epiphany in the evening. All the servants of every particular farmer are assembled together in one of the fields that has been sown with wheat, on the border of which, in the most conspicuous or most elevated place, they make 12 fires of straw, in a row, around one of which, made larger than the rest, they drink a cheerful glass of cider to their master's health, success to the future harvest, and then returning home, they feast on cakes made of caraways, etc., soaked in cider, which they claim as a reward for their past labours in sowing the grain. In Shropshire also it used to be customary to kindle festal fires on the tops of hills and other high places on Twelfth Night. Again in Ireland on 12th Eve in Christmas they used to set up as high as they can a sieve of oaks, and in it a dozen of candles set round, and the centre one larger or lighted. This in memory of our Saviour and his apostles, lights of the world. Down to the present time, apparently, in the county of Roscommon, Twelfth Night, which is Old Christmas Day, is a greater day than Christmas Day itself. 13 rushlights are made in remembrance of the numbers at the Last Supper, and each is named after some member of the family. If there are not enough in the household, other relations' names are added. The candles are stuck in a cake of cow dung and lighted, and as each burns out, so will be the length of each person's life. Rushlights are only used for this occasion. Belief of the Germanic peoples that the weather for the 12 months of the year is determined by the weather of the 12 days. In these English and Irish customs observed on Twelfth Night, the 12 fires or candles probably refer either to the 12 days from Christmas to Epiphany or to the 12 months of the year. In favour of this view, it may be said that according to a popular opinion which has been reported in England and is widely diffused in Germany and the German provinces of Austria, the weather of the 12 days in question determines the weather of the 12 following months, so that from the weather on each of these days it is possible to predict the weather of the corresponding month in the ensuing year. Hence in Swabia the days are called the 12 lot days, and many people seek to pry into the future with scientific precision by means of 12 circles, each subdivided into 4 quadrants, which they chalk up over the parlour door or inscribe on paper. Each circle represents a month, and each quadrant represents a quarter of a month. And according as the sky is overcast or clear during each quarter of a day, from Christmas to Epiphany, you shade the corresponding quadrant of a circle or leave it a blank. By this contrivance, as simple as it is ingenious, you may forecast the weather for the whole year with more or less accuracy. At Hoskirch, in Swabia, they say that you can predict the weather for the 12 months from the weather of the 12 hours of the 12th day alone. A somewhat different system of meteorology is adopted in various parts of Switzerland, Germany, and Austria. On Christmas, New Year's Day, or another of the 12 days, you take an onion, slice it in two, peel off 12 coats and sprinkle a pinch of salt on each of them. The 12 coats of the onion stand for the 12 months of the year, and from the amount of moisture which is gathered in each of them next morning, you may foretell the amount of rain that will fall in the corresponding month. Belief of the Celtic peoples that the weather for the 12 months of the year is determined by the weather of the 12 days. But the belief that the weather of the 12 months can be predicted from the weather of the 12 days is not confined to the Germanic peoples. It occurs also in France and among the Celts of Brittany and Scotland. Thus in the bocage of Normandy, the village old wives have a very simple means of divining the general temperature of the coming season. According to them, the 12 days between Christmas and Epiphany, including Epiphany, represent the 12 months of the year. So the thing to do is to mark the temperatures of each of these days, for the temperature of the corresponding month will be relatively the same. Some people say that this experience is rarely at fault, and more trust is put in it than in the predictions of the double legois. In Cornwall, Brittany, it is popularly believed that the weather of the last 6 days of December and the first 6 of January prognosticates the weather of the 12 months. But in other parts of Brittany, it is the first 12 days of January that are supposed to be ominous of the weather for the year. These days are called Gaur Dizil, which is commonly interpreted male days, but is said to mean properly additional or supplementary days. Again, in the Highlands of Scotland, the 12 days of Christmas, Talatha Duing na Noleg, were the 12 days commencing from the Nativity or Big Noleg, and were deemed to represent, in respect of weather, the 12 months of the year. Some say the days should be calculated from New Year's Day, others again reckon the 12 days from the 31st of December. Thus Pennant tells us that the Highlanders form a sort of almanac or presage of the weather of the ensuing year in the following manner. They make observation on 12 days, beginning the last of December, and hold as an infallible rule that whatsoever weather happens on each of those days, the same will prove to agree in the corresponding months. Thus January is to answer to the weather of December 31st, February to that of January 1st, and so with the rest. Old people still pay great attention to this augury. It is interesting to observe that in the Celtic regions of Scotland and France, popular opinion hesitates as to the exact date of the 12 days, some people dating them from Christmas, others from the New Year, and others again from the 31st of December. This hesitation has an important bearing on the question of the origin of the 12 days period, as I shall point out immediately. The 12 nights among the ancient Aryans of India. Thus in the popular mind, the 12 days from Christmas to Epiphany are conceived as a miniature of the whole year, the character of each particular day answering to the character of a particular month. The conception appears to be very ancient, for it meets us again among the Aryans of the Vedic age in India. They too appear to have invested 12 days in midwinter with the sacred character as a time when the 3 ribbons or genii of the season rested from their labours in the home of the sun god, and these 12 rest days are they called an image or copy of the year. The 12 nights are probably an ancient intercalary period introduced to equate 12 lunar months to the solar year. This curious coincidence, if such it is, between the winter festivals of the ancient Aryans of India and the modern kinsfolk in Europe seems to be best explained on the theory that the 12 days in question derive their sanctity from the position which they occupied in the calendar of the primitive Aryans. The coincidence of the name for month with the name for moon in the various Aryan languages points to the conclusion that the year of our remote ancestors was primarily based on observation of the moon rather than of the sun, but as a year of 12 lunar months or 354 days, reckoning the months at 29 and 30 days alternately, falls short of the solar year of 365 and a quarter days, but roundly 12 days. This discrepancy could not fail to attract the attention of an intelligent people, such as the primitive Aryans must be supposed to have been, who had made some progress in the arts of life. And the most obvious way of removing the discrepancy and equating the lunar year with the solar year is to add 12 days at the end of each period of 12 lunar months, so as to bring the total days for the year up to 366. The equation is not indeed perfectly exact, but it may well have been sufficiently so for the rudimentary science of the primitive Aryans. As many savage races in modern times have observed the discrepancy between solar and lunar time and have essayed to correct it by observations of the sun or the constellations, especially the Pleiades, there seems no reason to doubt that the ancestors of the Indo-European peoples in prehistoric times were able to make similar observations, and they were not, as has been suggested, reduced to the necessity of borrowing the knowledge of such simple and obvious facts from the stargazers of ancient Babylonia. Learned men who make little use of their eyes except to read books are too apt to underrate the observational powers of the savage, who lives under totally different conditions from us. spending most of his time in the open air, and depending for his very existence on the accuracy with which he notes the varied and changing aspects of nature. The superstitions attaching to the 12 nights are not of Christian origin. It has been proposed to explain the manifold superstitions which cluster around the 12 days, or rather the 12 nights, as they are more popularly called, by reference to the place which they occupy in the Christian calendar, beginning as they do immediately after Christmas and ending with Epiphany. But in the first place, it is difficult to see why the interval between these two particular festivals should have attracted to itself a greater mass of superstitious belief and custom than the interval between any other two Christian festivals in the calendar. If it really did so, the ground of its special attraction is still to seek, and on this essential point the advocates of the Christian origin of the 12 nights throw no light. In the second place, the superstitious beliefs and customs themselves appear to have no relation to Christianity, but to be purely pagan in character. Lastly, a fatal objection to the theory in question is that the place of the 12 days in the calendar is not uniformly fixed to the intervals between Christmas and Epiphany. It varies considerably in popular opinion in different places, but it is significant that the variations never exceed certain comparatively narrow limits. The 12 days festival, so to speak, oscillates to and fro about a fixed point, which is either the end of the year or the winter solstice. Thus in Silesia, the 12 days are usually reckoned to fall before Christmas instead of after it, though in the Polish districts and the mountainous region of the country, the ordinary German opinion prevails that the days immediately follow Christmas. In some parts of Bavaria, the 12 days are counted from St. Thomas's Day, the 21st of December, to New Year's Day, while in parts of Mecklenburg they begin with New Year's Day and so coincide with the first 12 days of January. And this last mode of reckoning finds favour, as we saw, with some Celts of Brittany and Scotland. These variations in the dating of the 12 days seems irreconcilable with the theory that they derive their superstitious character purely from the accident that they fall between Christmas and Epiphany. Accordingly, we may safely dismiss the theory of their Christian origin and recognize with many good authorities in the 12 days the relics of a purely pagan festival, which was probably celebrated long before the foundation of Christianity. In truth, the hypothesis of the Christian derivation of the 12 days in all probability exactly inverts the historical order of the facts. On the whole, the evidence goes to show that the great Christian festivals were arbitrarily timed by the Church so as to coincide with previously existing pagan festivals for the sake of weaning the heathen from their old faith and bringing them over to the new religion. To make the transition as easy as possible, the ecclesiastical authorities, in abolishing the ancient rites, appointed ceremonies of somewhat similar character on the same days, or nearly so, thus filling up the spiritual void by a new creation which the worshipper might accept as an adequate substitute for what he had lost. Christmas and Easter, the two pivots on which the Christian calendar revolves, appear both to have been instituted with this intention. The one superseded a midwinter festival of the birth of the sun god, the other superseded a vernal festival of the death and resurrection of the vegetation god. An intercalary period, a natural subject of superstition to primitive peoples. If the 12 days from Christmas to Epiphany were indeed an ancient intercalary period inserted for the purpose of equating the lunar to the solar year, we can better understand the curious superstitions that have clustered round them and the quaint customs that have been annually observed during their continuance. To the primitive mind, it might well seem that an intercalary period stands outside of the regular order of things, forming part neither of the lunar nor of the solar system. It is an excrescence, inevitable but unaccountable, which breaks the smooth surface of ordinary existence, an eddy which interrupts the even flow of months and years. Hence it may be inferred that the ordinary rules of conduct do not apply to such extraordinary periods, and that accordingly men may do in them what they would never dream of doing at other times. Thus intercalary days tend to degenerate into seasons of unbridled license. They form interregnum during which the customary restraints of law and morality are suspended, and the ordinary rulers abdicate their authority in favour of a temporary regent, a sort of puppet king who bears a more or less indefinite capricious, and precarious sway over a community given up for a time to riot, turbulence, and disorder. If that is so, then it must be confessed that the view here suggested is to a great extent conjectural. We may perhaps detect the last surviving representatives of such puppet kings in the King of the Bean and other grotesque figures of the same sort who used to parade with a mimic pomp and sovereignty on one or other of the 12 days between Christmas and Epiphany. For the King of the Bean was by no means the only such ruler of the festive season, nor was Twelfth Night the only day on which he and his colleagues played their pranks. We will conclude this part of our subject with a brief notice of some of these mummers. The Three Kings of Twelfth Night. In the first place, it deserves to be noticed that in many parts of the continent, such as France, Spain, Belgium, Germany, and Austria, 12th Day is regularly associated with three mythical kings named Caspar, Melchior, and Balthazar, and derives its popular appellation from them, being known in Germany and Austria as the Day of the Three Kings, Dreikönigsdag, and in France as the Festival of the Kings, Fête des Rois. Further, it has been customary in many places to represent the three kings by mummers, who go about arrayed in royal costume from door to door, singing songs and collecting contributions from the households which they visit. The custom may very well be older than Christianity, though it has received a Christian colouring, for the mythical kings are commonly identified with the wise men of the East, who are said to have been attracted to the infant Christ at Bethlehem by the sight of his star in the sky. Yet there is no biblical authority for regarding these wise men as kings, or for fixing their number at 3. In Franche-Comté, the old custom is still observed, or at all events, it was so down to recent years. The three kings are personated by 3 boys dressed in long white shirts with coloured sashes around their waists. On their heads they wear pointed mitres of pasteboard decorated with a gilt star and floating ribbons. Each carries a long wand topped by a star, which he keeps constantly turning. The one who personates Melchior has his face blackened with soot, because Melchior is supposed to have been a Negro king. When they enter a house, they sing a song, setting forth that they are 3 kings who have come from 3 different countries, led by a star, to adore the infant Jesus at Bethlehem. After the song, the Negro king solicits contributions by shaking his money box or holding out a basket, in which the inmates of the house deposit eggs, nuts, apples, and so forth. By way of thanks for this liberality, the 3 kings chant a stave in which they call down the blessing of God on the household. The custom is similar in the Vosges Mountains, where the 3 kings are held in great veneration and invoked by hedge doctors to effect various cures. For example, if a man drops to the ground with the falling sickness, you need only whisper in his right ear, Gaspard Fert Maram, thus Melchior Balthazar Arom, and he will get up at once. But to make the cure complete, you must knock 3 nails into the earth on the precise spot where he fell. Each nail must be exactly on the length of the patient's little finger, and as you knock it in, you must take care to utter the sufferer's name. In many Czech villages of Bohemia, the children who play the part of the 3 kings assimilate themselves to the wise men of the East in the gospel by carrying gilt paper, incense, and myrrh with them on their rounds, which they distribute as gifts in the houses they visit, receiving in return money or presents in kind. Moreover, they fumigate and sprinkle the house and inscribe crosses and letters on the doors. Amongst the Germans of West Bohemia is a schoolmaster who, accompanied by some boys, goes around to the village on 12th Day. He chalks up the letters C and B, the initials of Caspar, Melchior, and Balthazar, together with 3 crosses on every door, and fumigates the house with a burning censer in order to guard it from evil influences and infectious diseases. Some people used to wear as an amulet a picture representing the adoration of the 3 kings with a Latin inscription to the following effect: Holy 3 kings, Caspar, Melchior, Balthazar, pray for us now and the hour of our death. The picture was thought to protect the wearer not only from epilepsy, headache, and fever, but also from the perils of the roads, from the bite of mad dogs, from sudden death, from sorcery and witchcraft. Whatever its origin, the festival of the 3 kings goes back to the Middle Ages, for it is known to have been celebrated with great pomp at Milan in 1336. On that occasion the three kings appeared wearing crowns, riding richly caparisoned horses, and surrounded by pages, bodyguards, and a great retinue of followers. Before them was carried a golden star, and they offered gifts of gold, frankincense, and myrrh to the infant Christ, cradled in a manger beside the high altar of the church of St. Eustorgius. The Lord of Misrule in England. In our own country, a popular figure during the Christmas holidays used to be the Lord of Misrule, or as he was called in Scotland, the Abbot of Unreason, who led the revels at the merry season in the halls of colleges, the inns of court, the palace of the king, and the mansions of nobles. Writing at the end of the 16th century, the antiquary John Stowe tells us that in the feast of Christmas there was in the king's house, wheresoever he was lodged, a Lord of Misrule, or master of merry disports, and the like had ye in the house of every nobleman of honour or good worship, were he spiritual or temporal. Amongst the which the Mayor of London, and either of the sheriffs, had there several lords of misrule, ever contending without quarrel or offence, who should make the rarest pastimes to delight the beholders. These lords, beginning their rule on Allhallow Eve, continued the same till the morrow after the feast of the Purification, commonly called Candlemas Day. In all which space there were fine and subtle disguisings, masks and mummeries, and playing at cards for counters, nails and points, in every house, more for pastime than for gain. Again in the 17th century, the ardent royalist Sir Thomas Urquhart wrote that they may be likewise said to use their king, as about Christmas we do the king of misrule, whom we invest with a title to no other end but to countenance the bacchanalian riots and preposterous disorders of the family where he is installed. From the former passage it appears that the lords of misrule often or even generally reigned for more than 3 months in winter, namely from Allhallow Even, the 31st of October, the eve of All Saints' Day, till Candlemas, the 2nd of February. Sometimes, however, their reign seems to have been restricted to the 12 nights. Reign of the Lord of Misrule during the 12 days. Thus we are told that George Ferrers of Lincoln's Inn was Lord of Misrule for 12 days, one year when King Edward VI kept his Christmas with open house at Greenwich. At Trinity College, Cambridge, a Master of Arts used to be appointed to this honourable office, which he held for the 12 days from Christmas to Twelfth Day, and he resumed office on Candlemas Day. His duty was to regulate the games and diversions of the students, particularly the plays which were acted in the college hall. Similar masters of the revels were commonly instituted in the colleges at Oxford. For example, at Merton College, the fellows annually elected about St. Edmund's Day in November a Lord of Misrule, or as he was called in the registers, a King of the Bane, Rex Fabiarum, who held office till Candlemas and sometimes assumed a number of ridiculous titles. Lord of Misrule in the Temple. In the Inner Temple, a Lord of Misrule used to be appointed on St. Stephen's Day, the 26th of December, surrounded by his courtiers, who were dubbed by various derogatory or ribald names. He presided the dancing, feasting, and minstrelsy in the hall. Of the mock monarch, who in the Christmas holidays of 1635 held office in the Middle Temple, the jurisdiction, privileges, and parade have been minutely described. He was attended by his Lord Keeper, Lord Treasurer with 8 white staves, a band of gentlemen pensioners with poleaxes, and 2 chaplains. He dined under the canopy of state both in the hall and in his own chambers. He received many petitions which he passed on the regal style to his master of requests, and he attended service in the Temple Church, where his chaplains preached before him and did him reverence. His expenses, defrayed from his own purse, amounted to no less than £2,000. I remember to have heard a bencher of the Temple tell a story of a tradition in their house, where they had formerly a custom of choosing kings for such a season, and allowing him his expenses at the charge of the society. One of our kings, said my friend, carried his royal inclination a little too far, and there was a committee ordered to look into the management of his treasury. Among other things, it appeared that his Majesty, working incog. In the cloister, had overheard a poor man say to another, "Such a small sum would make me the happiest man in the world." The king, out of his royal compassion, privately inquired into his character, and finding him a proper object of charity, sent him the money. When the committee read the report, the House passed his accounts with a platitude without further examination. Upon the recital of this article in them, for making a man happy, £10. Lord of Misrule at the English Court. At the English Court, the annual Lord of Misrule is not to be confounded with the Master of the Revels, who was a permanent official and probably despised the temporary lord as an upstart rival and intruder. Certainly there seems to have been at times bad blood between them. Some correspondence which passed between the two merry monarchs in the reign of Edward VI has been preserved, and from it we learn that on one occasion the Lord of Misrule had much difficulty in extracting from the Master of the Revels the fool's coat, hobby horses, and other trumpery paraphernalia which he required for the proper support of his dignity. Indeed, the costumes furnished by his rival were so shabby that his lordship returned them with a note, in which he informed the Master of the Revels that the gentlemen of rank and position who were to wear these liveries stood too much on their dignity to be seen prancing about the streets of London rigged out in such old slops. The Lords of Council had actually to interpose in the petty squabble between the two potentates. The Festival of Fools in France. In France, the counterparts of these English Lords of Misrule masqueraded in clerical attire as mock bishops, archbishops, popes, or abbots. The festival to which they disported themselves was known as the Festival of Fools, Fête des Fous, which fell in different places at different dates, sometimes on Christmas Day, sometimes on St. Stephen's Day, the 26th of December, sometimes on New Year's Day, and sometimes on Twelfth Day. According to one account, on the first day, which was the festival of Christmas, the lower orders of clergy and monks cried in unison, Noel, Christmas, and gave themselves up to jollity. On the morrow, St. Stephen's Day, the deacons held a council to elect a pope or patriarch of fools, a bishop or archbishop of innocence, an abbot of ninnies. Next day, the festival of St. John, the sub-deacons began the dance in his honour. Afterwards, on the fourth day, the festival of the Holy Innocents, the choristers and minor clergy claimed the pope or bishop or abbot-elect, who made his triumphal entry into the church on Circumcision Day, the 1st of January, and sat enthroned pontifically till the evening of Epiphany. It was then the joyous reign of the pope or this bishop or this abbot of folly which constituted the Festival of Fools and dominated its whimsical phases, the grotesque and sometimes impious masquerades, the merry and often disgusting scenes, the furious orgies, the dances, the games, the profane songs, the impudent parodies of the Catholic liturgy. At these parodies of the most solemn rites of the Church, the priests wearing grotesque masks and sometimes dressed as women danced in the choir and sang obscene chants. Laymen disguised as monks and nuns mingled with the clergy. The altar was transformed into a tavern, where the deacons and sub-deacons ate sausages and black puddings, or played at dice and cards under the nose of the celebrant. And the censers smoked with bits of old shoes instead of incense, filling the church with a foul stench. After playing these pranks and running, leaping, and cutting capers through the whole church, they rode about the town in mean carts, exchanging scurrilities with the crowds of laughing and jeering spectators. Buffooneries in the churches at the Festival of Fools. Amongst the buffooneries of the Festival of Fools, one of the most remarkable was the introduction of an ass into the church, where various pranks were played with the animal. At autumn, the ass was led with great ceremony to the church under a cloth of gold, the corners of which were held by 4 cannons, and on entering the sacred edifice the animal was wrapped in a rich cope, while a parody of the Mass was performed. A regular Latin liturgy in glorification of the ass was chanted on these occasions, and the celebrant priest imitated the braying of an ass. At VIII the ceremony was performed every year on the 14th of January. A young girl with a child in her arms rode on the back of the ass in imitation of the flight into Egypt. Escorted by the clergy and the people, she was led in triumph from the cathedral to the parish church of St. Stephen. There she and her ass were introduced into the chancel and stationed on the left side of the altar. and a long mass was performed which consisted of scraps borrowed indiscriminately from the services of many church festivals throughout the year. In the intervals the singers quenched their thirst, the congregation imitated their example, and the ass was fed and watered. The services over, the animal was brought from the chancel into the nave, where the whole congregation, clergy and laity mixed up together, danced round the animal and brayed like asses. Finally, after vespers and copline, the merry procession, led by the precentor and preceded by a huge lantern, defiled through the church streets to wind up the day with indecent farces in a great theatre erected opposite the church. Festival of the Innocents and the Boy Bishop in France. A pale reflection or diminutive copy of the Festival of Fools was the Festival of the Innocents, which was celebrated on Childermas, or Holy Innocents' Day, the 28th of December. The custom was widely observed both in France and England. In France, on Childermas, or the eve of the festival, the choristers assembled in the church and chose one of their number to be a boy bishop who officiated in that character with mock solemnity. Such burlesques of ecclesiastical ritual appear to have been common on that day in monasteries and convents, when the offices performed by the clergy and laity were inverted for the occasion. At the Franciscan monastery of Antibes, for example, the lay brothers, who usually worked in the kitchen and the garden, took the place of the priests on Childermas and celebrated Mass in church, clad in tattered sacerdotal vestments, turned inside out, holding the books upside down, wearing spectacles made of orange peel, mumbling in unintelligible jargon, and uttering frightful cries. These buffooneries were kept up certainly as late as the 18th century, and probably later. In the great convent of the Congregation de Notre Dame at Paris down to the latter part of the 19th century, the nuns and their girl pupils regularly exchanged parts on Holy Innocents' Day. The pupils pretended to be nuns, and a select few of them were attired as such, while the nuns made believe to be pupils, without, however, changing their dress. The Boy Bishop in England. In England, the boy bishop was widely popular during the latter Middle Ages, and only succumbed to the austerity of the Reformation. He is known, for example, to have officiated in St. Paul's, London, in the cathedrals of Salisbury, Exeter, Hereford, Gloucester, Lichfield, Norwich, Lincoln, and York, and great collegiate churches such as Beverley Minster, St. Peter's, Canterbury, and Otterbury St. Mary's, in college chapels such as Magdalen and All Souls at Oxford, in the private chapels of the King, and in many parish churches throughout the country. The election was usually made on St. Nicholas's Day, the 6th of December, but the office and authority lasted till Holy Innocents' Day, the 28th of December. Both days were appropriate, for St. Nicholas was the patron saint of school children, and Holy Innocents' Day commemorates the slaughter of the young children by Herod. In cathedrals, the bishop was chosen from among the choir boys. After his election, he was completely apparelled in the episcopal vestments, with a mitre and crozier, bore the title and displayed the state of a bishop, and exacted ceremonial obedience from his fellows, who were dressed like priests. They took possession of the church, and with the exception of Mass, performed all the ceremonies and offices. The boy bishop preached from the pulpit. At Salisbury, the ceremonies at which he presided are elaborately regulated by the statutes of Roger de Morteval, enacted in 1319, and two of the great service books of the Sarameus, the Breviary and the Processional, furnish full details of the ministrations of the boy bishop and his fellows. He is even said to have enjoyed the right of disposing of such prebends as happened to fall vacant during the days of his episcopacy. But the pranks of the mock bishop were not confined to the church. Arrayed in full canonicals, he was led about with songs and dances from house to house, blessing the grinning people and collecting money in return for his benedictions. At York in the year 1396, the boy bishop is known to have gone on his rounds to places so far distant as Bridlington, Leeds, Beverley Fountains Abbey, and Atherton, and the profits which he made were considerable. William of Wykeham ordained in 1400 that a boy bishop should be chosen at Winchester College and another at New College, Oxford, and that he should recite the office at the Feast of the Innocents. His example was followed some 40 years afterwards in the statutes of the Royal Foundations of Eton College and of King's College, Cambridge. From being elected on St. Nicholas's Day, the boy bishop was sometimes called a Nicholas Bishop, Episcopus Nicolantensis. In Spanish cathedrals also, it appears to have been customary on St. Nicholas' Day to elect a chorister to the office of bishop. He exercised a certain jurisdiction till Holy Innocents' Day, and his prebendaries took secular offices, acting in the capacity of alguazils, catchpoles, dog whippers, and sweepers. The customs and superstitions associated with the 12 days or nights are probably relics of an old heathen festival of intercalation at midwinter. On the whole, it seems difficult to suppose that the curious superstitions and quaint ceremonies, the outbursts of profanity, and the inversions of ranks which characterize the popular celebration of the 12 days from Christmas to Epiphany have any connection with the episodes of Christian history believed to be commemorated by these two festivals. More probably, they are relics of an old heathen festival celebrated during the 12 intercalary days, which our forefathers annually inserted in their calendar at midwinter in order to equalize a short lunar year of 12 months with a longer solar year of 365 or 66 days. We need not assume that the license and buffooneries of the festive season were borrowed from the Roman Saturnalia. Both celebrations may well have been parallel and independent deductions from a like primitive philosophy of nature. There is not indeed, so far as I am aware, any direct evidence that the Saturnalia at Rome was an intercalary festival, but the license which characterized it and the temporary reign of a mock king who personated Saturn suggests that it may have been so. If we were better acquainted with the intercalary periods of peoples at a comparatively low level of culture, we might find that they are commonly marked by similar outbreaks of lawlessness and similar reigns of more or less nominal and farcical rulers. But unfortunately, we know too little about the observance of such periods among primitive peoples to be warranted in making any positive affirmation on the subject. Superstitions associated with intercalary periods among the Aztecs of Mexico and the Mayas of Yucatan. However, there are grounds for thinking that intercalary periods have commonly been esteemed unlucky. The Aztecs certainly regarded as very unlucky the 5 supplementary days which they added at the end of every year in order to make up a total of 365 days. These 5 supplementary days, corresponding to the last 4 of January and the 1st of February, were called nemontemi, which means vacant, superfluous, or useless. Being dedicated to no god, they were deemed inauspicious, equally unfit for the services of religion and the transaction of civil business. During their continuance, no sacrifices were offered by the priests, and no worshippers frequented the temples. No cases were tried in the courts of justice. The houses were not swept. People abstained from all actions of importance and confined themselves to performing such as could not be avoided, or spent the time in paying visits to each other. In particular, they were careful during these fatal days not to fall asleep in the daytime, not to quarrel, and not to stumble, because they thought that if they did such things at that time, they would continue to do so forever. Persons born on any of these days were deemed unfortunate, destined to fail in their undertakings and to live in wretchedness and poverty all their time on earth. The Mayas of Yucatan employed a calendar like that of the Aztecs, and they too looked upon the 5 supplementary days at the end of the year as unlucky and of evil omen. Hence they gave no names to these days, and while they lasted the people stayed for the most part at home. They neither washed themselves, nor combed their hair, nor loused each other, and they did no servile or fatiguing work, lest some evil should befall them. The 5 supplementary days of the year in ancient Egypt. The ancient Egyptians, like the Aztecs, considered a year to consist of 360 ordinary days divided into months and eked out with 5 supplementary days so as to bring the total number of days in the year up to 365. But whereas the Aztecs divided the 360 ordinary days into 18 arbitrary divisions, or months of 20 days each, the Egyptians, keeping much closer to the natural periods marked by the phases of the moon, divided these days into 12 months of 30 days each. The mode of regulating the calendar appears to be exceedingly ancient in Egypt, and may even date from the prehistoric period. For the 5 days over and above the year, Hado Duat Hiro Ronpit, are expressly mentioned in the texts of the pyramids. The myth told to explain their origin was as follows. Once on a time, the earth god Keb lay secretly with the sky goddess Nut, and the sun god Ra, in his anger, cursed the goddess, saying that she should give birth to her offspring, neither in any month nor in any year. He thought, no doubt, by this imprecation to prevent her from bringing forth the fruit of her womb. But he was outwitted by the wily Thoth, who engaged the goddess of the moon in a game of draughts, and having won the game, took as a forfeit from her the 70th part of every day in the year, and out of the fractions thus abstracted he made up 5 new days, which he added to the old year of 360 days. As these days formed no part either of a month or of a year, the goddess Nut might be delivered in them without rendering the sun god's curse void and of no effect. Accordingly, she bore Osiris on the first of the days, Horus on the second, Set or Typhon on the third, Isis on the fourth, and Nephthys on the fifth. Of these 5 supplementary or intercalary days, the third, as the birthday of the evil deity Set or Typhon, was deemed unlucky, and the Egyptian kings neither transacted business on it nor attended to their persons till nightfall. Thus it appears that the ancient Egyptians regarded the 5 supplementary or intercalary days as belonging neither to a month nor to a year, but as standing outside of both and forming an extraordinary period, quite apart and distinct from the ordinary course of time. It is probable, though we cannot prove it, that in all countries intercalary days or months have been so considered by the primitive astronomers who first observed the discrepancy between solar and lunar time and attempted to reconcile it by the expedient of intercalation. Early attempts of the Aryan peoples to correct the lunar year by intercalating a month at intervals of several years instead of intercalating 12 days in every year. Thus we infer with some probability that the sacred 12 days or nights at midwinter derived their peculiar character and popular custom and superstition from the circumstance that they were originally an intercalary period inserted annually at the end of the lunar year of 354 days for the purpose of equating it to a solar year, reckoned at 366 days. However, there are grounds for thinking that at a very early time the Aryan peoples sought to correct their lunar year, not by inserting 12 supplementary days every year, but by allowing the annual deficiency to accumulate for several years and then supplying it by a whole intercalary month. In India, the Aryans of the Vedic age appear to have adopted a year of 360 days, divided into 12 months of 30 days each, and have remedied the annual deficiency of 5 days by intercalating the whole month of 30 days every 5th year, thus regulating their calendar according to a 5-year cycle. The Celts of Gaul, as we learn from the Coligny calendar, also adopted a 5-year cycle, but they managed it differently. They retained the old lunar year of 354 days divided into 12 months, 6 of 30 days and 6 of 29 days. But instead of intercalating 12 days every year to restore the balance between lunar and solar time, they intercalate a month of 30 days every 2.5 years, so that in each cycle of 5 years the total number of intercalary days was 60, which was equivalent to intercalating 12 days annually. Thus the result at the end of each cycle of 5 years was precisely the same as it would have been if they had followed the old system of annual intercalation. Why they abandoned the simple and obvious expedient of annually intercalating 12 days, and adopted instead the more recondite system of intercalating a month of 30 days every 2.5 years is not plain. It may be that religious or political motives unknown to us concurred with practical considerations to recommend the change. One result of the reform would be the abolition of the temporary king, who, if I am right, used to bear a somewhat tumultuary sway over the community during the Saturnalia of the 12 days. Perhaps the annually recurring disorders which attended the period of license were not the least urgent of the reasons which moved the rulers to strike the 12 intercalary days out of the year and to replace them by intercalary month at longer intervals. Equivalence of the new intercalary month to the old intercalary 12 days multiplied by 2.5. However that may be, the equivalence of the new intercalary month to the old intercalary 12 days, multiplied by 2.5, is strongly suggested by a remarkable feature of the Coligny calendar. For in the 30 days of the intercalary month, which bore the name of Kalois, are named after the ordinary 12 months of the year. Thus the first day of the intercalary month is called Samon, which is the name of the first month of the year. The second day of the month is called Dumanos, which is the name of the second month of the year. The third day of the month is called Rivros, which is the name of the third month of the year. The fourth day of the month is called Anakan, which is the name of the fourth month of the year, and so on with all the rest, so that the 30 days of the intercalary month bear the names of the 12 months of the year repeated 2.5 times. This seems to show that, just as our modern peasants regard the 12 days as representing each month of the year in their chronological order, so the old Celts of Gaul who drew up the Coligny calendar regard the 30 days of the intercalary month as representing the 30 ordinary months which were to follow it till the next intercalation took place. And we may conjecture that just as our modern peasants still draw omens from the 12 days for the 12 succeeding months, so the old Celts drew omens from the 30 days of the intercalary months for the 30 months of the 2.5 succeeding years. Indeed, we may suppose that the reformers of the calendar transferred, or attempted to transfer, to the new intercalary month the whole of the quaint customs and superstitions which from time immemorial had clustered round the 12 intercalary days of the old year. The intercalary month may have been a period of license during which the reins of government were held by a temporary king. Thus, like the old 12 days of midwinter, the 30 days of the new intercalary month may have formed an interregnum or break in the ordinary course of government, a tumultuary period of general license, during which the ordinary rules of law and morality were suspended, and the direction of affairs committed to a temporary, and more or less farcical ruler, or king of the bane, who may possibly have had to pay with his life for his brief reign of 30 days. The floating traditions of such merry monarchs, and of the careless happy-go-lucky life under them, may have crystallized in the ages into the legend of Saturn and the Golden Age. If that was so, then I put forward the hypothesis for no more than a web of conjectures woven from the gossamer threads of popular superstition. We can understand why the 12 days, intercalated every year in the old calendar, should have survived to the present day in the memory of the people, whereas the 30 days, intercalated every 2.5 years in the new calendar, have long been forgotten. It is the simplest ideas that live longest in the simple minds of the peasantry, and since the intercalation of 12 days in every year, to allow the lagging moon to keep pace with the longer stride of the sun, is certainly an easier and more obvious expedient than to wait for 2.5 years till he has outrun her by 30 days. We need not wonder that this ancient mode of harmonizing lunar and solar time should have lingered in the recollection, and the usages of the people ages after the more roundabout method, which reflective minds have devised for accomplishing the same end, had faded alike from the memory of the peasant and the page of the historian. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, Part 6, The Scapegoat, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 8, The Saturnalia and Kindred Festivals, Part 3. 3. The Saturnalia and Lent. The modern carnival is perhaps the equivalent of the ancient Saturnalia. As a carnival is always held in the last 3 days before the beginning of Lent, its date shifts somewhat from year to year, but it invariably falls either in February or March. Hence it does not coincide with the date of the Saturnalia, which within historical times seems to have been always celebrated in December, even in the old days, before Caesar's reform of the calendar, when the Roman year ended with February instead of December. Yet if the Saturnalia, like many other seasons of license, was originally celebrated as a sort of public purification at the end of the old year, or the beginning of the new one, it may at a still more remote period, when the Roman year began with March, have been regularly held either in February or March, and therefore at approximately the same date as the modern carnival. So strong and persistent are the conservative instincts of the peasantry in respect to old custom that it would be no matter for surprise if, in rural districts of Italy, the ancient festival continued to be celebrated at the ancient time, long after the official celebration of the Saturnalia in the towns had been shifted from February to December. Latin Christianity, which struck at the root of official or civic paganism, has always been tolerant of its rustic cousins. The popular festivals and ceremonies which, unaffected by political and religious revolutions, by the passing of empires and of gods, have been carried on by the people with but little change from time immemorial, and represent in fact the original stock from which the state religions of classical antiquity were comparatively late offshoots. Thus it may very well have come about that while the new faith stamped out the Saturnalia in the towns, it suffered the original festival, disguised by a difference of date, to linger unmolested in the country, and so the old feast of Saturn, under the modest name of the Carnival, has reconquered the cities, and goes on merrily under the eye and with the sanction of the Catholic Church. The Saturnalia may have originally fallen at the end of February, which would be an appropriate time for a festival of sowing. The opinion that the Saturnalia originally fell in February or the beginning of March receives some support from the circumstance that the festival of the Matronalia, at which mistresses feasted their slaves just as masters did theirs at the Saturnalia, always continued to be held on the 1st of March, even when the Roman year began with January. It is further not a little recommended by the consideration that this date would be eminently appropriate for the festival of Saturn, the old Italian god of sowing and planting. It has always been a puzzle to explain why such a festival should have been held at midwinter, but on the present hypothesis the mystery vanishes. With the Italian farmer, February and March were the great season of the spring sowing and planting. Nothing could be more natural than that the husbandman should inaugurate the season with the worship of the deity to whom he ascribed the function of quickening the seed. It is no small confirmation of this theory that the last day of the carnival, namely Shrove Tuesday, is still, or is down to recent times, the customary season in Central Europe for promoting the growth of the crops by means of leaps and dances. The custom fits in very well with the view which derives the carnival from an old festival of sowing, such as the Saturnalia probably was in its origin. Further, the orgiastic character of the festival is readily explained by the help of facts which met us in a former part of our investigation. We have seen that between the sower and the seed there is commonly supposed to exist a sympathetic connection of such a nature that its conduct directly affects and can promote or retard the growth of the crops. What wonder then did the simple husbandman imagine that by cramming his belly, by swilling and guzzling just before he proceeded to sow his fields, he thereby imparted additional vigour to the seed? The Lenten fast in spring may be an old heathen period of abstinence intended to promote the growth of the seed. But while his crude philosophy may have thus painted the gluttony and intoxication in the agreeable colours of duties which he owed to himself, to his family, and to the Commonwealth, it is possible that the zest with which he acquitted himself of his obligations may have been whetted by less comfortable reflection. In modern times, the indulgence of the Carnival is immediately followed by the abstinence of Lent, and if the Carnival is the direct descendant of the Saturnalia, may not Lent in like manner be merely the continuation, under a thin disguise, of a period of temperance which was annually observed, from superstitious motives, by Italian farmers long before the Christian era? Direct evidence of this, so far as I am aware, is not forthcoming, but we have seen that a practice of abstinence from fleshy lusts has been observed by various peoples as a sympathetic charm to foster the growth of the seed, and such an observance would be an appropriate sequel to the Saturnalia, if that festival was indeed, as I conjecture it to have been, originally held in spring as a religious or magical preparation for sowing and planting. When we consider how widely diffused is the belief in the sympathetic influence which human conduct, and especially the intercourse of the sexes, exerts on the fruits of the earth, we may be allowed to conjecture that the Lenten feast, with the rule of continence, which is recommended, if not strictly enjoined, by the Catholic and Coptic churches during that season, was in its origin intended not so much to commemorate the sufferings of a dying god as to foster the growth of the seed, which in the bleak days of early spring, the husbandman commits with anxious care and misgiving to the bosom of the naked earth. Ecclesiastical historians have been puzzled to say why, after much hesitation and great diversity of usage in different places, the Christian Church finally adopted 40 days as a proper period for the mournful celebration of Lent. Perhaps in coming to this decision, the authorities were guided, as so often, by a regard for an existing pagan celebration of similar character and duration which they hoped, by a change of name, to convert into a Christian solemnity. Such a heathen Lent may have found a hand in the rites of Persephone, the Greek goddess of the corn, whose image, carved out of a tree, was annually brought into the cities and mourned for 40 nights, after which it was burned. The time of year when these lamentations took place is not mentioned by the old Christian writer who recorded them, but they would fall most appropriately at the season when the seed was sown, or in mythical language, when the corn goddess was buried, which in ancient Italy, as we saw, was done above all in the months of February and March. Autumnal rites of mourning and fishing for the sake of the seed. We know that at the time of the autumnal sowing, Greek women held a sad and serious festival because the corn goddess Persephone, or the maiden, as they called her, then went down into the earth with the sown grain, and Demeter fondly mourned her daughter's absence. Hence, in sympathy with the sorrowful mother, the women likewise mourned and observed a solemn fast and abstained from the marriage bed. It is reasonable, therefore, to suppose that they practised similar rules of mourning and absence for a like reason at the time of the spring sowing, and that the ancient ritual survives in the modern Lent, which preserves the memory of the Mater Dolorosa, though it has substituted a dead son for a dead daughter. The Buddhist Lent. Be that as it may, it is worthy to note that in Burma, a similar fast, which English writers call the Buddhist Lent, is observed for 3 months every year, while the ploughing and sowing of the fields go forward. And the custom is believed to be far older than Buddhism, which has merely given it a superficial tinge like the veneer of Christianity, which, if I am right, has overlaid an old heathen observance in Lent. This Burmese Lent, we are told, covers the rainy season from the full moon of July to the full moon of October. This is the time to plough, this is the time to sow. On the villagers' exertions in these months depends all their maintenance for the rest of the year. Every man, every woman, every child has hard work of some kind or another. And so, what with the difficulties of travelling, what with the work there is to do, and what with the custom of Lent, everyone stays at home. It is the time for prayer, for fasting, for improving the soul. Many men during these months will live even as the monks live, will eat but before midday, will abstain from tobacco. There are no plays during Lent, and there are no marriages. It is a time for preparing the land for the crop, it is a time for preparing the soul for eternity. The congregations on the Sundays will be far greater at this time than at any other. There will be more thought of the serious things of life. 4. Saturnalia in ancient Greece. Inversion of social ranks at ancient Greek festivals held in Crete, Troezen, and Thessaly. Beyond the limits of Italy, festivals of the same general character as the Saturnalia appear to have been held over a considerable area of the ancient world. A characteristic feature of the Saturnalia, as we saw, was an inversion of social ranks, masters changing places with their slaves and waiting upon them, while slaves were indulged with a semblance not merely of freedom, but even of power and office. In various parts of Greece, the same hollow show of granting liberty to slaves was made at certain festivals. Thus, at a Cretan festival of Hermes, the servants feasted and their masters waited upon them. In the month of Gerestius, the Troezenians observed a certain solemnity lasting many days, on one of which the slaves played at dice with the citizens and were treated to a banquet by their lords. The Thessalians held a great festival called Peloria, which Baton of Sinope identified with the Saturnalia, and of which the antiquity is vouched for by a tradition that originated with the Pelasgians. At this festival, sacrifices were offered to Pelorian Zeus. Tables splendidly adorned were set out. All strangers were invited to the feast, all prisoners released, and the slaves sat down to the banquet, enjoyed full freedom of speech, and were served by their masters. The Greek festival of the Chronia compared to the Roman Saturnalia. But the Greek festival which appears to have corresponded most closely to the Italian Saturnalia was the Chronia, or the festival of Cronus, a god whose barbarous myth and cruel ritual clearly belonged to a very early stratum of Greek religion, and who was by the unanimous voice of antiquity identified with Saturn. We are told that his festival was celebrated in most parts of Greece, but especially at Athens, where the old god and his wife Rhea had a shrine near the stately, but far more modern, temple of Olympian Zeus. A joyous feast at which masters and slaves sat down together formed a leading feature of the solemnity. At Athens the festival fell in the height of summer, on the 12th day of the month of Hecatombion, formerly called the month of Cronus, which answered nearly to July, and tradition ran that Cecrops, the first king of Attica, had founded an altar in honor of Cronus and Rhea, and had ordained that master and man should share a common meal when the harvest was got in. Yet there are indications that at Athens the Chronia may once have been a spring festival. For a cake with 12 knobs, which perhaps referred to the 12 months of the year, was offered to Cronus by the Athenians on the 15th day of the month Elaphebolion, which corresponded roughly to March. And there are traces of a license accorded to slaves at the Dionysiac festival of the opening of the wine jars, which fell on the 11th day of the preceding month, Anthesterion. The Olympian Chronia held at the spring equinox. At Olympia, the festival of Cronus undoubtedly occurred in spring, for here a low but steep hill, now covered with a tangled growth of dark hollyoaks and firs, was sacred to him, and on its top certain magistrates, who bore the title of kings, offered sacrifice to the old god at the vernal equinox, in the Elean month Elaphius. In this last ceremony, which probably went on year by year, long before the upstart Zeus had a temple built for himself at the foot of the hill, there are 2 points of special interest. First, the date of the ceremony, and second, the title of the celebrants. First, as to the date, the spring equinox, or the 21st of March, must have fallen so near the 15th day of the Athenian month Elaphebolion, that we may fairly ask whether the Athenian custom of offering a cake to Cronus on that day may not have also been an equinoctial ceremony. The magistrates called kings, who celebrated the Chronia at Olympia, may have personated King Cronus himself. In the second place, the title of king borne by the magistrates who sacrificed to Cronus renders it probable that, like magistrates with similar high-sounding titles elsewhere in republican Greece, they were the lineal descendants of sacred kings whom the superstition of their subjects invested with the attributes of divinity. If that was so, it would be natural enough that one of these nominal kings should pose as the god Cronus in person. For, like his Italian counterpart Saturn, the Greek Cronus was believed to have been a king who reigned in heaven or on earth during the blissful Golden Age, when men passed their days like gods without toil or sorrow, when life was a long round of festivity and death came like sleep, sudden but gentle, announced by none of his sad forerunners, the ailments and infirmities of age. Thus the analogy of the Olympian Chronia, probably one of the oldest of Greek festivals, to the Italian Saturnalia, would be very close if originally, as I conjecture, the Saturnalia fell in spring and Saturn was personated at it, as we have good reason to believe, by a man dressed as a king. Perhaps the man who originally personated King Cronus was put to death. May we go a step further and suppose that, just as the man who acted King Saturn at the Saturnalia was formerly slain in that character, so one of the kings who celebrated the Chronia at Olympia not only played the part of Cronus, but was sacrificed as god and victim in one on the top of the hill. Cronus certainly bore a sinister reputation in antiquity. He passed for an unnatural parent who had devoured his own offspring, and he was regularly identified by the Greeks with the cruel Semitic Baals who delighted in the sacrifice of human victims, especially of children. A legend which savours strongly of infant sacrifice is reported of a shrine that stood at the very foot of the god's own hill at Olympia, and a quite unambiguous story was told of the sacrifice of a babe to Lycian Zeus on Mount Lycaeus in Arcadia, where the worship of Zeus is probably nothing but a continuation under a new name of the old worship of Cronus, and where human victims appear to have been regularly offered down to the Christian era. A man annually sacrificed to Cronus at the Cronia in Rhodes. The Rhodians annually sacrificed a man to Cronus in the month of Metagetinian. At a later time they kept a condemned criminal in prison till the festival of the Cronia was come, then led him forth outside the gates, made him drunk with wine, and cut his throat. With the parallel of the Saturnalia before our eyes, we may surmise that the victim who thus ended his life in a state of intoxication at the Cronia perhaps personated King Cronus himself, the god who reigned in the happy days of old when men had nothing to do but to eat and drink and make merry. At least the Rhodian custom lends some countenance to the conjecture that formerly a human victim may have figured at the sacrifice which the so-called kings offered to Cronus on his hills at Olympia. In this connection it is to be remembered that we have already found well-attested examples of a custom of sacrificing the scions of royal houses in ancient Greece. If the god to whom, or perhaps rather in whose character, the princes were sacrificed was Cronus, it would be natural that the Greeks of a later age should identify him with Baal or Moloch, to whom in like manner Semitic kings offered up their children. The Laphisian Zeus of Thessaly and Boeotia, whom tradition associated with these human sacrifices, was probably, like the Lycian Zeus of Arcadia, nothing but the aboriginal deity commonly known as Cronus, whose gloomy rites the Greek invaders suffered the priests of the vanquished race to continue after the ancient manner, while they quieted their scruples of conscience or satisfied their pride as conquerors by investing the bloodthirsty old savage with the name, if not with the character, of their own milder deity, the humane and gracious Zeus. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, Part 6, The Scapegoat, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information on to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 8, The Saturnalia and Kindred Festivals, Part 4. 5. Saturnalia in Western Asia. The Babylonian festival of the Sacaea. When we pass from Europe to Western Asia, from ancient Greece to ancient Babylon, and the regions where Babylonian influence penetrated, we are still met with festivals which bear the closest resemblance to the oldest form of the Italian Saturnalia. The reader may remember the festival of the Sacaea, on which I had occasion to touch in an earlier part of this work. It was held at Babylon during 5 days of the month, Laos, beginning with the 16th day of the month. During its continuance, just as at the Saturnalia, masters and servants changed places, the servants issuing orders and the masters obeying them, and in each house one of the servants, dressed as a king and bearing the title of Zoganes, bore rule over the household. Further, just as at the Saturnalia in its original form, a man was dressed as King Saturn in royal robes, allowed to indulge his passions and caprices to the full, and then put to death. So at the Sacaea, a condemned prisoner, who probably also bore for the time being the title of Zoganes, was arrayed in the king's attire and suffered to play the despot, to use the king's concubines, and to give himself up to feasting and debauchery without restraint, only, however, in the end, to be stripped of his borrowed finery, scourged and hanged or crucified. From Strabo we learn that this Asiatic counterpart of the Saturnalia was celebrated in Asia Minor, wherever the worship of the Persian goddess Anatis had established itself. He describes it as a Bacchic orgy, at which the revellers were disguised as Scythians, and men and women drank and dallied together by day and night. The Sacaea by some identified with Sakmak, or Zagmak, the Babylonian festival of the New Year, which was held about the spring equinox in March. As the worship of Anatis, though of Persian origin, appears to have been deeply leavened with coarse elements which it derived from the religion of Babylon, We may perhaps regard Mesopotamia as the original home for which the Sacaean festival spread westward into other parts of Asia Minor. Now the Sacaean festival, described by the Babylonian priest Berosus in the first book of his History of Babylon, has been plausibly identified with the great Babylonian festival of the new year called Sekhmak, Zagmak, Sekhmuku, or Sekhmaku, which has become known to us in recent times through inscriptions. The Babylonian year began with the spring month of Nisan, which seems to have covered the second half of March and the first half of April. Thus the New Year festival, which occupied at least the first 11 days of Nisan, probably included the spring equinox. It was held in honor of Marduk, or Merodach, the chief god of Babylon, whose great temple of Esagila in the city formed the religious center of the solemnity. For here, in a splendid chamber of the vast edifice, all the gods were believed to assemble at the season under the presidency of Marduk for the purpose of determining the fates for the new year, especially the fate of the king's life. Annual renewal of the king of Babylon's power at the Sekhmak festival. On this occasion, the king of Babylon was bound annually to renew his regal power by grasping the hands of the image of Marduk in his temple, as if to signify that he received the kingdom directly from the deity and was unable without the divine assistance and authority to retain it for more than a year. Unless he thus formally reinstated himself on the throne once a year, the king ceased to reign legitimately. When Babylonia was conquered by Assyria, the Assyrian monarchs themselves used to come to Babylon and perform the ceremony of grasping the god's hands in order to establish by this solemn act their title to the kingdom which they had won for themselves by the sword. Until they had done so, they were not recognized as kings by their Babylonian subjects. Some of them indeed found the ceremony either so burdensome or so humiliating to their pride as conquerors that rather than perform it, they renounced the title of King of Babylon altogether and contented themselves with the more modest title of Regent. Another notable feature of the Babylonian festival of the New Year appears to have been a ceremonial marriage of the god Marduk, for in a hymn relating to the solemnity, it is said of the deity that he hastened to his bridal. The festival was of hoar antiquity, for it was known to Gudea, an old king of southern Babylonia who flourished between 2,000 and 3,000 years before the beginning of our era, and is mentioned in an early account of the Great Flood. At a much later period, it is repeatedly referred to by King Nebuchadnezzar and his successors. Nebuchadnezzar records how he built of bricks and bitumen a chapel or altar, a thing of joy and rejoicing for the great festival of Marduk, the Lord of the gods, and we read of the rich and abundant offerings which were made by the high priest at this time. Reasons for identifying the Sacaea with Sekhmak. Unfortunately, the notices of this Babylonian festival of the New Year, which have come down to us, deal chiefly with its mythical aspect and throw little light on the mode of its celebration. Hence, its identity with the Sacaea must remain, for the present, a more or less probable hypothesis. In favour of the hypothesis may be alleged in the first place the resemblance of the names Sacaea and Soganes to Sekhmak or Sekhmuku, if that was the real pronunciation of the name, and in the second place the very significant statement that the fate of the king's life was supposed to be determined by the gods under the presidency of Marduk at the Sekhmak or New Year's festival. When we remember that the central feature of the Sacaea appears to have been the saving of the king's life for another year by the vicarious sacrifice of a criminal on the cross or the gallows, we can understand that the season was a critical one for the king, and that may well have been regarded as determining his fate for the ensuing 12 months. The annual ceremony of renewing the king's power by contact with the god's image, which formed a leading feature of the Sekhmak festival, would be very appropriately performed immediately after the execution or sacrifice of the temporary king who died in the room of the real monarch. A difficulty in identifying the Sacaea with Sekhmak is that the two festivals seem to have been celebrated at different times of the year, Sekhmak falling in March and the Sacaea in July. A difficulty, however, in the way of identifying the Sacaea with the Sekhmak arises from the statement of Berosus that the Sacaea fell on the 16th day of Lewis, which was the 10th month of the Syro-Macedonian calendar, and appears to have nearly coincided with July. Thus, if the Sacaea occurred in July and the Zakmak in March, the theory of their identity could not be maintained. But the dating of the months of the Syro-Macedonian calendar is a matter of some uncertainty. The month of Los, in particular, appears to have fallen at different times of the year in different places, and until we have ascertained beyond the reach of doubt when Los fell at Babylon in the time of Berosus, it would be premature to allow much weight to the seemingly discrepancy in the dates of the two festivals. At all events, whether the festivals were the same or different, we are confronted with difficulties which in the present state of our knowledge may be pronounced insoluble. If the festivals were the same, we cannot explain their apparent difference of date. If they were different, we cannot explain their apparent similarity of character. In what follows I shall, with some eminent Oriental scholars, provisionally assume the identity of Zakmak and Sacaea, but I would ask the reader to bear clearly in mind that the hypothesis leaves the apparent discrepancy of their dates unexplained. Suggested ways of meeting the difficulty. Towards a solution of the problem, I can only suggest conjecturally either that the date of the festival had been for some reason shifted in the time of Berosus, or that two different festivals of the same type may have been held at different seasons of the year, one in spring and one in summer, perhaps by two distinct but kindred tribes, who retained their separate religious rites after they had coalesced in the Babylonian Empire. Both conjectures might be supported by analogies. On the one hand, for example, in the Jewish calendar, New Year's Day shifted under Babylonian influence from autumn to spring, and in the latter part of this work we shall see that the Chinese festival of New Fire, at first celebrated in spring, was afterward shifted to the summer solstice, only however to be brought back at a later time to its original date. On the other hand, the popular festivals of our European peasantry afford many examples of rites which appear to be similar in character, though they fall at different times of the year. Such, for instance, are the ceremonies concerned with vegetation, on May Day, Whitsuntide, and Midsummer's Day, and the fire festivals which are distributed at still wider intervals throughout the months. Similarly, in ancient Italy, the agricultural festival of the AntiquitY was celebrated by Italian farmers at different dates in different places. These cases may warn us against the danger of hastily inferring an essential difference between Zakmak and Sacaea on the ground of a real or apparent difference in their dates. An argument for identifying Sacaea and Zakmak is the apparent connection of both with the Jewish festival of Purim. A fresh and powerful argument in favor of the identity of the two festivals is furnished by the connection which has been traced between both of them and the Jewish feast of Purim. There are good grounds for believing that Purim was unknown to the Jews until after the exile, and that they learned to observe it during their captivity in the East. The festival is first mentioned in the Book of Esther, which by the majority of critics is assigned to the 4th or 3rd century BC, and which certainly cannot be older than the Persian period, since the scene of the narrative is laid in Susa, at the court of a Persian king, Ahasuerus, whose name appears to be the Hebrew equivalent of Xerxes. The next reference to Purim occurs in the 2nd book of Maccabees, a work written probably about the beginning of our era. Thus, from the absence of all notice of Purim in the older books of the Bible, we may fairly conclude that the festival was instituted or important at a comparatively late date among the Jews. The same conclusion is supported by the Book of Esther itself, which was manifestly written to explain the origin of the feast and to suggest motives for its observance. For, according to the author of the book, the festival was established to commemorate the deliverance of the Jews from a great danger which threatened them in Persia under the reign of King Xerxes. Thus, the opinion of modern scholars that the Feast of Purim, as celebrated by the Jews, was of late date and Oriental origin, is borne out by the tradition of the Jews themselves. An examination of that tradition and the mode of celebrating the feast renders it probable that Purim is nothing but a more or less disguised form of the Babylonian festival of the Sacaea or Zakmak. The Jewish festival of Purim seems to be derived from the Babylonian festival of Zakmak. In the first place, the feast of Purim was and is held on the 14th and 15th days of Adar, the last month of the Jewish year, which corresponds roughly to March. Thus the date agrees nearly, though not exactly, with the date of the Babylonian Sackmark, which fell a fortnight later in the early days of the following month Nisan. A trace of the original celebration of Purim in Nisan may perhaps be found in the statement that they cast Pur, that is, the lot before Haman, in Nisan, the first month of the year. It has been suggested with some plausibility that the Jews may have shifted the date of Purim in order that the new and foreign festival might not clash with their own old festival of the Passover, which began on the 14th day of Nisan. Another circumstance which speaks at once for the alien origin of Purim and for its identity with Sackmark is its name. The author of the Book of Esther derives the name Purim from Pur, a lot, but no such word with this signification exists in Hebrew, hence we are driven to look for the meaning and etymology of Purim in some other language. A specious theory is that the name was derived from an Assyrian word, Puru, an assembly, and referred primarily to the great assembly of the gods which, as we have seen, formed a chief feature of the festival of Sackmark, and was held annually in the temple of Marduk at Babylon for the purpose of determining the fates or lots of the new year. The August Assembly appears to have been occasionally, if not regularly, designated by the very name Puru. On this hypothesis, the traditional Jewish explanation of the name Purim preserved a genuine kernel of historical truth, or at least of mythical fancy, under the husk of a verbal error, for the name, if this derivation of it is correct, really signified not the lots, but the assembly for drawing or otherwise determining the lots. Another explanation which has been offered is that Pur, or Bur, seems to be an old Assyrian word for stone, and that therefore it is possible that the word was also used to signify lot, like the Hebrew lot, which originally no doubt means little stone. Either of these explanations of the name Purim, by tracing it back to the New Year assembly of the gods at Babylon for settling the lots, furnishes the inadequate explanation of the traditional association of Purim with the casting of lots, an association all the more remarkable and all the more likely to be ancient because there is nothing to justify it either in the Hebrew language or in the Jewish mode of celebrating the festival. When to this we add the joyous, nay, extravagant festivity which has always been characteristic of Purim, and is entirely in keeping with a New Year's celebration, we may perhaps be thought to have made out a fairly probable case for holding that the Jewish feast is derived from the Babylonian New Year festival of Sackmark. Whether the Jews borrowed the feast directly from the Babylonians or indirectly through the Persian conquerors of Babylon is a question which deserves to be considered. But the Persian colouring of the Book of Esther speaks strongly for the view that Purim came to Israel by way of Persia, or at all events from Babylon under Persian rule, and this view is confirmed by other evidence, to which I shall have to ask the reader's attention a little later on. Connection of Purim with the Sakia. If the links which bind Purim to Sackmark are reasonably strong, the chain of evidence which connects the Jewish festival with the Sakia is much stronger. Nor is it surprising when we remember that, while the popular mode of celebrating Sackmark is unknown, we possess important and trustworthy details as to the manner of holding the Sakia. We have seen that the Sakia was a wild bacchanalian revel, at which men and women disguised themselves and drank and played together in a fashion that was more gay than modest. Now this, or used to be, precisely the nature of Purim. The joyous nature of Purim. The 2 days of the festival, according to the author of the Book of Esther, were to be kept forever as days of feasting and gladness, and of sending portions one to another, and gifts to the poor, and this joyous character the festival seems always to have retained. The author of a tract in the Talmud lays it down as a rule that at the feast of Purim every Jew is bound to drink until he cannot distinguish between the words, "Cursed be Hanan," and "Blessed be Mordecai." And he tells how, on one occasion, a certain rabbi drank so deep at Purim that he murdered a rabbi without knowing what he was about. Indeed, the Purim has been described as the Jewish Bacchanalia, and we are told that at this season everything is lawful which can contribute to the mirth and gaiety of the festival. Writers of the 17th century assert that during the 2 days, and especially on the evening of the second day, the Jews did nothing but feast and drink to repletion, play, dance, sing, and make merry. In particular, they disguised themselves, men and women exchanging clothes, and thus attired ran about like mad, in open defiance of the Mosaic law, which expressly forbids men to dress as women and women as men. Among the Jews of Frankfurt who inhabited the squalid but quaint and picturesque old street known as the Judengasse, which many of us still remember, the revelry at Purim ran as high as ever in the 18th century. The gluttony and intoxication began punctually at 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the first day, and went on until the whole community seemed to have taken leave of their senses. They ate and drank, they frolicked and cut capers, and they reeled and staggered about. They shrieked, yelled, stamped, clattered, and broke each other's heads with wooden hammers till the blood flowed. On the evening of the first day, the women were allowed, as a special favour, to open their latticed window and look into the man's synagogue, because the great deliverance of the Jews from their enemies in the time of King Ahasuerus was said to have been effected by a woman. A feature of the festival which should not be overlooked was the acting of the story of Esther as a comedy in which Esther, Ahasuerus, Haman, Mordecai, and others played their parts after a fashion that sometimes degenerated from farce to ribaldry. Thus on the whole we may take it that Purim has always been a Saturnalia, and therefore corresponds in character to the Sakeia, as that festival has been described for us by Strabo. The origin of Purim according to the Book of Esther. But further, when we examine the narrative which professes to account for the institution of Purim, we discover in it not only the strongest trace of Babylonian origin, but also certain singular analogies to those very features of the Sakeian festival with which we are here more immediately concerned. The Book of Esther turns upon the fortunes of 2 men, the vizier Haman and the despised Jew Mordecai, at the court of a Persian king. Mordecai, we are told, had given mortal offence to the vizier, who accordingly prepares a tall gallows on which he hopes to see his enemy hanged, while he himself expects to receive the highest mark of the king's favour by being allowed to wear the royal crown and the royal robes, and thus attired to parade the streets mounted on the king's own horse and attended by one of the noblest princes, who should proclaim to the multitude his temporary exaltation and glory. But the artful intrigues of the wicked vizier miscarried and resulted in precisely the opposite of what he had hoped and expected, for the royal honours which he had looked for fell on his rival Mordecai, and he himself was hanged on the gallows which he made ready for his foe. In this story we seem to detect a reminiscence, more or less confused, of the Zoganes of the Sakeia, in other words, of the custom of investing a private man with an insignia of royalty for a few days, and then putting him to death on the gallows or the cross. It is true that, in the narrative, the part of the Zoganes is divided between 2 actors, one of whom hopes to play the king but is hanged instead, while the other acts the royal part and escapes the gallows to which he was destined by his enemy. But this bisection, so to say, of the Zoganes may have been deliberately invented by the Jewish author of the Book of Esther for the sake of setting the origin of Purim, which it was to his purpose to explain in a light that should reflect glory on his own nation. Or perhaps more probably it points back to a custom of appointing 2 mock kings at the Sakeia, one of whom was put to death at the end of the festival, while the other was allowed to go free, at least for a time. The rival pairs Mordecai and Esther on the one side, Haman and Vashti on the other. We shall be the more inclined to adopt the latter hypothesis when we observe that corresponding to the 2 rival aspirants to the temporary kingship, there appear in the Jewish narrative 2 rival queens, Vashti and Esther, one of whom succeeds to the highest state for which the other has fallen. Further, it is to be noted that Mordecai, the successful candidate for the mock kingship, and Esther, the successful candidate for the queenship, are linked together by close ties, both of interest and blood, the 2 being said to be cousins. This suggests that in the original story, or the original custom, there may have figured 2 pairs of kings and queens, of whom one pair is represented in the Jewish narrative by Mordecai and Esther, and the other by Haman and Vashti. Analysis of the names Mordecai and Esther, Haman and Vashti. Some confirmation of this view is furnished by the names of two, at least, out of the four personages. It seems to be now generally recognized by biblical scholars that the name Mordecai, which has no meaning in Hebrew, is nothing but the slightly altered form of Marduk or Merodach, the name of the chief god of Babylon, whose great festival was the Zakmak. And further, it is generally admitted that Esther, in like manner, is equivalent to Ishtar, the great Babylonian goddess whom the Greeks called Astarte, and who was more familiar to English readers as Ashtaroth. Jensen's theory that Haman and Vashti were Elamite deities in opposition to the Babylonian deities, Mordecai, Marduk, and Esther, Ishtar. The derivation of the names of Haman and Vashti is less certain, but some high authorities are disposed to accept the view of Jensen and Haman is identical with Human or Homan, the national god of the Elamites, and the Vashti is in like manner an Elamite goddess whose name Jensen read as Mashti in inscriptions. Now, when we consider that the Elamites were from time immemorial the hereditary foes of the Babylonians, and had their capital at Susa, the very place at which the scene of the Book of Esther is laid, we can hardly deny the plausibility of the theory that Haman and Vashti on the one side and Mordecai and Esther on the other represent the antagonism between the gods of Elam and the gods of Babylon, and the final victory of the Babylonian deities in the very capital of their rivals. It is therefore possible, says Professor Noldek, that we here have to do with a feast whereby the Babylonians commemorated a victory gained by their gods over the gods of their neighbours, the Elamites, against whom they had so often waged war. The Jewish feast of Purim is an annual merrymaking of a wholly secular kind, and it is known that there were similar feats among the Babylonians. That the Jews in Babylonia should have adopted a festival of this sort cannot be deemed improbable, since in modern Germany, to cite an analogous case, many Jews celebrate Christmas after the manner of their Christian fellow countrymen, in so far at least as it is a secular institution. It is true that hitherto no Babylonian feast coincided like Purim with the full moon of the 12th month has been discovered, but our knowledge of the Babylonian feasts is derived from documents of an earlier period. Possibly the calendar may have undergone some changes by the time when the Jewish feast of Purim was established, or it may be that the Jews intentionally shifted the date of the festival which they borrowed from the heathen. But the proposed etymology of Vashti is untenable. However, the theory of an opposition between the gods of Babylon and the gods of Elam at the festival appears to break down at a critical point. For the latest and most accurate reading of the Elamite inscriptions proves, I am informed, that the name of the goddess which Jensen reads as Mashti, and which on the assumption he legitimately compared to the Hebrew Vashti, must really be read as Parti, between which the Vashti there is no connection. Accordingly, in a discussion of the origin of Purim, it is safe to lay no weight on the supposed religious antagonism between the deities of Babylon and Elam. The mock king of the Sakia seems to have personated a god. If we are right in tracing the origin of Purim to the Babylonians, Sakia, and in finding the counterpart of the Zoganes in Haman and Mordecai, it would appear that the Zoganes, during his 5 days of office, personated not merely a king, but a god, whether that god was the Babylonian Marduk or some other deity not yet identified. The union of the divine and royal characters in a single person is so common that we need not be surprised at meeting with it in ancient Babylon. And the view that the mock king of Sakia died as a god on the cross or the gallows is no novelty. The view of movers. The acute and learned movers long ago observed that we should be overlooking the religious significance of Oriental festivals and the connection of the Sakia with the worship of Anaitis, if we were to treat as a mere jest the custom of disguising a slave as a king. We may take it for certain that with the royal dignity the king of the Sakia assumed also the character of an original ruler as representative of the divinity, and that when he took his pleasure among the women of the king's harem, he played the part of Sandan, or Sardanapalus himself. For according to ancient Oriental ideas, the use of the king's concubines constituted a claim to the throne, and we know from Dio that the 5 days king received full power over the harem. Perhaps he began his reign by publicly cohabiting with the king's concubines, just as Absalom went into his father's concubines, in a tent spread on the roof of the palace before all Israel, for the purpose of thereby making known and strengthening his claim to the throne. The mock king of the Sakia may have mated with a woman who played the part of a goddess, whether Anatis, Astarte, or Semiramis. Whatever may be thought of this latter conjecture, there can be no doubt that Movers is right in laying great stress both on the permission given to the mock king to invade the real king's harem, and on the intimate connection of the Sakia with the worship of Anatis. That connection is vouched for by Strabo, and when we consider that in Strabo's time the cult of the old Persian goddess Anatis was thoroughly saturated with Babylonian elements, and had practically merged in the sensual worship of the Babylonian Ishtar or Astarte, we shall incline to view with favour Movers' further conjecture that a female slave may have been appointed to play the divine queen to the part of the divine king, supported by the Zoganes, and that reminiscence of such a queen has survived in the myth or legend of Semiramis. According to tradition, Semiramis was a fair courtesan beloved by the king of Assyria, who took her to wife. She won the king's heart so far that she persuaded him to yield up to her the kingdom for 5 days, and having assumed the sceptre and the royal robes, she made a great banquet on the first day. But on the second day she shut up her husband in prison or put him to death, and thenceforward reigned alone. Taken with Strabo's evidence as to the association of the Sakia with the worship of Anatis, this tradition seems clearly to point to a custom of giving the Zoganes, during his 5 days' reign, a queen who represented the goddess Anatis, or Semiramis, or Astarte, in short the general Asiatic goddess of love and fertility by whatever name she was called. Identity of the mythical Semiramis with Astarte. For that in Eastern legend, Semiramis was a real queen of Assyria, who had absorbed many of the attributes of the goddess Astarte, appears to be established by the researches of modern scholars. In particular, it has been shown by Robertson Smith that the worship of Anatis is not only modelled on Astarte worship in general, but corresponds to that particular type of it which was especially associated with the name of Semiramis. The identity of Anatis and the mythical Semiramis is clearly proved by the circumstance that the great sanctuary of Anatis at Zillah in Pontus was actually built upon a mound of Semiramis. Probably the old worship of the Semitic goddess always continued there, even after a Semitic name of Semiramis or Astarte had been exchanged for the Persian name of Anatis, perhaps in obedience to a decree of the Persian king Artaxerxes II, who first spread the worship of Anatis in the west of Asia. It is highly significant not only that the Sakian festival was annually held at this ancient seat of the worship of Semiramis or Astarte, but further that the whole city of Zillah was formerly inhabited by sacred slaves and harlots, ruled over by a supreme pontiff, who administered it as a sanctuary rather than as a city. The lovers of Semiramis and Ishtar, Astarte. Formerly we may suppose this priestly king himself died a violent death at the Sakia in the character of the divine lover Semiramis, while the part of the goddess was played by one of the sacred prostitutes. The probability of this is greatly strengthened by the existence of the so-called Mound of Semiramis under the sanctuary. For the mounds of Semiramis, which were pointed out all over Western Asia, were said to have been the graves of her lovers whom she buried alive. The tradition ran that the great and lustful queen Semiramis, fearing to contract a lawful marriage lest her husband should deprive her of power, admitted to her bed the handsomest of her soldiers, only however to destroy them all afterwards. Now this tradition is one of the surest indications of the identity of the mythical Semiramis with the Babylonian goddess Ishtar or Astarte. For the famous Babylonian epic which recounts the deeds of the hero Gilgamesh tells how, when he clothed himself in royal robes and put his crown on his head, the goddess Ishtar was smitten with love of him, and wooed him to be her mate. But Gilgamesh rejected her insidious advances, for he knew the sad fate that had overtaken all her lovers, and he reproached the cruel goddess, saying, "Tammuz, the lover of mother youth, thou causest to weep every year. The bright-coloured Alalur bird thou didst love. Thou didst crush him and break his pinions. In the woods he stands and laments, O my pinions. Thou didst love the lion of perfect strength. 7 and 7 times thou didst dig pitfalls through him. Thou didst love the horse that joyed in the fray. With whip and spur and lash thou didst urge him on. Thou didst force him on for 7 double hours. Thou didst force on him wearied and thirsty. His mother the goddess Silili thou modest weep. Thou didst also love a shepherd of the flock, who continually poured out for thee the libation, and daily slaughtered kids for thee. But thou didst smite him, and didst change him into a wolf, so that his own sheep boys hunted him, and his own hounds tore him to pieces." The hero also tells the miserable end of a gardener in the service of the goddess's father. The hapless swain had once been honoured with the love of the goddess, but when she tired of him, she changed him into a cripple so that he could not rise from his bed. Therefore Gilgamesh fears to share the fate of all her former lovers and spurns her proffered favours. The sacred harlots of Ishtar. But it is not merely that the myth of Ishtar thus tallies with the legend of Semiramis. The worship of the goddess was marked by a profligacy which has found its echo in the loose character ascribed by tradition to the queen. Inscriptions which confirm and supplement the evidence of Herodotus inform us that Ishtar was served by harlots of 3 different classes, all dedicated to her worship. Indeed, there is reason to think that these women personate the goddess herself, since one of the names given to them is applied also to her. The myth of Ishtar, Astarte, and her lovers acted in the Sakia in Zillah. Thus we can hardly doubt that the mythical Semiramis is substantially a form of Ishtar or Astarte, the great Semitic goddess of love and fertility. And if this is so, we may assume, with at least a fair degree of probability, that the High Pontiff of Zillah, or his deputy, who played the king of the Sakia at the sanctuary of Semiramis, perished as one of the unhappy lovers of the goddess, perhaps as Tammuz, whom she caused to weep every year. When he had run his brief meteoric career of pleasure and glory, his bones would be laid in the great mound which covered the mouldering remains of many mortal gods, his predecessors, whom the goddess had honoured with her fatal love. Such sacred dramas are magical rites intended to influence the course of nature. Here then at the great sanctuary of the goddess in Zillah, it appears that her myth was regularly translated into action. The story of her love and the death of her divine lover was performed year by year as a sort of mystery play by men and women who lived for a season and sometimes died in the character of the visionary beings whom they personated. The intention of these sacred dramas, as we may be sure, was neither to assume nor to instruct an idle audience, and as little were they designed to gratify the actors, to whose baser passions they gave the reins for a time. They were solemn rites which mimicked the doings of divine beings, because man fancied that by such mimicry he was able to arrogate to himself the divine functions and to exercise them for the good of his fellows. The operations of nature, to his thinking, were carried on by mythical personages very like himself, and if he could only assimilate himself to them completely, he would be able to wield all their powers. This is probably the original motive of most religious dramas or mysteries among rude peoples. The dramas are played, the mysteries are performed, not to teach the spectators the doctrines of their creed, still less to entertain them, but for the purpose of bringing about those natural effects which they represent in mythical disguise. In a word, they are magical ceremonies, and their mode of operation is mimicry or sympathy. We shall probably not err in assuming that many myths, which we now know only as myths, had once their counterpart in magic. In other words, that they used to be acted as a means of producing in fact the events which they describe in figurative language. Ceremonies often die out while myths survive, and thus we are left to infer the dead ceremony from the living myth. If myths are in a sense the reflections or shadows of men cast upon the clouds, we may say that these reflections continue to be visible in the sky, and to inform us the doings of the men who cast them, long after the men themselves are not only beyond our range of vision, but sunk beneath the horizon. Magical intention of sacred dramas and masked dances among savages. The principal mimicry is implanted so deep in human nature, and has exerted so far-reaching an influence on the development of religion as well as the arts, that it may be well, even at the cost of a short digression, to illustrate by example some of the modes in which primitive man has attempted to apply it to the satisfaction of his wants by means of religious or magical dramas. For it seems probable that the masked dances and ceremonies, which have played a great part in the social life of savages in many quarters of the world, were primarily designed to subserve practical purpose, rather than simply to stir the emotions of the spectators and to while away the languor and tedium of idle hours. The actors sought to draw down blessings on the community by mimicking certain powerful superhuman beings, and in their assumed character working those beneficent miracles, which in the capacity of mere men they would confess themselves powerless to effect. In fact, the aim of these elementary dramas, which contain in germ the tragedy and comedy of civilized nations, was the acquisition of superhuman power for the public good. That this is the real intention of at least many of these dramatic performances will appear from the following accounts, which, for the sake of accuracy, I will quote for the most part in the words of the original observers. Masked dances among the Indians of Northwest America. A conspicuous feature in the social life of the Indian tribes of northwestern America are the elaborate masked dances or pantomimes in which the actors personate spirits or legendary animals. Most of them appear designed to bring before the eyes of the people the guardian spirits of the clans. Owing to the fact that these spirits are hereditary, their gifts are always contained in the legend detailing their acquisition by the ancestor of a clan. The principal gifts in these tales are the magic harpoon, which ensures success in sea otter hunting, the death bringer, which, when pointed against enemies, kills them, the water of life, which resuscitates the dead, the burning fire, which, when pointed against an object, burns it, and a dance, a song, and cries which are peculiar to the spirit. The gift of this dance means that the protégé of the spirit is to perform the same dances which have been shown to him. In these dances he personates the spirit. He wears his mask and his ornaments. Thus the dance must be considered a dramatic performance of the myth relating to the acquisition of the spirit, and shows to the people that the performer by his visit to the spirit has obtained his powers and desires. When nowadays a spirit appears to a young Indian, he gives him the same dance, and the youth also returns from the initiation filled with the powers and desires of the spirit. He authenticates his initiation by his dance in the same way as his mythical ancestor did. The obtaining of the magical gifts from these spirits is called lokoala, while the person who has obtained them becomes nayolako, supernatural, which is the quality of the spirit himself. The ornaments of all these spirits are described as made of cedar bark, which is dyed red in the juice of alder bark. They appear to their devotees only in winter, and therefore the dances are also performed only in winter. In some of these dances the performers imitate animals, and the explanation which the Indians give of these dances is that the ceremonial was instituted at the time when men had still the form of animals, before the transformer had put everything into its present shape. The present ceremonial is a repetition of the ceremonial performed by the man-animals, or, as we may say, a dramatization of the myth. Therefore the people who do not represent spirits represent these animals. These masked dances represent mythical incidents, and are supposed to have been revealed to the Indians by their guardian spirits. Another observer of these Indians writes on the same subject as follows. The Dukwali, i.e. Lokoala, and other Tamananawas performances are exhibitions intended to represent incidents connected with their mythical legends. There are a great variety, and they seem to take place in a measure of theatrical performances or games during the season of the religious festivals. There are no persons especially set apart as priests for the performance of these ceremonies, although some who seem more expert than others are usually hired to give life to the scenes, but these performers are quite as often found among the slaves or common people as among the chiefs, and excepting during the continuance of the festivities are not looked on as of any particular importance. On inquiring the origin of these ceremonies, I was informed that they did not originate with the Indians, but were revelations of the guardian spirits who made known what they wished to be performed. An Indian, for instance, who has been consulting with his guardian spirit, which is done by going through the washing and fasting process before described, will imagine or think he is called upon to represent the owl. He arranges in his mind the style of dress, the number of performers, the songs and dances or other movements, and having the plan perfected, announces at a Tamanawas meeting that he has had a revelation, which he will impart to a select few. These are then taught and drilled in strict secrecy, and when they have perfected themselves, will suddenly make their appearance and perform before the astonished tribe. Another Indian gets up the representation of the whale, others do the same of birds, and in fact of everything that they can think of. If any performance is a success, it is repeated, and gradually comes to be looked upon as one of the regular order in the ceremonies. If it does not satisfy the audience, it is laid aside. Thus they have performances that have been handed down from remote ages, while others are of a more recent date. Gods or spirits personated by the actors in the masked dances. Another writer who travelled among the Indians of northwestern America has expressed himself on this subject as follows. The task of representing the gods is undertaken in every tribe by some intelligent and, according to their own account, inspired men. They form the secret societies in order that their secret arts and doctrines, their mummeries and masquerades, may not be revealed to the uninitiated and to the public. The intention of these exhibitions is to confirm the faith of the young people and the women in the ancient traditions as to the intercourse of the gods with men, and as to their own intimate relations to the gods. In order to convince possible doubters, the members of the secret societies have had recourse to all kinds of mysterious means, which to a civilized man must appear the height of savagery. For example, they mutilate their bodies, rend corpses in pieces and devour them, tear pieces out of the bodies of living men, and so on. Further, the almost morbid vanity of the northwestern Indians and the desire to win fame, respect, and distinction may have served as a motive for joining the secret societies, since every member of them enjoys great respect. There were and still are hundreds of masks in use, every one of which represents a spirit who occurs in their legends. In the exhibitions they appear singly or in groups, according as the legend to be represented requires, and the masked men are then looked upon by the astonished crowd, not only as actors representing the gods, but as the very gods themselves who have come down from heaven to earth. Hence every representative must do exactly what legend says the spirit did. If the representative wears no mask, as often happens with the hamatsis, the cannibals or biters, or the pakwala, medicine men, then the spirit whom he represents has passed into his body, and accordingly the man possessed by the spirit is not responsible for what he does amiss in this condition. As the use of masks throws a sort of mysterious glamour over the performance, and at the same time allows the actor to remain unknown, the peculiarly sacred festivals are much oftener celebrated with masks than without them. In every secret society there are definite rules as to how often and how long a mask may be used. Mansa quid kutul, the mask may not, under the heaviest penalties, be disposed of for 4 winters, the season when such festivals are usually celebrated. After that time they may be destroyed or hidden in the forest, that no uninitiated person may find them, or they may be finally sold. The masks are made only in secret, generally in the deep solitude of the woods, in order that no uninitiated person may detect the maker at work. The dance is accompanied by songs. The dance is accompanied by a song which celebrates in boastful words the power of the gods and the mighty deeds represented in the performance. At the main part of the performance, all present join in the song, for it is generally known to everybody and is repeated in recitative again and again. It seems that new songs and new performances are constantly springing up in one or other of the villages through the agency of some intelligent young man, hitherto without a song of his own, who treats in a poetical fashion some legend which has been handed down orally from their forefathers. For every man who takes part in the performance and festivals must make his debut with a song composed by himself. In this way, new songs and dances are constantly originating, the material for them being, of course, always taken from the tribal deities of the particular singer and poet. Spirits personated by masked performers among the Eskimos of Bering Strait. Similar masquerades are in vogue among the neighbors of these Indians, the Eskimos of Bering Strait, and from the following account it will appear that the performances are based on similar ideas and beliefs. Shamans make masks representing grotesque faces of supernatural beings which they claim to have seen. These may be Yu-Ah, which are the spirits of the elements, of places, and of inanimate things in general, the Tonghats, or wandering genii, or the shades of people and animals. The first named are seen in lonely places, on the plains and mountains or at sea, and more rarely about the villages, by the clairvoyant vision of the shamans. They are usually invisible to common eyes, but sometimes render themselves visible to the people for various purposes. Many of them, especially among the Tonghats, are of evil character, bringing sickness and misfortune upon people from mere wantonness or for some fancied injury. The Eskimo believe that everything, animate or inanimate, is possessed by a shade, having semi-human form and features, enjoying more or less freedom of motion. The shamans give form to their ideas of them in masks, as well as of others which they claim inhabit the moon and the skyland. In their daily life, if the people witness some strange occurrence, are curiously affected, or have a remarkable adventure during which they seem to be influenced or aided in a supernatural manner, the shamans interpret the meaning and describe the appearance of the being that exerted its power. The animal masks worn by the actors. Curious mythological beasts are also said to inhabit both land and sea, and to become visible only on special occasions. These ideas furnish material upon which their fancy works, conjuring up strange forms that are usually modifications of known creatures. It is also believed that in early days all animate beings had a dual existence, becoming at will either like man or the animal forms they now wear. In those early days there were but few people. If an animal wished to assume its human form, the forearm, wing, or other limb was raised and pushed up the muzzle or beak as if it were a mask, and the creature became man-like in form and features. This idea is still held, and it is believed that many animals now possess this power. The man-like form thus appearing is called the Inua, and is supposed to represent the thinking part of the creature, and at death becomes its shade. Shamans are believed to have the power of seeing through the animal mask to the man-like features behind. The ideas held on this subject are well illustrated in the Raven legends, where the changes are made repeatedly from one form to another. Identification of the masked actor with the mythical being whom he represents. Masks may also represent totemic animals, and the wearers during the festivals are believed actually to become the creature represented, or at least to be endowed with its spiritual essence. Some of the masks of the lower Yukon and the adjacent territory to the Kuskokwim are made with double faces. This is done by having the muzzle of the animal fitted over and concealing the face of the Inuit below. The outer mask being held in place by pegs so arranged that it can be removed quickly at a certain time in the ceremony, thus symbolizing the transformation. Another style of mask from the lower Kuskokwim has the underface concealed by a small hinged door on each side, which opens out at the proper time in the ceremony, indicating the metamorphosis. Where the mask represents a totemic animal, the wearer needs no double face, since he represents in person the shade of the totemic animal. When worn in any ceremonial, either as a totem mask or as representing the shade, Yu-Ah or Tonghak, the wearer is believed to become mysteriously and unconsciously imbued with the spirit of the being which his mask represents, just as the namesakes are entered into and possessed by the shades at certain parts of the festival to the dead. Mask festivals are usually held as a species of thanksgiving to the shades and powers of earth, air, and water for giving the hunter success. The Inuas, or shades of the powers and creatures of the earth, are represented that they may be propitiated, thus ensuring further success. Dramatic ceremonies of the Corn Indians of Mexico, in which the actors personate gods. The religious ritual of the Coro Indians of Mexico comprises elaborate dramatic ceremonies or dances in which the actors or dancers identify themselves with the gods, such as the god of the morning star, the goddess of the moon, and the divinities of the rain. These dances form the principal part of the core of festivals, and are accompanied by liturgical songs, the words of which the Indians believed to have been revealed to their forefathers by the gods and to exercise a direct martial influence upon the deities themselves and through them upon nature. Masked dances of the Brazilian Indians to ensure fertility and abundance. The Cobuia and Kuawa Indians of northwestern Brazil perform masked dances at their festivals in honor of the dead. The maskers imitate the actions and the habits of birds, beasts, and insects. For example, there is a large azure blue butterfly which delights the eye with the splendor of its color, like a fallen fragment of the sky. And in the butterfly dance 2 men represent the play of these brilliant insects in the sunshine, fluttering on the wing and settling on sandbanks and rocks. Again, the sloth is acted by a master who holds onto a crossbeam of the house by means of a hooked stick, in imitation of the sluggish creature which will hang by its claws from the bough of a tree for hours together without stirring. Again, the darting of swallows as they flit to and fro across a river is mimicked by a masked man dancing side by side. The swarming of sandflies in the air is acted by a swarm of maskers, and so with the movement of the black vulture, the owl, the jaguar, the araku fish, the house spider, and the dung beetle. Yet these representations are not simple dramas designed to amuse and to avert the mourners in their hour of sorrow. The Indian attributes to them a much deeper significance, for under the outer husk of beasts and birds and insects, he believes that there lurk foul fiends and powerful spirits. All these mimicries are based on an idea of magical efficiency. They are intended to bring blessing and fertility to the village and its inhabitants, to the plantations, and to the whole of surrounding nature, thereby compensating, as it were, for the loss of the dead man in whose honor the festival is held. By copying as faithfully as possible the movements and actions of the being whom he personates, the actor identifies himself with him. The mysterious force which resides in the mask passes into the dancer, turns the man himself into a mighty demon, and endows him with the power of banning demons or earning their favor. Especially is it intended by means of mimicry to obtain for man control over the demons of growth and the spirits of game and fish. When the festival is over, the masks are burned, and the demons which are thought to have animated them take flight to their own place. It may be to the other world, or to a mountain top, or to the side of a thundering cascade. Masked dancers of the Monombo in German New Guinea. The Monombo of German New Guinea perform masked dances in which the dancers personate supernatural beings or animals, such as kangaroos, dogs, and cassowaries. They consecrate the masks by fumigating them with the smoke of a certain creeper, and believe that by doing so they put life into them. Accordingly, they afterwards treat the masks with respect, talk to them as if they were alive, and refuse to part with them to Europeans. Certain of the masks they even regard as guardian spirits, and appeal to them for fine weather, help in the chase or in war, and so forth. Every clan owns some masks, and the head man from the clan makes all the arrangements for a masquerade. The dances are accompanied by songs of which the words are unintelligible even to the natives themselves. Masked dancers are the Kayans of Borneo. Again, the Kayans of central Borneo perform masked dances for the purpose of ensuring abundant crops of rice. The actors personate demons, wearing grotesque masks on their faces, their bodies swathed in cumbrous masses of green leaves. In accordance with their belief that the spirits are more powerful than men, the Kayans assume that when they imitate the form of spirits and play their part, they acquire superhuman power. Hence, just as their spirits can fetch back the souls of men, so they imagine that they can lure to themselves the souls of the rice. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion. Part 6. The Scapegoat, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 8. The Saturnalia and Kindred Festivals. Part 5. Dramatic performances of the sea dayaks of Borneo, in which the actor personates a god. When the sea dayaks of Borneo have taken a human head, they hold a head feast, gawe pala, in honor of the war god or bird chief Singalang Burong, who lives far away above the sky. At this festival, a long liturgy called Mengap is chanted. The god is invoked and is believed to be present in the person of an actor who poses as the deity and blesses the people in his name. But the invocation is not made by the human performer in the manner of a prayer direct to this great being. It takes the form of a story setting forth how the mythical hero Kling or Klang made a head feast and fetched Singalang Burong to it. This Kling, about whom there are many fables, is a spirit, and is supposed to live somewhere or other not far from mankind, and to be able to confer benefits upon them. The dayak performer or performers then, as they walk up and down the long veranda of the house singing the Mengap, in reality describe Kling's gawe pala, head feast, and how Singalang Burong was invited and came. In thought, the dayaks identify themselves with Kling, and the resultant signification is that the recitation of this story is an invocation to Singalang Burong, who is supposed to come not to Kling's house only, but to the actual dayak house where the feast is celebrated, and he is received by a particular ceremony and is offered food or sacrifice. At the close of the ceremony, the performer goes about the house, beginning with the headman, touches each person in it, and pronounces an invocation upon him. In this he is supposed to personate Singalang Burong and his sons-in-law, who are believed to be the real actors. Singalang Burong himself, Nenjangs, the headman, and his sons-in-law, the birds, bless the rest. The touch of the human performer and the accompanying invocation are thought to effect a communication between these bird spirits from the skies and each individual being. The great bird chief and his dependents come from above to give men their charms and their blessings. Upon the men the performer invokes physical strength and bravery in war, and upon the women luck with paddy, cleverness in dayak feminine accomplishments, and beauty in form and complexion. Religious or magical origin of the drama. Thus the dramatic performances of these primitive peoples are in fact religious or oftener perhaps magical ceremonies, and the songs or recitations which accompany them are spells or incantations, though the real character of both is apt to be overlooked by civilized man, accustomed, as he is, to see in the drama nothing more than an agreeable pastime or at best a vehicle of moral instruction. Yet if we could trace the drama of the civilized nations back to its origin, we might find that it has its roots in magical or religious ideas like those which still mould and direct the masked dancers of many savages. Certainly the Athenians in the heyday of their brilliant civilization retained a lively sense of their religious import of dramatic performances, for they associate them directly with the worship of Dionysus and allow them to be enacted only during the festivals of the god. In India also the drama appears to have been developed out of religious dances or pantomimes in which the actors recited the deeds and played the parts of national gods and heroes. Hence it is at least a legitimate hypothesis that the criminal who masqueraded as a king and perished in the character at the Bacchanalian festival of the Sakia was only one of a company of actors who figured on that occasion in a sacred drama of which the substance has been preserved to us in the Book of Esther. The representation of mythical beings by living men and women may furnish a common ground where two rival schools of mythology can meet and be reconciled. When once we perceive that the gods and goddesses and heroes and heroines of mythology have been represented officially, so to say, by a long succession of living men and women who bore the names and were supposed to exercise the functions of these fabulous creatures, we have attained a point of vantage from which it seems possible to propose terms of peace between two rival schools of mythologists who have been waging fierce war on each other for ages. On the one hand, it has been argued that mythical beings are nothing but personifications of natural objects and natural processes. On the other hand, it has been maintained that they are nothing but notable men and women who, in their lifetime, for one reason or another, made a great impression on their fellows, but whose doings have been distorted and exaggerated by a false and credulous tradition. These two views, it is now easy to see, are not so mutually exclusive as their supporters have imagined. The personages about whom all the marvels of mythology have been told may have been real human beings, as the euhemerists allege, and here they may have been at the same time personifications of natural objects or processes, as the adversaries of euhemerism assert. The doctrine of incarnation supplies a missing link that was needed to unite the two seemingly inconsistent theories. The power of nature or a certain department of nature be conceived as personified in a deity, and that deity can become incarnate in a man or woman. It is obvious that the incarnate deity is at the same time a real human being and a personification of nature. To take the instance with which we are here concerned, Semiramis may have been the great Semitic goddess of love, Ishtar or Astarte, and yet she may be supposed to have been incarnate in a woman or even in a series of real women, whether queens or harlots, whose memory survives in ancient history. Saturn again may have been the god of sowing and planting, and yet may have been represented on earth by a succession or dynasty of sacred kings, whose gay but short lives may have contributed to build up the legend of the Golden Age. The longer the series of such human divinities, the greater obviously the chance of their myth or legend surviving, and when moreover a deity of a uniform type was represented, whether under the same name or not, over a great extent of country by many local dynasties of divine men or women, it is clear that the stories about him would tend still further to persist and be stereotyped. The legend of Semiramis and her lovers, a duplicate of the myth of Aphrodite and Adonis, of Cybele and Attis, of Isis and Osiris. The conclusions which we have reached in regard to the legend of Semiramis and her lovers probably holds good of all the similar tales that were current in antiquity throughout the East. In particular, it may be assumed to apply to the myths of Aphrodite and Adonis in Syria, of Cybele and Attis in Phrygia, and of Isis and Osiris in Egypt. If we could trace these stories back to their origin, we might find that in every case a human couple acted year by year the part of the loving goddess and the dying god. We know that down to Roman times Attis was personated by priests who bore his name, and if within the period of which we have knowledge the dead Attis and the dead Adonis were represented only in effigies, we may surmise that it had not always been so, and that in both cases the dead god was once represented by a dead man. Further, the license accorded to the man who played the dying god at the Sakia speaks strongly in favour of the hypothesis that before the incarnate deity was put to a public death, it was in all cases allowed, or rather required, to enjoy the embraces of a woman who played the goddess of love. The reason for such an enforced union of the human god and goddesses is not hard to divine. If primitive man believes that the growth of the crops can be stimulated by the intercourse of common men and women, what showers of blessings will he not anticipate from the commerce of a pair whom his fancy invests with all the dignity? Thus the theory of movers, of deities, of fertility, the Zouganes represented a god and paired with a woman who personated a goddess, turns out to rest on deeper and wider foundations than that able scholar was aware of. He thought that the divine couple who figured by deputy and the ceremony were Semiramis and Sandan, or Sardanapalus. Sardanapalus and Ashurbanipal. It now appears that he was substantially right as to the goddess, but we have still to inquire into the god. There seems to be no doubt that the name Sardanapalus is only the Greek way of representing Ashurbanipal, the name of the greatest and nearly the last king of Assyria. But the records of the real monarch, which have come to light within recent years, give little support to the fables that attach to his name in classical tradition. For they prove that, far from being the effeminate weakling he seemed to the Greeks of a later age, he was a warlike and enlightened monarch who carried the arms of Assyria to distant lands and fostered at home the growth of science and letters. Still, though the historical reality of King Ashurbanipal is as well attested as that of Alexander or Charlemagne, it would be no wonder if myths gathered like clouds round the great figure that loomed large in the stormy sunset of Assyrian glory. Now the two features that stand out most prominently in the legends of Sardanapalus are his extravagant debauchery and his violent death in the flames of a great pyre, on which he burned himself and his concubines to save them from falling into the hands of his victorious enemies. The legendary death of Sardanapalus in the fire. It is said that the womanish king, with painted face and arrayed in female attire, passed his days in the seclusion of the harem, spinning purple wool among his concubines and wallowing in sensual delights, and that in the epitaph, which he caused to be carved on his tomb, he recorded that all the days of his life he ate and drank and toyed, remembering that life is short and full of trouble, that fortune is uncertain, and that others would soon enjoy the good things which he must leave behind. These traits bear little resemblance to the portrait of Ashurbanipal, either in life or in death, for after a brilliant career of conquest, the Assyrian king died in old age, at the height of human ambition, with peace at home and triumph abroad, the admiration of his subjects and the terror of his foes. But if the traditional characteristics of Sardanapalus harmonize but ill with what we know of the real monarch of that name, they fit well enough with all that we know or can conjecture of the mock king who led a short life and a merry during the revelry of the Sakia, the Asiatic equivalent of the Saturnalia. We can hardly doubt that for the most part such men, with death staring them in the face at the end of a few days, sought to drown care and deaden fear by plunging madly into all the fleeting joys that still offered themselves under the sun. When their brief pleasures and sharp sufferings were over, and their bones or ashes mingled with the dust, what more natural that, on their tomb, those mounds of which the people saw not untruly the graves of the lovers of Semiramis, there should be carved some such lines as those which tradition placed in the month of the great Assyrian king, to remind the heedless passers-by of the shortness and vanity of life. The burning of Sandan, a mythical god or hero of Western Asia. When we turn to Sandan, the other legendary or mythical being whom movers thought that the Zoganes may have personated, we find the arguments in support of his theories still stronger. The city of Tarsus in Cilicia is said to have been founded by a certain Sandan, whom the Greeks identified with Hercules, and at the festival of this god or hero, an effigy of him was burned on a great pyre. This Sandan is doubtless the same with the Sands, whom Agathaeus calls the old Persian Hercules. Professing to give a list of the gods whom the Persians worshipped before the days of Zoroaster, the Byzantine historian mentions Bel, Sans, and Anaitis, whom he identifies with Zeus, Hercules, and Aphrodite respectively. As we know that Bel was a Babylonian, not a Persian deity, and that in later times Anaitis was practically equivalent to the Babylonian Ishtar or Astarte, a strong presumption is raised that Sandis also was a Babylonian, or at all events Semitic deity, and that in speaking of him as Persian, the historian confused the ancient Persians with the Babylonians, and perhaps other stocks of Western Asia. The presumption is strengthened when we find that in Lydia, the surname of Sandon, doubtless equivalent to Sandan, is said to have been borne by Hercules, because he wore a woman's garment called a sandix, fine and diaphanous as gossamer, at the bidding of Queen Omphale, whom the hero served for 3 years in the guise of a female slave, clad in purple, humbly carding wool, and submitting to be slapped by the saucy queen with her golden slipper. The familiar legend that Hercules burned himself alive on a great pyre completes the parallel between the effeminate Hercules Santon of Lydia and the Assyrian Sardanapalus. So exact a parallel must surely rest on the common base of custom as well as of myth. K. O. Muller's description of the burning of Sandan. That base, according to the conjecture of the admirable scholar K. O. Muller, may have been a custom of dressing up an effigy of an effeminate Asiatic deity in the semblance of a reveller, and then publicly burning it on a pyre. Such a custom appears to have prevailed not only at Tarsus in Cilicia, but also in Lydia, for a coin of the Lydian Philadelphia, a city which lay not far from the old royal capital Sardis, exhibits a device like that on coins of Tarsus, consisting of a figure stretched on a pyre. We may suppose, says Muller, that in the old Assyrian mythology a certain being called Sandan, or perhaps Sardan, figured beside Baal and Melita or Astarte. The character of this mythical personage is one which often meets us in Oriental religion. The extreme voluptuousness and sensuality combined with miraculous force and heroic strength. We may imagine that at the great festivals of Nineveh, this Sandan, or Sardan, was exhibited as a buxom figure with womanish features, the pale face painted with white lead, the eyebrows and eyelashes blackened with coal, his person loaded with golden chains, rings, and earrings, arrayed in a bright red transparent garment, grasping a goblet in one hand, and perhaps, as a symbol of strength, a double axe in the other, while he sat cross-legged and surrounded by women on a splendidly adorned couch under a purple canopy, altogether not unlike the figure of Adonis at the court festivals of Alexandria. Then the people of Mad Nineveh, as the poet Phocylides called it, the well-favoured harlot, as the prophet Nahum has it, would rejoice and make merry with this their darling hero. Afterwards there may have been another show, when the gorgeous Sandan, or Sardan, was to be seen on a huge pyre of precious wood, draped in gold-embroidered tapestry and laden with incense and spices of every sort, which, being set on fire to the howling of a countless multitude and the deafening din of shrill music, sent up a monstrous pillar of fire whirling towards heaven, and flooded half of Nineveh with smoke and smell. Death in the fire of men who personate gods or heroes. The distinguished scholar whom I have just quoted does not fail to recognize the part which imagination plays in the picture he has set before us. But he reminds us very properly that in historical inquiries, imagination must always supply the cement that binds together the broken fragments of tradition. One thing, he thinks, emerges clearly from the present investigation. The worship and legend of an effeminate hero like Sandan appeared to have spread, by means of an early diffusion of the Semitic stock, first in the neighbourhood of Tarsus in Cilicia, and afterwards to Sardis in Lydia. In favour of the former prevalence of the rite in Lydia, it may have added that the oldest dynasty of Lydian kings traced their descent not only from the mythical Assyrian hero Ninus, but also from the Greek hero Hercules, whose legendary death in the fire finds at least a curious echo in the story that Croesus, the last king of Lydia, was laid by his Persian conqueror Cyrus on a great pyre of wood, and was only saved at the last moment from being consumed in the flames. May not this story embody a reminiscence of the manner in which the ancient kings of Lydia, as living embodiments of their god, formerly met their end? It was thus, as we have seen, that the old Prussian rulers used to burn themselves alive in front of the sacred oak, and by an odd coincidence, if it is nothing more, the Greek Hercules directed that the pyre on which he was to be consumed should be made of the wood of the oak and the wild olive. Some grounds have also been shown for thinking that in certain South African tribes the chiefs may formerly have been burned alive as a religious or magical ceremony. All these facts and indications tend to support the view of movers that at the Sakia, also, the man who played the god for 5 days was originally burned at the end of them. Death by hanging or crucifixion may have been a later mitigation of his sufferings, though it is quite possible that both forms of execution, or rather of sacrifice, may have been combined by hanging or crucifying the victim first and burning him afterwards, much as our forefathers used to disembowel traitors after suspending them for a few minutes on a gibbet. At Tarsus, apparently the custom was still further softened by burning an effigy instead of a man, but on this point the evidence is not explicit. It is worth observing that, as late as Lucian's time, the principal festival of the year at Hierapolis, the great seat of the worship of Astarte, fell at the beginning of spring and took its name of the pyre or the torch from the tall masts which were burnt in the court of the temple, with sheep, goats, and other animals hanging from them. Here the season, the fire, and the gallows tree all fit our hypothesis. Only the man-god is wanting. Traces of human sacrifice in the Jewish festival of Purim, effigies of Haman burnt. If the Jewish festival of Purim was, as I have attempted to show, directly descended either from the Sakia or from some other Semitic festival, of which the central figure was the sacrifice of a man in the character of a god, we should expect to find traces of human sacrifice lingering about it in one or other of those mitigated forms to which I have just referred. This expectation is fully borne out by the facts. For, from an early time, it has been customary with the Jews at the Feast of Purim to burn or otherwise destroy effigies of Haman. The practice was well known under the Roman Empire. From the year 408 AD, the emperors Honorius and Theodosius issued a decree commanding the governors of the provinces to take care that the Jews should not burn effigies of Haman on a cross at one of their festivals. We learn from the decree that the custom gave great offense to the Christians, who regarded it as a blasphemous parody of the central mystery of their own religion, little suspecting that it was nothing but a continuation, in a milder form, of a rite that had probably been celebrated in the East long ages before the birth of Christ. Apparently the custom long survived the publication of the edict, for in the form of abjuration which the Greek Church imposed on Jewish converts, and which seems to date from the 10th century, the renegade is made to speak as follows: I curse also those who celebrate the festival of the so-called Mordecai on the first Sabbath, Saturday, of the Christian fast, and who nail Haman forsooth to a tree, attaching to it the symbol of the cross and burning him along with it, while they heap all sorts of imprecations and curses on the Christians. A Jewish account of the custom, as it was observed in Babylonia and Persia in the 10th century of our era, runs as follows. It is customary in Babylonia and a lamb for boys to make an effigy resembling Haman. This they suspend on their roofs 4 or 5 days before Purim. On Purim day they erect a bonfire and cast the effigy into its midst, while the boys stand round it, jesting and singing. And they have a ring suspended in the midst of the fire, which ring they hold and wave from one side of the fire to the other. Again, the Arab historian al-Biruni, who wrote in the year 1000 AD, informs us that at Purim the Jews of his time rejoiced greatly over the death of Haman, and that they made figures which they beat and burned, imitating the burning of Haman. Hence one name for the festival was Haman-Sur. Another Arabic writer, Makrizi, who died in 1442 AD, says that at the Feast of Purim, which fell on the 15th day of the month Adar, some of the Jews used to make effigies of Haman, which they first played with and then threw into the fire. During the Middle Ages, the Italian Jews celebrated Purim in a lively fashion, which has been compared by their own historians to that of the carnival. The children used to range themselves in rows opposite each other and pelch one another with nuts, while grown-up people rode on horseback through the streets with pine branches on their hands or blew trumpets and made merry round a puppet representing Haman, which was set on a platform or scaffold and then solemnly burnt on a pyre. In the 18th century, the Jews of Frankfurt used at Purim to make pyramids of thin wax candles, which they set on fire. Also, they fashioned images of Haman and his wife out of candles and burned them on the reading desk in the synagogue. Accusations of ritual murder brought against the Jews. Now, when we consider the close correspondence in character, as well as in date between the Jewish Purim and the Christian Carnival, and remember further that the effigy of Carnival, which is now destroyed at this merry season, had probably its prototype in a living man who was put to a violent death in the character of Saturn at the Saturnalia. Analogy of itself would suggest that in former times the Jews, like the Babylonians, from whom they appear to have derived their Purim, may at one time have burned, hanged, or crucified a real man in the character of Haman. There are some positive grounds for thinking that this was so. The early church historian Socrates informs us that at Imnistar, a town in Syria, the Jews were wont to observe certain sports among themselves, in the course of which they played many foolish pranks. In the year 416 AD, being heated with wine, they carried these sports further than usual and began deriding Christians and even Christ himself, and to give the more zest to their mockery, they seized a Christian child, bound him to a cross, and hung him up. At first they only laughed and jeered at him, but soon, their passions getting the better of them, they ill-treated the child so that he died under their hands. The thing got noised abroad, and resulted in a serious brawl between the Jews and their Christian neighbours. The authorities then stepped in, and the Jews had to pay dear for the crime they had perpetuated in sport. The Christian historian does not mention, or perhaps did not know, the name of the drunken and jovial festival which ended so tragically, but we can hardly doubt that it was Purim, and that the boy who died on the cross represented Haman. In medieval and modern times, many accusations of ritual murders, as they are called, have been brought against the Jews, and the arguments for and against the charge have been discussed on both sides with a heat which, however natural, has tended rather to inflame the passions of the disputants than to elicit the truth. Into this troubled arena I prefer not to enter. I will only observe that, so far as I have looked into the alleged cases, and these are reported in sufficient detail, the majority of the victims are said to have been children, and to have had met their fate in spring, often in the week before Easter. This last circumstance points, if there is any truth in the accusations, to a connection of the human sacrifice with the Passover, which falls in this week, rather than with Purim, which falls a month earlier. Indeed, it has often been made a part of the accusation that the blood of the youthful victims was intended to be used at the Passover. The accusations probably false. If all the charges of ritual murder which have been brought against the Jews in modern times are not, as seems more probable, mere idle calumnies, the baneful fruit of bigotry, ignorance and malice, the extraordinary tendency of life exhibited by the lowest forms of superstition in the minds of ignorant people, whether they are Jews or Gentiles, would suffice to account for an occasional recrudescence of primitive barbarity among the most degraded part of the Jewish community. To make the Jews as a nation responsible for outrages which, if they occur at all, are doubtless quite as repugnant to them as they are to every humane mind, would be a monstrous injustice. It would be unfair to charge Christians in general with complicity in incalculably greater number of massacres and atrocities of every kind that have been perpetrated by Christians in the name of Christianity, not merely on Jews and heathen, but on men and women and children who professed, and died for, the same faith as their torturers and murderers. If deeds of the sort alleged have been really done by Jews, a question on which I must decline to pronounce an opinion, they would interest the student of custom as isolated instances of reversion to an old and barbarous ritual which once flourished commonly enough among the ancestors both of Jews and Gentiles, but of which, as an obnoxious monster, an enlightened humanity has long set its heel. Such customs die hard. It is not the fault of society as a whole if sometimes the reptile has strength enough left to lift its venomous head and sting. Mitigation of human sacrifice by the substitution of a criminal for the victim. But between the stage when human sacrifice goes on unabashed in the light of common day, and the stage when it has been driven out of sight into dark holes and corners, there intervenes a period during which the custom is slowly dwindling away under the growing light of knowledge and philanthropy. In this middle period, many subterfuges are resorted to for the sake of preserving the old ritual in a form which will not offend the new morality. A common and successful device is to consummate the sacrifice on the person of a malefactor, whose death at the altar or elsewhere is little likely to excite pity or indignation, since it partakes of the character of a punishment, and people recognize that if the miscreant had not been dealt with by the priest, it would have been needful in the public interest to hand him over to the executioner. We have seen that in the Rhodian sacrifices to Cronus, a condemned criminal was after a time substituted for an innocent victim, and there can be little doubt that at Babylon the criminals, who perished in the character of gods at the Sakia, enjoyed an honour which, at an earlier period, had been reserved for more respectable persons. It seems therefore by no means impossible that the Jews, in borrowing the Sakia from Babylon under the new name of Purim, should have borrowed along with it the custom of putting to death a malefactor who, after masquerading as Mordecai in a crown and royal robe, was hanged or crucified in the character of Haman. There are some grounds for thinking that this or something of this sort was done, but a consideration of them had better be deferred till we have cleared out some points which still remain obscure in Purim, and in the account which the Jews give of its origin. The fast of Esther before Purim. In the first place, then, it deserves to be remarked that the joyous festival of Purim, on the 14th and 15th days of the month Adar, is invariably preceded by fast, known as the fast of Esther, on the 13th. Indeed, some Jews fast for several days before Purim. In the Book of Esther, the fast is traditionally explained as a commemoration of the mourning and lamentation excited among the Jews by the decree of King Ahasuerus that they should all be massacred on the 13th day of the month Adar. For, in every province, whithersoever the king's commandment and his decree came, there was great mourning among the Jews, and fasting, and weeping, and wailing, and many lay in sackcloth and ashes. And Esther, before she went into the presence of the king to plead for the lives of her people, bade them return answer unto Mordecai, Go gather together all the Jews that are present in Shushan, and fast ye for me, and neither eat nor drink 3 days, night or day. I also and my maidens will fast in like manner. Hence fasting and lamentation were ordained as the proper preparation for the happy feast of Purim, which commemorated the great deliverance of the Jews from the destruction that had threatened them on the 13th day of Adar. Now we have seen that, in the opinion of some eminent modern scholars, the basis of the Book of Esther is not history, but a Babylonian myth, which celebrated the triumphs and sufferings of deities rather than of men. On this hypothesis, how is the fast that precedes Purim to be explained? Jensen's theory that the fast of Esther was originally a mourning for the annual death of a deity like Tammuz. The best solution appears to be that of Jensen, that the fasting and mourning were originally for the supposed annual death of a Semitic god or hero of the type of Tammuz or Adonis, whose resurrection on the following day occasioned that outburst of joy and gladness which is characteristic of Purim. The particular god or hero whose death and resurrection thus touched with sorrow and filled with joy the hearts of his worshippers may have been, according to Jensen, either the great hero Gilgamesh or his comrade and friend Eabani. The doughty deeds of the adventurers of this mighty pair are the theme of the longest Babylonian poem that has been as yet discovered. It is recorded on 12 tablets, and this circumstance has suggested to some scholars the view that the story may be a solar myth, descriptive of the sun's annual course with the 12 months or the 12 signs of the zodiac. However that may be, the scene of the poem is laid chiefly at the very ancient Babylonian city of Erech, the chief seat of the worship of the goddess Ishtar or Astarte, who plays an important part in the story. For the goddess is said to have been smitten with the charms of Gilgamesh, and to have made love to him, but he spurned her proffered favours, and thereafter fell into a sore sickness, probably through the wrath of the offended goddess. His comrade Eabani also roused the fury of Ishtar and was wounded to death. For 12 days he lingered on a bed of pain, and when he died his friend Gilgamesh mourned and lamented for him, and rested not until he had prevailed on the god of the dead to suffer the spirit of Eabani to return to the upper world. The resurrection of Eabani, recorded on the 12th tablet, forms the conclusion of the long poem. Jensen's theory is that the death and resurrection of a mythical being, who combined in himself the features of a solar god and an ancient king of Erech, was celebrated at the Babylonian Sakmak, or Festival of the New Year, and that the transference of the drama from Erech, its original seat, to Babylon, led naturally to the substitution of Marduk, the great god of Babylon, for Gilgamesh or Eabani in the part of the hero. Although Jensen apparently does not identify the Sakmak with the Sakia, a little consideration will show how well his general theory of Sakmak fits in with those features of the Sakian festival which have emerged in the course of our inquiry. At the Sakian festival, if I am right, a man who personated a god or hero of the type of Tammuz or Adonis enjoyed the favours of a woman, probably a sacred harlot, who represented the great Semitic goddess Ishtar or Astarte, and after he had thus done his part towards securing by means of sympathetic magic the revival of plant life in spring, he was put to death. We may suppose that the death of this divine man was mourned over by his worshippers, and especially by women, in much the same fashion as the women of Jerusalem wept for Tammuz at the gate of the temple, and as Syrian damsels mourned the dead Adonis while the river ran red with his blood. Such rites appear, in fact, to have been common all over Western Asia. The particular name of the dying god varied in different places, but in substance the ritual was the same. Fundamentally, the custom was a religious or rather magical ceremony intended to ensure the revival and reproduction of life in spring. The resurrection of the dead god, perhaps represented by a living man who afterwards died in earnest in the character of the god. Now, if this interpretation of the Sakia is correct, it is obvious that one important feature of the ceremony is wanting in the brief notes of the festival that have come down to us. The death of the man-god at the festival is recorded, but nothing is said of his resurrection. Yet if he really personated a being of the Adonis or Attis type, we may feel pretty sure that his dramatic death was followed at a shorter or longer interval by his dramatic revival, just as at the festival of Attis and Adonis the resurrection of the dead god quickly succeeded to his mimic death. Here, however, a difficulty presents itself. At the Sakia, the man-god died a real, not a mere mimic death, and in ordinary life the resurrection even of a man-god is at least not an everyday occurrence. What was to be done? The man, or rather the god, was undoubtedly dead. How was he to come to life again? Obviously the best, if not the only way, was to set another and living man to support the character of the reviving god, and we may conjecture that this was done. We may suppose that the insignia of royalty which had adorned the dead man was transferred to his successor, who, arrayed in them, would be presented to his rejoicing worshippers as their god come to life again, and by his side would probably be displayed a woman in the character of his divine consort, the goddess Ishtar or Astarte. This would explain the apparent duplication of the principal characters in the Book of Esther. Haman and Vashti would represent the gods dying, while Mordecai and Esther would represent the gods rising from the dead. In favor of this hypothesis, it may be observed that it at once furnishes a clear and intelligible explanation of a remarkable feature in the Book of Esther, which has not yet, as far as I am aware, been adequately elucidated. I mean that apparent duplication of the principal characters to which I have already directed the reader's attention. If I am right, Haman represents the temporary king or mortal god who was put to death at the Sakia, and his rival Mordecai represents the other temporary king who, on the death of his predecessor, was invested with his royal insignia and exhibited to the people as the god came to life again. Similarly, Vashti, the deposed queen in the narrative, corresponds to the woman who played the part of queen and goddess to the first mock king, the Haman, and a successful rival, Esther or Ishtar, answers to the woman who figured as the divine consort of the second mock king, the Mordecai or Marduk. A trace of the sexual license accorded to the mock king of the festival seems to be preserved in the statement that King Ahasuerus found Haman fallen on the bed with Esther and asked, "Will he even force the queen before me in the house?" We have seen that the mock king of the Sakia did actually possess the right of using the real king's concubines, and there is much to be said for the view of movers that he began his short reign by exercising the right in public. In the parallel ritual of Adonis, the marriage of the gods with her ill-fated lover was publicly celebrated the day before his mimic death. A clear reminiscence of the time when the relation between Esther and Mordecai was conceived as much more intimate than mere cousinship appears to be preserved in some of the Jewish plays acted at Purim, in which Mordecai appears as the lover of Esther, and this significant indication is confirmed by the teaching of the rabbis that King Ahasuerus never really knew Esther, but that a phantom in her likeness lay with him while the real Esther Persian setting sat of the Book on of the lap Esther. of Mordecai. The Persian setting in which the Hebrew author of the Book of Esther has framed his highly colored picture naturally suggests that the Jews derived their feast of Purim not directly from the old Babylonians, but from their Persian conquerors. Even if this could be demonstrated, it would in no way invalidate the theory that Purim originated in the Babylonian festival of the Sakia, since we know that the Sakia was celebrated by the Persians. Hence it becomes worthwhile to inquire whether in the Persian religion we can detect any traces of a festival akin to the Sakia or Purim. The Persian ceremony of the Rite of the Beardless One in spring. Here, Lagarde has shown the way by directing attention to the old Persian ceremony known as the Rite of the Beardless One. This was a rite performed both in Persia and Babylonia at the beginning of spring, on the first day of the first month, which in the most ancient Persian calendar corresponded to March, so that the date of the ceremony agrees with that of the Babylonian New Year festival of Sekhmak. A beardless and, if possible, one-eyed buffoon was set naked on an ass, a horse, or a mule, and conducted in a sort of mock triumph through the streets of the city. In one hand he held a crow, and in the other a fan, with which he fanned himself, complaining of the heat, while the people pelted him with ice and snow and drenched him with cold water. He was supposed to drive away the cold, and to aid him perhaps in discharging this useful function, he was fed with hot food, and hot stuffs were smeared on his body. Riding on his ass, and attended by all the king's household, if the city happened to be the capital, or if it was not, by all the retainers of the governor, who were also mounted, he paraded the streets and extorted contributions. He stopped at the doors of the rich, and if they did not give him what he asked for, he befouled their garments with mud, or a mixture of red ochre and water, which he carried in an earthenware pot. If a shopkeeper hesitated a moment to respond to his demands, the importunate beggar had the right to confiscate all the goods in the shop, so the tradesmen who saw him bearing down on them not unnaturally hastened to anticipate his wants by contributing of their substance before he could board them. Everything that he thus collected from break of day to the time of morning prayers belonged to the king or governor of the city, but everything that he laid hands on between their first and second hour of prayer he kept for himself. After the second prayers he disappeared, and if the people called him later in the day, they were free to beat him to their heart's content. In like manner proceeds one of the native writers who has described the custom: people at the present time appoint a New Year Lord and make merry. And this they do because the season, which is the beginning of Azur or March, coincides with the sun's entry into Aries, for on that day they disport themselves and rejoice because the winter is over. The beardless one in the Persian ceremony is apparently the degenerate successor of a temporary king. Now in this harlequin, who rode through the streets, attended by all the king's men, and levying contributions which went either to the royal treasury or to the pocket of the collector, we recognize the familiar features of the mock or temporary king, who is invested for a short time with the pomp and privileges of royalty for reasons which have been already explained. The abrupt disappearance of the Persian clown at a certain hour of the day, coupled with the leave given to the populace to thrash him if they found him afterwards, points plainly enough to the harder fate that probably awaited him in former days, when he paid with his life for the brief tenure of a kingly crown. The resemblance between his burlesque progress and that of Mordecai through the streets of Susa is obvious, though the Jewish author of Esther has depicted in brighter colours the pomp of his hero, in royal apparel of blue and white, and with a great crown of gold, and with a robe of fine linen and purple, riding the king's own charger, and led through the city by one of the king's most noble princes. The difference between the two scenes is probably not to be explained simply by the desire of the Jewish writer to shed a halo of glory round the personage whom he regarded as the deliverer of his people. So long as a temporary king was a real substitute for the reigning monarch, and had to die sooner or later in his stead, it was natural that he should be treated with a greater show of deference, and should simulate the royal brother more closely than a clown who had nothing worse than a beating to fear when he laid down his office. In short, after the serious meaning of the custom had been forgotten, and the substitute was allowed to escape with his life, the high tragedy of the ancient ceremony would rapidly degenerate into farce. The Rite of the Beardless One seems to be a magical ceremony for the expulsion of winter. But while the Rite of the Beardless One is from one point of view a degenerate copy of the original, regarded from another point of view it preserves some features which are almost certainly primitive, though they do not appear in the kindred Babylonian and Jewish festivals. The Persian custom bears a stamp of a popular festivity rather than of a state ceremonial, and everywhere it seems as if popular festivals, when left to propagate themselves freely among the folk, reveal their old meaning and intention more transparently than when they have been adopted into the official religion and enshrined in a ritual. The simple thoughts of our simple forefathers are better understood by their unlettered descendants than by the majority of educated people. Their rude rites are more faithfully preserved and more truly interpreted by a rude peasantry than by the priest, who wraps up their nakedness in the gorgeous pall of religious pomp, or by the philosopher, who dissolves their crudities into the thin air of allegory. In the present instance, the purpose of the ride of the beardless one, at the beginning of spring, is sufficiently obvious. It was meant to hasten the departure of winter and the approach of summer. We are expressly told that the clown who went about fanning himself and complaining of the heat, while the populace snowballed him, was supposed to dispel the cold, and even without any such assurance, we should be justified in inferring as much from his behaviour. On the principles of homeopathic or imitative magic, which is little more than an elaborate system of make-believe, you can make the weather warm by pretending that it is so, or if you cannot, you may be sure that there is some person wiser than yourself who can. Such a wizard, in the estimation of the Persians, was a beardless one-eyed man who went through the performance I have described, and no doubt his physical defects were believed to contribute in some occult manner to the success of the rite. The ceremony was thus, as Lagarde acutely perceived, the Oriental equivalent of the popular European customs which celebrate the advent of spring by representing in a dramatic form the expulsion or defeat of winter by the victorious summer. But whereas in Europe the two rival seasons are often, if not regularly, personated by two actors or two effigies, in Persia a single actor sufficed. Whether he definitely represented winter or summer is not quite clear, but his pretense of suffering from heat and his final disappearance suggests that, if he personated either of the seasons, it was the departing winter rather than the coming. The opposition of Haman and Vashti to Mordecai and Esther seems to be a contract between the annual death of nature in winter and its revival in spring. If there is any truth in the connection thus traced between Purim and the rite of the beardless one, we are now in a position finally to unmask the leading personages in the book of Esther. I have attempted to show that Haman and Vashti are little more than doubles of Mordecai and Esther, who in turn conceal under a thin disguise the features of Marduk and Ishtar, the great god and goddess of Babylon. But why, the reader may ask, should the divine pair be thus duplicated, and the two pairs set in opposition to each other? The answer is suggested by the popular European celebrations of spring to which I have just adverted. If my interpretation of these customs is right, the contrast between the summer and winter, or between the life and death, which figure in effigy or in the persons of living representatives, and the spring ceremonies of our peasantry, is fundamentally a contrast between the dying or dead vegetation of the old and the sprouting vegetation of the new year, a contrast which would lose nothing of its point when, as in ancient Rome and Babylon and Persia, the beginning of spring was also the beginning of the new year. In these and in all the ceremonies we have been examining, the antagonism is not between powers of a different order, but between the same power viewed in different aspects, as old and young. It is, in short, nothing but the eternal and pathetic contrast between youth and age. And as the power or spirit of vegetation is represented in religious ritual and popular custom by a human pair, whether they be called Ishtar and Tammuz, or Venus and Adonis, or the Queen and the King of May, so we may expect to find the old decrepit spirit of the past year personated by one pair, and the fresh young spirit of the new year by another. This, if my hypothesis is right, is the ultimate explanation of the struggle between Haman and Vashti on the one side and their doubles Mordecai and Esther on the other. In the last analysis, both pairs stood for the powers that make for the fertility of plants and perhaps also of animals. But the one pair embodied the failing energies of the past, and the other the vigorous and growing energies of the coming year. Both powers of my hypothesis were personated not merely in myth, but in custom, for year by year a human couple undertook to quicken the life of nature by a union in which, as in a microcosm, the lives of tree and plant, of herb and flower, of bird and beast were supposed in some mystic fashion to be summed up. Originally, we may conjecture, such couples exercised their functions for a whole year, on the conclusion of which the male partner, the divine king, was put to death. But in historical times it seems that, as a rule, the human god, The Saturn, Soganes, Tammuz, whatever he was called, enjoyed his divine privileges and discharged his divine duties only for a short part of the year. This curtailment of his reign on earth was probably introduced at the time when the old hereditary divinities or deified kings contrived to shift the most painful part of their duties to a substitute, whether that substitute was a son or a slave or a malefactor. Having to die as a king, it was necessary that the substitute should also live as a king for a season, but the real monarch would naturally restrict within the narrowest limits, both of time and of power, a reign which, so long as it lasted, necessarily encroached upon and indeed superseded his own. What became of the divine king's female partner, the human goddess who shared his bed and transmitted his beneficent energies to the rest of nature, we cannot say. So far as I am aware, there is little or no evidence that she, like him, suffered death when her primary function was discharged. The nature of maternity suggests an obvious reason for sparing her a little longer, till the mysterious law, which links together woman's life with the changing aspects of the nightly sky, had been fulfilled by the birth of an infant god, who should, in his turn, reared perhaps by her tender care, grow up to live and die for the world. 6. Conclusion. Wild prevalence of festivals like the Saturnalia in antiquity. We may now sum up the general results of the inquiry which we have pursued in the present chapter. We have found evidence that festivals of the type of the Saturnalia, characterized by an inversion of social ranks and the sacrifice of a man in the character of a god, were at one time held all over the ancient world from Italy to Babylon. Such festivals seem to date from an early age in the history of agriculture, when people lived in small communities, each presided over by a sacred divine king whose primary duty was to secure the orderly succession of the seasons, the fertility of the earth, and the fecundity both of cattle and of women. Such festivals seem to have been held by agricultural communities for the good of the crops, and at them the king or his substitute appears to have personated the god or fertility, and to have been put to death in that character, in order to ensure that the god should rise from the dead with renewed youth and vigor. Associated with him was his wife or other female consort, with whom he performed some of the necessary ceremonies, and who therefore shared his divine character. Originally his term of office appears to have been limited to a year, on the conclusion of which he was put to death. But in time he contrived by force or craft to extend his reign, and sometimes to procure a substitute, who, after a short and more or less normal tenure of the crown, was slain in his stead. At first the substitute for the Divine Father was probably the Divine Son, but afterwards this rule was no longer insisted on, and still later the growth of a humane feeling demanded that the victim should always be a condemned criminal. In this advanced stage of degeneration, it is no wonder if the light of divinity suffered eclipse, and many should fail to detect the god in the malefactor. Yet the downward career of fallen deity does not stop here. Even a criminal comes to be thought too good to personate a god on the gallows or in the fire, and then there is nothing left but to make up a more or less grotesque effigy, and so to hang, burn, or otherwise destroy the god in the person of this sorry representative. By this time the original meaning of the ceremony may be so completely forgotten that the puppet is supposed to represent some historical personage who earned the hatred and contempt of his fellows in his life, and whose memory has ever been held up to external execration by the annual destruction of his effigy. The figures of Haman, of the carnival, and of winter or death, which are or used to be annually destroyed in spring by Jews, Catholics, and the peasants of Central Europe, respectively, appear to be all lineal descendants of those human incarnations of the power of nature whose life and death were deemed essential to the welfare of mankind. But of the three, the only one which has preserved a clear trace of its original meaning is the effigy of winter or death. In the others, the ancient significance of the custom, as a magical ceremony designed to direct the course of nature, has been almost wholly obscured by the thick aftergrowth of legend and myth. The cause of this distinction is that, whereas the practice of destroying an effigy of winter or death has been handed down from time immemorial through generations of simple peasants, the festivals of Purim and the Carnival, as well as their Babylonian and Italian prototypes, the Sakia and the Saturnalia, were for centuries domesticated in cities. where they were necessarily exposed to those thousand transforming and disintegrating currents of speculation and inquiry of priesthood and policy, which roll their turbid waters through the busy haunts of men, but leave undefiled the limpid springs of mythic fancy in the country. The festivals point to a remarkable homogeneity of civilization over the great part of the old world in antiquity. If there is any truth in the analysis of the Saturnalia and kindred festivals which I have now brought to a close, it seems to point to a remarkable homogeneity of civilization throughout southern Europe and Western Asia in prehistoric times. How far such homogeneity of civilization may be taken as evidence of homogeneity of race is a question for the ethnologist. It does not concern us here. But without discussing it, I may remind the reader that in the far east of Asia, we have met with temporary kings whose magical functions and intimate relation to agriculture stand out in the clearest light, while India furnishes examples of kings who have regularly been obliged to sacrifice themselves at the end of a term of years. All these things appear to hang together. All of them may, perhaps, be regarded as a shattered remnants of a uniform zone of religion and society which at a remote era belted the old world from the Mediterranean to the Pacific. Whether that was so or not, I may at least claim to have made it probable that if the king of the wood at Arisia lived and died as an incarnation of a sylvan deity, the functions he thus discharged were by no means singular, and that for the nearest parallel to need we need not go beyond the bounds of Italy, where the divine king Saturn, the god of the sown and sprouting seed, was annually slain in the person of a human representative at his ancient festival of the Saturnalia. The periodical sacrifice of deified men for the sake of maintaining the course of nature perhaps helps to explain traditions which represent the world or parts of it as created out of the bodies of gods. It is possible that such sacrifices of deified men, performed for the salvation of the world, may have helped to beget the notion that the universe or some part of it was originally created out of the bodies of gods offered up in sacrifice. Certainly it is curious that notions of this sort mean as precisely in parts of the world where such sacrifices appear to have been regularly accomplished. Thus in ancient Mexico, where the sacrifice of human beings in the character of gods formed a conspicuous feature of the national religion, it is said that in the beginning, when as yet the light of day was not, the gods created the sun to illuminate the earth by voluntarily burning themselves in the fire, leaping one after the other into the flames of a great furnace. Again, in the Babylonian Genesis, the great god Bel created the world by cleaving the female monster Tiamat in twain and using the severed halves of her body to form the heaven and the earth. Afterwards, perceiving that the earth was waste and void, he obligingly ordered one of the gods to cut off his, the Creator's, head, and with the flowing blood mixed with clay, he kneaded a paste out of which he moulded men and animals. Similarly, in the hymn of the Rig Veda, we read how the gods created the world out of the dismembered body of the great primordial giant Purushu. The sky was made out of his head, the earth out of his feet, the sun out of his eye, and the moon out of his mind. The animals and men were also engendered from his dripping fat or his limbs, and the great gods Indra and Agni sprang from his mouth. The Brahminical theory of the perpetual renewal of the creation in the daily sacrifice. The crude, nay savage account of creation thus set forth by the poet was retained by the Brahmin doctors of a later age and refined by them into a subtle theory of sacrifice in general. According to them, the world was not only created in the beginning by the sacrifice of the Creator Prajapati, the Lord of creatures. To this day it is renewed and preserved solely by a repetition of that mystic sacrifice in the daily sacrificial ritual celebrated by the Brahmins. Every day the body of the Creator and the Saviour is broken anew, and every day it is pierced together for the restoration and conservation of a universe which otherwise must dissolve and be shattered into fragments. Thus is the world continually created afresh by the self-sacrifice of the deity, and, wonderful to relate, the priest who offers the sacrifice identifies himself with the Creator, and so by the very act of sacrificing renews the universe and keeps up uninterrupted the revolution of time and matter. All things depend on his beneficent, nay, divine activity, from the heaven above to the earth beneath, from the greatest god to the meanest worm, from the sun and moon to the humblest blade of grass and the minutest particle of dust. Happily, this grandiose theory of sacrifice as a process essential to the salvation of the world does not oblige the priest to imitate his glorious prototype by dismembering his own body and shedding his blood on the altar. On the contrary, a comfortable corollary deduced from it holds out to him the pleasing prospect of living for the unspeakable benefit of society to a good old age, indeed as stretching at the brief span of human existence to a full 100 years. Well is not only for the priest, but for mankind, when, with the slow progress of civilization and humanity, the hard facts of a cruel ritual have thus been softened and diluted into the nebulous attractions of a mystical theology. End of section 17. Section 18 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, Part 6, The Scapegoat, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information on a volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Note: The Crucifixion of Christ. The mockery of Christ compared to the mockery of the King of the Saturnalia. An eminent scholar has recently pointed out the remarkable resemblance between the treatment of Christ by the Roman soldiers at Jerusalem and the treatment of the mock king of the Saturnalia by the Roman soldiers at Durostorum, and he would explain the similarity by supposing that the soldiers ridiculed the claims of Christ to a divine kingdom by arraying him in the familiar garb of old King Saturn, whose quaint person figured so prominently at the winter revels. Even if the theory should prove to be right, we can hardly suppose that Christ played the part of the regular Saturn of the year, since at the beginning of our era the Saturnalia fell at midwinter, whereas Christ was crucified at the Passover in spring. There is, indeed, as I have pointed out, some reason to think that when the Roman year began in March, the Saturnalia was held in spring, and that in remote districts the festival always continued to be celebrated to the ancient date. If the Roman garrison of Jerusalem conformed to the old fashion in this respect, it seems not quite impossible that their celebration of the Saturnalia may have coincided with the Passover, and that thus Christ, as a condemned criminal, may have been given up to them to make sport with as the Saturn of the year. But on the other hand, it is rather unlikely that the officers, as representatives of the state, would have allowed their men to hold the festival at any but the official date. Even in the distant town of Durostorum, we saw that the Roman soldiers celebrated the Saturnalia in December. Thus, if the legionaries at Jerusalem really intended to mock Christ by treating him like the burlesque king of the Saturnalia, they probably did so only by way of a jest which was in more senses than one unseasonable. The mockery of Christ compared to the mockery of the king of the Saturnalia. But closely as the Passion of Christ resembles the treatment of the mock king of the Saturnalia, it resembles still more closely the treatment of the mock king of the Saturnalia. The description of the mockery by St. Matthew is the fullest. It runs thus: Then released he Barabbas unto them, and when he had scourged Jesus, he delivered him to be crucified. Then the soldiers of the governor took Jesus into the common hall, and gathered unto him the whole band of soldiers. And they stripped him, and put on him a scarlet robe. And when they had plaited a crown of thorns, they put it upon his head, and a reed in his right hand. And they bowed the knee before him, and mocked him, saying, Hail, King of the Jews! And they spit upon him, and took the reed, and smote him on the head. And after that they had mocked him, they took the robe off from him, and put his own raiment on him, and led him away to crucify him. Compare with this the treatment of the mock king of the Saturnalia, as it is described by Dio Chrysostom. They take one of the prisoners condemned to death, and seat him upon the king's throne, and give him the king's raiment, and let him lord it, and drink, and run riot, and use the king's concubines during these days, and no man prevents him from doing just what he likes. but afterwards they strip and scourge and crucify him. Now it is quite possible that this remarkable resemblance is after all a mere coincidence, and that Christ was executed in the ordinary way as a common malefactor. But on the other hand, there are so many scattered hints and indications of something unusual, so many broken lines seemingly converging towards the cross on Calvary, that it is worthwhile to follow them up and see where they lead us. In attempting to draw these fragmentary data together, to bridge the chasms, and to restore the shattered whole, we must beware of mistaking hypothesis for the facts which it only professes to cement. Yet even if our hypothesis should be thought to bear a somewhat undue proportion to the facts, the excess may perhaps be overlooked in consideration of the obscurity and the importance of the inquiry. At Purim, the Jews may have annually put to death a man in the character of Haman, and Christ may have perished in that character. We have seen reason to think that the Jewish festival of Purim is a continuation, under a changed name, of the Babylonian Sakia, and that in celebrating it by the destruction of an effigy of Haman, the modern Jews have kept up a reminiscence of the ancient custom of crucifying or hanging a man in the character of a god at the festival. It is not possible that at an earlier time they may, like the Babylonians themselves, have regularly compelled a condemned criminal to play the tragic part, and that Christ thus perished in the character of Haman? The resemblance between the hanged Haman and the crucified Christ struck the early Christians themselves, and whenever the Jews destroyed an effigy of Haman, they were accused by their Christian neighbours of deriding the most sacred mystery of the new faith. It is probable that on this painful subject the Christians were too sensitive. Remembering the manner of their founder's death, it was natural that they should wince at any pointed allusion to a cross, a gallows, or a public execution, even when the shaft was not aimed at them. But the Passover, at which Christ was crucified, fell a month after Purim. An objection to supposing that Christ died as a Haman of the year is according to the Gospel narrative the crucifixion occurred at the Passover, on the 14th day of the month, Nisan, whereas the feast of Purim, at which the hanging of Haman would naturally take place, fell exactly a month earlier, namely on the 14th day of the month Adar. I have no wish to blink or extenuate the serious nature of the difficulty arising from this discrepancy of dates, but I would suggest some considerations which may make us hesitate to decide that the discrepancy is fatal. In the first place, it is possible, though perhaps not probable, that Christian tradition shifted the date of the crucifixion by a month in order to make the great sacrifice of the Lamb of God coincide with the annual sacrifice of the Passover lamb, which in the belief of pious hearts had so long foreshadowed it, and was thenceforth to cease. Instances of gentle pressure brought to bear, for purposes of edification, on stubborn facts are perhaps not wholly unknown in the annals of religion. But the express testimony of history is never to be lightly set aside, and in the investigation of its problems, a solution which assumes the veracity and accuracy of the historian is, on an even balance of probabilities, always to be preferred to one which impugns them both. Now, in the present case, we have seen reason to think that the Babylonian New Year festival, of which Purim was a continuation, did fall in Nisan, at or near the time of the Passover, and that when the Jews borrowed the festival, they altered the date from Nisan to Adar in order to prevent the new feast from clashing with the old Passover. A reminiscence of the original date of Purim perhaps survives, as I have already pointed out, in the statement in the book of Esther that Haman caused pur, or lots, to be cast before him in the month of Nisan onward. It thus seems not impossible that occasionally, for some special reason, the Jews should have celebrated the feast of Purim, or at least the death of Haman, at or about the time of the Passover. Perhaps the annual Haman, like the annual Saturn, was allowed a month's license before being put to death. But there is another possibility which, remote and fanciful as it may appear, deserves at least to be mentioned. The mock king of the Saturnalia, whose resemblance to the dying Christ was first pointed out by Mr. Wendland, was allowed a period of license of 30 days before he was put to death. If we could suppose that, in like manner, the Jews spared the human representative of Haman for 1 month from Purim, the date of his execution would fall exactly on the Passover. Which, if any, of these conjectural solutions of the difficulty is the true one, I will not undertake to say. I am fully conscious of the doubt and uncertainty that hang round the whole subject, and if in this and what follows I throw out some hints and suggestions, it is more in the hope of stimulating and directing further inquiry than with any expectation of reaching definite conclusions. The part taken by the soldiers in the mockery of Christ. It may be objected that the mockery of Christ was done, not by the Jews, but by the Roman soldiers, who knew and cared nothing about Haman. How then can we suppose that the purple or scarlet robe, the sceptre of reed, and the crown of thorns, which the soldiers thrust upon Christ, were the regular insignia of the Haman of the year? To this we may reply, in the first place, that even if the legions stationed in Syria were not recruited in the country, they may have contracted some of the native superstitions and have fallen in with the local customs. This is not an idle conjecture. We know that the 3rd Legion, during its stay in Syria, learned the Syrian custom of saluting the rising sun, and that this formal salute, performed by the whole regiment as one man at a critical moment of the great battle of Bedrechium, actually helped to turn the scale when the fortune of empire hung trembling in the balance. But it is not necessary to suppose that the garrison of Jerusalem really shared the beliefs and prejudices of the mob, whom they overawed. The soldiers everywhere are ready to go with the crowd bent on sport, without asking any curious questions as to the history or quality of the entertainment, and we should probably do the humanity of Roman soldiers too much honour if we imagined that they would be deterred by any qualm of conscience from joining in the pastime, which is still so popular, of baiting a Jew to death. But in the second place it should be observed that according to one of the evangelists, it was not the soldiers of Pilate who mocked Jesus, but the soldiers of Herod, and we may fairly assume that Herod's guards were Jews. The theory that Christ died not as a malefactor, but in the character of Haman, helps to explain both Pilate's reluctance to put him to death, and it also explains the remarkable superscription on the cross. The hypothesis that the crucifixion, with all its cruel mockery, was not a punishment specially devised for Christ, but was merely the fate that annually befell the malefactor who played Haman, appears to go some way towards relieving the gospel narrative of certain difficulties which otherwise beset it. If, as we read in the Gospels, Pilate was really anxious to save the innocent man whose fine bearing seems to have struck him, what was to hinder him from doing so? He had the power of life and death. Why should he not have exercised it on the side of mercy, if his own judgment inclined that way? His reluctant acquiescence in the importunate demand of the rabble becomes easier to understand if we assume that custom obliged him annually, at this season, to give up to them a prisoner on whom they might play their cruel pranks. On this assumption, Pilate had no power to prevent the sacrifice. The most he could do was to choose the victim. Again, consider the remarkable statement of the evangelists that Pilate set up over the cross. A superscription stating that the man who hung on it was King of the Jews. It is likely that, in the reign of Tiberius, a Roman governor, with the fear of the jealous and suspicious old emperor before his eyes, would have ventured, even in mockery, to blazon forth a seditious claim of this sort, unless it were the regular formula employed on such occasions, recognized by custom, and therefore not liable to be misconstrued into treason by the malignity of informers and the fears of a tyrant. But if the tragedy of the ill-fated aspirant after royal honours was annually enacted at Jerusalem by a prisoner who perished on the cross, it becomes probable that the part of his successful rival was also played by another actor who paraded in the same kingly trappings, but did not share the same fate. If Jesus was the Haman of the year, where was the Mordecai? Perhaps we may find him in Barabbas. The part of Mordecai in the annual drama in which Christ died as Haman may have been played by Barabbas. We are told by the evangelists that at the feast which witnessed the crucifixion of Christ, it was a custom for the Roman governor to release one prisoner, whomsoever the people desired, and that Pilate, convinced of the innocence of Jesus, attempted to persuade the multitude to choose him as the man who should go free. but hounded on by the priests and elders who had marked out Jesus for destruction. The rabble would not hear of this, and clamoured for the blood of Jesus, while they demanded the release of a certain miscreant by name Barabbas, who lay in jail for murder and sedition. Accordingly, Pilate had to give way. Christ was crucified and Barabbas set at liberty. Now what, we may ask, was the reason for setting free a prisoner at this festival? In the absence of positive information, we may conjecture that the jailbird, whose cage was thrown open at this time, had to purchase his freedom by performing some service from which decent people would shrink. Such a service may very well have been that of going about the streets, rigged out in tawdry splendour, with a tinsel crown on his head, and a sham sceptre in his hand, preceded and followed by all the ragtag and bobtail of the town, hooting, jeering, and breaking coarse jests at his expense, while some pretended to salaam his mock majesty, and others belaboured the donkey on which he rode. It was in this fashion, probably, that in Persia the beardless and one-eyed man made his undignified progress through the town, to the delight of ragamuffins and the terror of shopkeepers, whose goods he unceremoniously confiscated if they did not hasten to lay their peace offerings at his feet. So perhaps the ruffian Barabbas, when his irons were knocked off and the prison door had grated on his hinges to let him forth, tasted the first sweets of liberty in his public manner, even if he was not suffered, like his one-eyed brother, to make raids with impunity on the stalls of the merchants and the tables of the money-changers. The mock king Carabbas in Egypt. A curious confirmation of this conjecture is supplied by a passage in the writings of Philo, the Jew, who lived at Alexandria in the time of Christ. He tells us that when Agrippa, the grandson of Herod, had received the crown of Judea from Caligula at Rome, the new king passed through Alexandria on his way to his own country. The disorderly populace of that great city, animated by a hearty dislike of his nation, seized the opportunity of venting their spite by publicly defaming and ridiculing the Jewish monarch. Among other things, they laid hold of a certain harmless lunatic named Carabbas, who used to roam the streets stark naked, the butt and laughing-stock of urchins and idlers. This poor wretch they set up in a public place, clapped a paper crown on his head, thrust a broken reed into his hand by way of a sceptre, and having huddled a mat instead of a royal robe about his naked body, and surrounding him with a guard of bludgeon men, they did obeisance to him as to a king, and made a show of taking his opinion to questions of law and policy. To point the jest unmistakably at the Syrian king Agrippa, the bystanders raised the cries of Marin, Marin, which they understood to be the Syrian word for Lord. This mockery of the Jewish king closely resembles the mockery of Christ, and the joke, such as it was, would receive a keener edge if we could suppose that the riff-raff of Alexandria were familiar with the Jewish practice of setting up a sham king on certain occasions, and that they meant by implication to ridicule the real King Agrippa by comparing him to his holiday counterfeit. May we go a step further and conjecture that one at least of the titles of the mock king of the Jews was regularly Barabbas? The poor imbecile who masqueraded in a paper crown at Alexandria was probably a Jew, otherwise the jest would have lost much of its point, and his name, according to the Greek manuscripts of Philo, was Carabbas. But Carabbas is meaningless in Hebrew, whereas Barabbas is a regularly formed Hebrew word meaning son of the father. The paleographic difference between the two forms is slight, and perhaps we shall hardly be deemed very rash if we conjecture that in the passage in question, Philo himself wrote Barabbas, which a Greek copyist, ignorant of Hebrew, afterwards corrupted into Carabbas. If this were granted, we should still have to assume that both Philo and the authors of the Gospels fell into the mistake of treating as to the name of an individual what in fact was a title of office. Hypothesis that every spring at Purim or Passover, the Jews paraded two prisoners in their characters of Haman and Mordecai, of whom one was put to death and the other released. Thus the hypothesis which, with great diffidence, I would put forward for consideration is this. It was customary, we may suppose, with the Jews at Purim, or perhaps occasionally at Passover, to employ two prisoners to act the parts respectively of Haman and Mordecai in the Passion Play which formed a central feature of the festival. Both men paraded for a short time in the insignia of royalty, but their fates were different. For while at the end of the performance the one who played Haman was hanged or crucified, the one who personated Mordecai and bore in popular parlance the title of Barabbas was allowed to go free. Pilate, perceiving the trumpery nature of the charges brought against Jesus, tried to persuade the Jews to let him play the part of Barabbas, which would have saved his life. But the merciful attempt failed, and Jesus perished on the cross in the character of Haman. The description of his last triumphal ride into Jerusalem reads almost like an echo of that brilliant progress through the streets of Susa which Haman aspired to and Mordecai accomplished, and the account of the raid which he immediately afterwards made upon the stalls of the huskers and money changers in the temple may raise a question whether we have not here a trace of those arbitrary rights over property which it has been customary on such occasions to accord to the temporary king. Barabbas, son of the father, may have been the regular title of the prisoner who was released in the character of Mordecai. It would be asked why one of these temporary kings should bear the remarkable title of Barabbas, or son of the father. I can only surmise that the title may perhaps be a relic of the time when the real king, the deified man, used to redeem his own life by deputing his son to reign for a short time and to die in his stead. We have seen that the custom of sacrificing the son for the father was common, if not universal, among Semitic peoples, and if we are right in our interpretation of the Passover, that festival, the traditional date of the Crucifixion, was the very season when the dreadful sacrifice of the firstborn was consummated. Hence Barabbas, or the son of the father, would be a natural enough title for the man or child who reigned and died as a substitute for his royal sire. Even in latter times, when the father provided a less precious substitute than his own offspring, it would be quite in accordance with the formal conservatism of religion that the old title should be retained after it had ceased to be appropriate. Indeed, the efficacy of the sacrifice might be thought to require and justify the pious fiction that the substitute was the very son of that divine father who should have died, but who preferred to live for the good of his people. Even in the time of Christ, I have conjectured, the title of Barabbas, or son of the father, was bestowed on the Mordecai, the mock king who lived, rather than on the Haman, the mock king who died at the festival. This distinction can hardly have been original, for at first, we may suppose, the same man served in both capacities at different times, as the Mordecai of one year and the Haman of the next. The two characters, as I have attempted to show, are probably nothing but two different aspects of the same deity considered at one time as dead and at another as risen. Hence the human being who personated the risen God would in due time, after he had enjoyed his divine honours for a season, act the dead God by dying in good earnest in his own person. For it would be unreasonable to expect of the ordinary man-God that he should play the two parts in the reverse order, by dying first and coming to life afterwards. In both parts the substitute would still be, whether in sober fact or in pious fiction, that Barabbas was son of that divine father who generously gave his son to die for the world. The theory that Christ was put to death not as a criminal but as the annual representative of a god whose counterparts were well known all over Western Asia may help to explain his early deification and the rapid spread of his worship. To conclude this speculation, into which I have perhaps been led by the interest and importance of the subject, somewhat deeper than the evidence warrants, I venture to urge in its favour that it seems to shed fresh light on some of the causes which contributed to the remarkably rapid diffusion of Christianity in Asia Minor. We know from a famous letter of the younger Pliny addressed to the Emperor Trajan in the year 112 AD, that by the beginning of our era, less than 100 years after the founder's death, Christianity had made such strides in Bithynia and Pontus that not only cities but villages and rural districts were affected by it, and that multitudes of both sexes and of every age and every rank professed its tenets. Indeed, things had gone so far that the temples were almost deserted, the sacred rites of the public religion discontinued, and hardly a purchaser could be found for the sacrificial victims. It is obvious, therefore, that the new faith had elements in it which appealed powerfully to the Asiatic mind. What these elements were, the present investigation has perhaps to some extent disclosed. We have seen that the conception of the dying and risen God was no new one in these regions. All over Western Asia from time immemorial, the mournful death and happy resurrection of the divine being appear to have been annually celebrated with alternate rites of bitter lamentation and exultant joy. And through the veil which mythic fancy has woven round this tragic figure, we can still detect the features of those great yearly changes in earth and sky which, under all distinctions of race and religion, must always touch the natural human heart with alternate emotions of gladness and regret, because they exhibit on the vastest scale open to our observation the mysterious struggle between life and death. But man has not always been willing to watch passively. He has felt that he has too great a stake in its issue to stand by with folded hands while it has been fought out. He has taken sides against the forces of death and decay, has flung into the trembling scale all the weight of his puny person, and has exulted in his fancied strength when the great balance has slowly inclined towards the side of life, little knowing that for all his strenuous efforts he can as little stir that balance by a hair's breadth as can the primrose in a mossy bank in spring, or the dead leaf blown by the chilly breath of autumn. Nowhere do these efforts, vain and pitiful, yet pathetic, appear to have been made more persistently and systematically than in Western Asia. In name they varied from place to place, but in substance they were all alike. A man whom the fond imagination of his worshippers invested with the attributes of a god gave his life for the life of the world, after infusing from his own body a fresh current of vital energy into the stagnant veins of nature. He was cut off from among the living before his failing strength should initiate a universal decay, and his place was taken by another who played, like all his predecessors, the ever-recurring drama of the divine resurrection and death. Such a drama, if our interpretation of it is right, was the original story of Esther and Mordecai, or to give them their older names of Ishtar and Marduk. It was played in Babylonia, and from Babylonia the returning captives brought it to Judea, where it was acted, rather as an historical than a mythical piece, by players who, having to die in grim earnest on a cross or gallows, were naturally drawn rather from the jail than the green room. A chain of causes which, because we cannot follow them, might, in the loose language of daily life, be called an accident, determined that the part of the dying God in this annual play should be thrust upon Jesus of Nazareth, whom the enemies he had made in high places, by his outspoken strictures, were resolved to put out of the way. They succeeded in ridding themselves of the popular and troublesome preacher, but the very step by which they fancied they had simultaneously stamped out his revolutionary doctrines contributed more than anything else they could have done to scatter them broadcast, not only over Judea, but over Asia, for it impressed upon what had been hitherto mainly an ethical mission, the character of a divine revelation, culminating in the passion and death of the incarnate Son of a Heavenly Father. In this form, the story of the life and death of Jesus exerted an influence which it could never have had if the great teacher had died, as is commonly supposed, the death of a vulgar malefactor. It shed round the cross on Calvary a halo of divinity which multitudes saw and worshipped afar off. The blow struck on Golgotha set 1,000 expected strings vibrating in unison whenever man had heard the old story of the dying and risen God. Every year, as another spring bloomed and another autumn faded across the earth, the field had been ploughed and sown and borne fruit of a kind till it received that seed which was destined to spring up and overshadow the world. In the great army of martyrs who, in many ages and in many lands, not in Asia only, have died a cruel death in the character of gods, the devout Christian will doubtless discern types of forerunners of the coming Saviour, stars that heralded in the morning sky the advent of the Sun of Righteousness, earthen vessels wherein it pleased the divine wisdom to set before hungering souls the bread of heaven. The skeptic, on the other hand, with equal confidence, will reduce Jesus of Nazareth to the level of a multitude of other victims of a barbarous superstition, and will see in him no more than a moral teacher, whom the fortunate accident of his execution invested with the crown, not merely of a martyr, but of a god. The divergence between these views is wide and deep. Which of them is the truer, and will in the end prevail? Time will decide the question of prevalence, if not of truth. Yet we would fain believe that in this, and in all things, the old maxim will hold good. Magna est veritas et prevalebit. End of section 18. And the end of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic Religion, Part 6, The Scapegoat, by Sir James George Frazer. Recorded by Leon Harvey for LibriVox.org.